All right. Here we are. This is some picnic music. Everyone should be very afraid. The Octovine. The Octovine is over. Twitch drops. I know we got Roy in the chat. We got Awesomeness in the chat. Oh, man. Got a lot of content going on. I'm logging in. Log in. It's over. Drops. Yeah, we got drops dropping in on the patch. I'm kind of amazed. How is it possible that so many people don't know when the patch is? It's crazy. ArenaNet got to up their game. Okay, we've got to get that information out there, you know? Yeah. October 8th balance preview. Yeah, that's maybe a little bit out of date. Not quite what we're looking for. When is the patch? I mean, I don't know. How do you not know? Dude, Roy doesn't know when the patch is. That's actually an expose. He has no idea. When it's ready? How would I know? I mean, I don't know. How wouldn't you know? I think that's a better question. Man, we need some bags. We need to buy some bags. Look at this. This is pathetic. 18 slot bags. Not cutting it here, really. What was it today? Was WoW happening? No, there's no WoW today. There's WoW tomorrow, though. That is what's going on. But yeah, there's no zerging today. Probably. I'm not really going to do that much until after we've cleared the raid. Then normal service will resume. Obviously, I'm gonna. Oh man, like next week is gonna be weird because we're gonna have to do both. We're gonna have to do a whole bunch of Guild Wars 2 streaming, and we've got to clear the WoW raid at the same time. Because I don't think we're going to be able to kill it. We're not going to kill it this week at this stage. It's going to be a next week moment. Login New World. I mean, New World is, you know, it's definitely a login moment. I mean, what level are you, Jester? Are you even leveled up? The drops are juicy this time? What even are the drops? I didn't read the post, so I don't know what they are. All I know is that I am just going to farm them. 20 slot bag from the bonus event? No, I don't think I'm really gonna... Don't think I'm gonna get involved. Yeah. Huge gameplay, yes. Omega gameplay. Giga gameplay, indeed. Huge map and no fast travel. That game sounds good. Yeah, it doesn't really have fast travel. Well, it doesn't seem that way anyway. Glider skin and outfit? That's pretty decent, actually, yeah. Not bad. Yeah, no fast travel is high tier. Like, that is actually... That's the mark of a good game. The sign of a good game. If you have to walk everywhere, that's a good start. That's you know, step one. Step one of making a good game. You must walk. You will walk. You will enjoy walking around. That's good. Hey, looking at your game now, I want 100 FPS everywhere. Well, I mean, you're going to have to pay up, bro. That's what you got to do. Swipe. I mean, 100 FPS? Dude, I don't mess around with 100 FPS. I have 250 FPS. Yeah. Incredible. Yeah. Your third character be 65. I guess there is some merit in having 3 characters, right? Because then you can have 1 on each faction. Yeah, just swipe. Swipe, dude. Bought. Bought. I mean, leveling in New World's pretty quick these days. The FPS tanked a lot in the WoW raids yesterday, though. I mean, yeah. Anything that's got a lot of players is going to... It's going to compromise the frame rate. But I wouldn't, you know, I'd say tanking, it was like 80 pretty much the whole time, which, for WoW, that's good. You know, like, that's definitely a good start for something that's got 20 players in it. It's kind of the same in World versus World, right? It was around 60 to 80 in the medium to large fights. Pretty happy about that. What does the raid preparation involve? Well, I mean, honestly, nothing. The preparation is going to be me wrangling people, who convincing them to actually log into the game. That's the preparation. I still haven't got around to it. But yeah, I need to basically twist a couple of arms to get people to log into the game again.
What do you want?
It's annoyingly difficult. It is very hard to find people who actually want to play. But we'll do what we do what we got to do, guys. We'll make it happen. Yeah. Level 46 in New World. Impressive. Impressive. I'm good to go Tuesday. I didn't we can see we can sort out then. Titans meta speedrun, even something more bare bones. Oh, I mean, honestly, I kind of do want to. I do want to do that, to be honest, Magus. I'd love to do like a actual good Titans meta, but the problem is that it is really hard to find 50 people who can do a DPS rotation. Like, think about that, guys. I think it's actually quite challenging to have 50 people who can do a DPS rotation logged onto the game at any given time, right? I think that's actually kind of hard to do. I'm just like literally ninjaing this kill here. That's what I'm talking about. Just like looted that kill. Love to see that. Yeah. It's non-trivial. Yeah. We love to see it. Multiple windows, tabs, and Discord? I don't think so. I think you're stuck with just one.
Assemble the crew.
Metas continue to fail at NA. Yeah, I have seen that. I have seen more evidence that metas fail consistently on NA. It's fine though, guys. I have a plan. Do not worry. On NA, indeed. Surely. Oh, yeah, no, nobody panic. Nobody panic. It's all in hand. Oh, actually under attack. Nice. Content is here. Love to see it. Community month has passed. Look, you know, it's a funny meme, guys, but maybe someone else should do something instead of me. Have we thought about that? Maybe just once. Maybe someone else should do it. Yeah. But I think we all know that's not going to happen. Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah. I'm not sure we're really going to be able to prevent them getting in. This is not looking good. How screwed I am if I farmed my first Ascended gear and got Celestial for everything? Not at all. It's like pretty easy to get more Ascended gear. Like once you have your first set, it's a lot easier to get again because you kind of you're familiar with the process. So I think you'll find it a lot easier this time around. Oh, we have an ArenaNet dev. We have Roy. Roy is here on Dragon Hunter to repel the green team. I'm not sure we really can, though. This is, it's looking a little bit rough. They appear to be an organized group. They're going in. Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? Is there a reason to use Celestial stat as a Guardian? Well, I mean, I mean, it's perfectly fine. Like, I wouldn't say it's necessarily like best. You can build like a decent hybrid build with it, right? You can do like a build that does damage and heals and gives boons. That's like a pretty good build. I play that on this account a fair bit. Like, there's obviously better you can get, right? You can get better than that, but I wouldn't be too torn up about it. Like, gear is pretty easy to get in this game, so, you know, it's not a big deal. You can just get another gear set. Not a problem. Not a big deal. Here we go. I'm rezzing. I'm actually succeeding. Got the res. Yeah. How's it going? It's going all right. I'm rezzing this guy as well. I am the reviver. The medic. We go Alliance, surely? Dude, we're not playing Alliance, but we play Horde, obviously. Yeah. Here we go. We're in. Even developers migrate to EU? Well, I mean, all we need now is for Reform to show up. If we had Reformed here, we'd probably be able to defend. But Reformed isn't here, so I don't think we can really win. It's not looking good. Gonna fear this guy so he runs down. Can maybe kill him. Oh no, he's getting healed. It's over. We can't even get a single kill, guys. It's complete despair. Reformed is not a World vs. World character? Well, I mean, look, maybe Reformed should be a World vs. World character. Maybe you should reconsider that decision. Maybe Reformed should be in World vs. World. I don't think the cloud is, I think we're not going to be able to cloud this, guys. It's not looking good. The cloud. They need to add Blood Elves to vanilla. Why do they need to do that, Jester? Like, why don't you walk us through your thought process and why that would be an improvement to the game? Just give us like your full thoughts on that.
Never capitulate.
I mean, when it comes to gearing in this game, it's just slightly convoluted the first time you do it. Like, that's the thing about gearing. I think gear is very easy to get, even if you crafted all of your gear, right, and you just like grind gold and craft it as opposed to farming it through other ways. It's still very easy to get, you know, like a piece of ascended gear is what, less than 20 gold or around 20 gold at this point. So that's like an hour of farming, right? If you farm for 1 hour, you get one ascended piece. You can do like one ascended piece every hour. So it's trivial either way. It's just slightly convoluted with like how all the recipes work and stuff. Yeah. What happens in PvP if all 10 people choose a peaceful approach and the game ends 0 to 8? Well, okay, so basically what you're asking me is like what happens if the game is a tie? Interestingly enough, like what happens there is the game flips a coin. It looks at top stats, so who's got the best top stats, then that team would win. If the top stats are even, then it will just flip a coin to see who wins. So there you go. That's what happens. Oh, I actually pulled someone off. It's big. The Berserker got pulled off the edge. That's big. Do we actually have a kill here on this Chronomancer? No. Yeah. Flip a coin, any coin. %40 crit rate. That's not going to be particularly relevant on Selly though, because if you're playing Selly, you're almost certainly playing Condi, right? Like crit is obviously nice to have because you have some power damage, but like it's not something to be overly concerned about. Celestial is going to be a condition-oriented build, a burning build. You will incinerate your enemies. Wizard Vault is insane value. It is, yeah. It's ridiculously overpowered. Pretty much like the best thing you can be doing is always doing the Wizard's Vault. Mega OP, especially at the start of a season as well.
Vacate these premises.
Yeah. Let's get in there. Do you think Wing 8 will have any Condi bosses? Well, I mean, Greer is going to have conditions. Like, whether Greer will be a Condi boss, that remains to be seen, but Greer does indeed apply conditions to you. Will corrupt boons, and therefore cover you in conditions. So I'd say that you could argue that Greer could be considered a Condi boss. Oh, they got Roy, I think. Yeah, they got Roy. I think they're going to get Roy, man. Oh, they're chasing him. They're going for him. Am I dead here? This is not looking good. Yeah, we just don't really have the ability to engage this group. We are being obliterated, sadly. We don't really have a lot of damage. We need... Yeah, we don't have enough Necros. We don't really have any boon removal in this group. That's kind of the problem. Yeah. Let's play full Condi comp. 8 Scourges. I mean, I think you'll definitely see a lot of condition builds popping up. I think some Virtuosos quite likely to be in play. Yeah. Wing 8. Yeah, Wing 8 about to drop. I think it's going to be very interesting to see people's responses. I am expecting it to... I think it's going to be interesting because I am expecting the bosses to basically be strike mission bosses. I am curious what people are going to make of that. Gonna do training? No, I'm not. I will not do training for Wing 8, no. No. No fucking way. Gonna be the hardest raid. I mean, the bosses will probably have a lot more health than raids, like previous raids, so that will kind of like inherently make them more challenging. What is a strike mission boss? It's a certain type of mechanical design, I would say. So I'd say, like, more... I think they'll be relatively scripted, I would say. Or at least some of them will. It looks like Greer maybe less so, but certainly the other two I think they're going to be very scripted. And I think they're not going to move. The bosses will not move as well. I don't think we can really get in. I have to go round. Because they're on the other side there. So we have to kind of... We have to go round here, I think. Oh yeah, there's an invisible wall there, isn't there? You can't do that. That's illegal. Is CA a strike mission boss? I think it's... I think you can see, like, some of that design starting to pop up there. A little bit. To an extent, yeah. I think less so, though. Like, if you look at something like CA, it's still the mechanics are less generic, right? Like that's the thing. They're less generic. They're more. I think that's like a key thing, right? A lot of strike mission mechanics are very streamlined. They're like the same. There's like green circles, etc., etc., etc. I think that's kind of like something that's kind of characteristic. Whereas like if you look at raids, they kind of have tailored mechanics to each encounter that are less standardized. Have you arcaned today? I actually haven't. I have not arcaned yet, but I probably will after the stream. Because I want to bat chess yet again. Yeah. Yeah. Call Wing 8, because we have to wait 5 years to get it. Pretty much, yeah. So Norma will be super easy, those Colosseums on the regular. Yeah, I imagine so. Like, that would be good. Like, if they go really, really hard, I think that would probably be a bit of a mistake. Because they definitely want it to be, you know, kind of something that can be accessed by the large majority of the player base. That is the way. Yeah, I mean, we couldn't really fight this group. That's a bit unfortunate. We had no damage. We could not break through their powerful supports. Not looking good. Why is there no music? What's up with this, guys? Honestly, #1 bug fix. Can we fix the music in EB? Why is the music just fucked in EB? What's up with that? Just doesn't play. It doesn't play here or near Overwatch. And that doesn't feel good. Well, I think it's going to be interesting. Like, the thing is, right, is that if you make a boss longer, you inherently make it more difficult, right? Because there's like more opportunities to make mistakes. And I do think that the bosses in Wing 8 will survive longer than regular raid bosses because they're going to have it's going to have a lot more health, right? They'll probably tune them kind of in line with how much damage players are capable of doing. So I'm expecting the fights to probably be around, you know, let's say 3 to 5 minutes is what I'd expect, as opposed to like a lot of raid bosses in old raids being more like 1 minute to 2 minutes. So then they're going to be, you know, a little bit longer. So that will inherently make them potentially more challenging, right? Because you have the opportunity to make mistakes, right? You have the opportunity to fail these mechanics a little bit more. TOFCM is still pointless. You can clear TOF. You should aim for TOF-LCM. There isn't that huge for its execution. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't really blame them that much because it was kind of, you know, they kind of had a bit of a weird situation in the moment, basically, to try to make something out of that, because obviously things didn't go quite as planned when it comes to the CM there. So I don't really criticize them that much for that, but yeah, that's definitely something that they should learn. Like, the CM and the LCM are way too close together. Way too close together with Saros, for sure. Incredible. Saros with normal CM is easier to poke than HDCM. Look, this honestly might be a weird take, but I honestly think you could make an argument that HTCM is harder than Saros, actually. Purely because Saros CM is so scripted. It is completely deterministic, and the strat is really good. Like, the strat for Saros, like the, you know, the fucking big strat, unit strat, it's just so good. Like, if you die as a Virtuoso or a Herald, I mean, that's actually, like, uninstall tier, right? Like, it's insane. Like, every single defensive you have is mapped out perfectly for the entire fight. Like, there is no excuse to ever die. Like, HTCM is just way more volatile. I would say that, actually, HTCM is harder than Saros, even LCM at this point. Like, the only differences is that on LCM, you have to do a better DPS rotation, right? Because the DPS check on HTCM is not very hard. Like, it's much more challenging on, you know, on Saros. But I think HTCM is more mechanic, like, in terms of, like, player skill level, I think it's more mechanically challenging than Saros at this point. Because, like, Saros is basically you just need to do a DPS rotation, like, remember to press distort sometimes. Yeah, like, HTCM, I think, is more mechanically challenging to the individual player. But Saros does have a much bigger check, for sure. You have 4 people as AFK DPS players, though. Yeah, you do, but there's still moments of volatility where even those DPS players can die. Specifically, like, Su on Phase 2. It's like, I think it's pretty easy to die there. It's, like, pretty easy to die as Su on Phase 2. As a DPS player. Like, if you're not paying attention to the CC, if you, like, fail to dodge the shockwaves, right? If you don't get a good burst off on the ads, and the ad is, like, charging around all over the place. It's much easier to die there than on Saros. On Saros, I think it is quite hard to die. Like, if you die on a DPS, like, you're actually just trolling, right? Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you know, you're playing, like, a class that has a God mode button, and you skip every single mechanic, basically. 3 gifted battle in 1 day. Ah, very good. More fun than I thought. Yes, because World vs. World is good. World vs. Oh, dude, I'm taking this guy's ice bow. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can really stop this group. It's not looking good, is it? It's really not looking good. I booned. We actually do have a downstate. Maybe I can get in there. Drop the breach. I breached. There we go. I should have dropped wells as well. Okay. Yeah. Yes. It's time. HM is more fun as a healer. I actually think Saros is more interesting from the healer perspective because it actually requires you to press buttons pretty well. Whereas there's actually not a lot of damage, really, on HTCM. Like, if people are taking damage, it's usually because they've made mistakes. Like, if people play correctly, you really shouldn't take that much damage whatsoever, I feel like, on HTCM. Like, on HTCM as a healer, you mostly just, like, do mechanics, like, you run around a lot. Whereas on Saros, I think it is actually kind of nice that you do have to press your buttons correctly as a healer, which is nice. It's basically the only fight in the entire game where the healer's performance is actually relevant. So I think that actually is a really big strength of the encounter, is that it has a heal check. It's something that's, I think, notably absent from a lot of Guild Wars 2 encounter design, so it's kind of good to see it actually pop up there. I quite like it. It's actually something that I like about the open world Titans, too. I like the open world Titans a lot. I think it would have been cool if there was a bit more mechanical complexity to the Titan event. What I do really like about it is that there is a heal check. It's actually the only open world event in the game that has a heal check. That's semi-untrue, though, because Epoch kind of has one, but Epoch isn't very good, so... it kind of does, but it kind of doesn't. Like, it has, like, one-shots and stuff. But the Titans, they actually have, like, pressure going out. There's, like, loads of shit just firing off all the time, which I actually think is quite good. I rather like it, actually. On Ceres, you do nothing but 90%, though, as healer. That is true. But I would kind of argue that the fight starts at 10% almost, right? Like, I don't think that a great deal is going on before 10%. Without the green circle mechanic. Yeah. Incredible. Yeah. With yourself? Well, I mean, they both got strengths and weaknesses, right? They have strengths and weaknesses. Both encounters. If you don't stand as red circles, you do anything except regen. Yeah, but the open world Titan meta kind of does. I'm mining. I'm harvesting the synths. It's time. More spread responsibility on HG of 6 wheel heavy lifting. You do not see relevance there. Okay. It is actually true. Like, so on Ceres, everyone has to do it right, but it's like everyone has to do something trivial correctly. You know what I mean? Like, HTCM is definitely very easy as a DPS, but I would say that Ceres is very easy as a DPS as well. I actually just don't think Ceres is very difficult with unit strat. Ceres was... almost all of the difficulty with Ceres was greens, pretty much. And then basically when people cooked up the double beam strat, then all of a sudden, it's not very difficult anymore. The strat was cooked. I think Ceres was very vulnerable to cookery, you know, like cooking something up. Yeah. It's time. Jumping the beams is an exploit, but it will never be fixed. Well, I think people would still do... I mean, even if they did fix it, I think you'd still do that strat. Because, like, tanking the beam isn't really that bad. Because it's relatively easy to reapply those boons pretty quickly. So I think people would still do that strat. It would make it slightly harder, though, especially at 10%. Do you think greens was a good mechanic that you can reliably play around? Yes. If you ever fail green, it's a complete skill issue, yes. Including on... The exception being... Embodiment of Sin, you could get very unlucky and have some, like, really bad RNG. It could make it a lot harder, but still ultimately a skill issue. Like, if you ever fail greens, it's a skill issue. Yeah, it's doable. Every combination can be done. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. You can hack to clear or fraudulently sell Ceres LCM with no repercussions. Yeah, I mean, hopefully they do action people who are using, like, the hacks to clear Ceres. I think moderation is hard, though. You know? Which one is harder? HCM or Mythic Princess Kaiverza? Oh, Mythic Princess Kaiverza. Significantly harder. Yeah. It is a little bit hard to compare because they are kind of fundamentally different, but yeah, Kaiverza requires you to play better. Overall. And Ansarek is completely fucking destroying us, okay? Like, we're getting farmed by Ansarek right now. It does not feel good. Does not feel good, guys. Greer.dll. Yeah, I mean, moderation is difficult. I do have a lot of sympathy for ArenaNet on this one, because I actually think it's very difficult for them to enforce this policy. Like, I now 100% believe... that having an official add-on API is now insanely important if you're going to make an MMO. Or fully banning add-ons. I actually think you have to pick one. I think that the stance that Final Fantasy and Guild Wars have is really bad. We're not even talking about, like, oh yeah, you know, the WeCore is playing the game for me. The stance that both these companies have is terrible, because it means it's very difficult for them to actually enforce anything. Like, because of the fact that you're allowed to use this one DLL, and in 14 you're allowed to use a DPS meter that reads memory, and that's kind of like unspoken allowed. It means that any kind of moderation, any kind of like enforcement of TOS essentially becomes impossible, because you have no idea what people are running. Like you can't really tell if someone's running a DPS meter or a fly hack. There's not really a lot of difference between those two things. From the perspective of a computer program, it's difficult to tell what's going on there. Like, it just makes sense. Like, you need to either have like an official API or it's all banned. You have to pick one of those two. Like, there is no universe where it works, where you kind of have this like very wishy-washy policy on this. To the bulb measurement? No, I don't agree with Asmongold, because Asmongold says no add-ons. I wouldn't say that. I would say that add-ons are actually good, but they do need to be, there do need to be, like, restrictions upon those add-ons, obviously, to make sure that they're not compromising the gameplay experience. But yeah, no, the reason why I think it's important to have a clear policy on this is because of, look what's happening to Guild Wars 2 right now. Like, people are hacking, people are cheating to clear Saros, and it's very difficult for ArenaNet to actually enforce this. And this is because you're allowed to use a certain DLL, right? Like, you're allowed to use Arc DPS, and that means that if they ban people for hacking, there's a decent chance that there's going to be like false positives, right? That's like obviously very problematic for them when it comes to enforcement. It's like very, very difficult for them to do that. Arcade there with a resub. Nice. Yeah. Don't make bad UI for games to begin with. And that's an option as well. However, I will say this, is that add-ons are not bad. Like, realistically, no game dev is going to be able to make a tool capable of fitting every single player's needs. Like, that's simply too brittle, right? Like, it's going to be too brittle, really, to do that. That's why having users able to create and customize their own user experience is pretty much the best solution here, in my opinion, because that means that if there's something that the core experience doesn't offer, the player can make it for themselves, which I think is really, really good. I do think, actually, that a really good way to do this would be to actually have an inbuilt version of weak auras, or essentially like a weak aura style system into your game, and have that as an official implementation. I'd actually like to see Blizzard do that. I'd like to see Blizzard just buy weak auras and add it to the game baseline, add it vanilla, and almost like replace a lot of the... And that means that instead of using an API, it could actually be like wired directly into the game for superior performance. That would actually be really good, I think. That will be an option for sure, because weak auras are this incredibly flexible framework for developing your own interfaces. So that would be an option. Yeah, and Plater as well. Yeah, absolutely. They should definitely make a way better nameplate thing. I think we just press F here. I pressed F. Yeah. They've never been able to out-NI hackers before Arc DPS was a thing. There are a number of other problems that the game has. Like, for example, you can do a bunch of things legally that kind of look like hacking but aren't. You can, like, waypointing, for example, that kind of looks a little bit like teleport hacking, right? So that's, like, a little bit tricky for them. But they should be able to detect, like, if people are running, like... Look, if you fuck around... and inject something into WoW, you are gonna get in trouble. Like, they're gonna get you. Like, they're running Warden, right? And, like, League has their version of Warden, basically, right? And so on and so on and so on, right? There's, like, Valve anti-cheat. Like, if you inject stuff, if you modify the game's memory or, fuck around with it, like, yeah, these games are gonna know you're doing it, and then you're gonna be in trouble. And those features, something the players can enable, disable. Yeah, sure. I think there's nothing wrong. I think options are always good, right? Like, add more options so that people can kind of customize the experience as much or as little as they want to. I think is good. Yeah. Yeah. Lack of optimization. I would say that add-ons do degrade the game's performance because they have to go through an API rather than through the actual game itself. This is very noticeable with like WoW add-ons for sure, is that they are performance hogs, especially when you have like full UI overhauls, or if the implementation of the WeCore is very bad as well. Add-ons being able to make those better. Yeah, I think there is a good reason for that though. Like if you let an add-on modify that and mark another player, that means you can basically solve mechanics very well with that. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think it's a very good thing whatsoever to add programmatic functionality to nameplates at all. That is kind of a... That is very dangerous. There's a reason they disabled it. There's a reason they got rid of it, right? Is because that is very damaging to the integrity of encounters if you're capable of doing that. That means that you can very easily like solve stuff dynamically using those nameplates. What hard symbol displays of like class calls on friendly enemies would do? Yeah, that you could definitely do that. But you can actually do that with you can do that with Plater. Like, I have friendly nameplates, like, and it shows class colors, and, well, obviously names, right? Like, in Mythic Plus. I have it disabled in Raid, but in Mythic Plus, yeah, I have that enabled. It's like, Plater can do it a little bit. Incredible. Oh, it does work in Raid. Yeah, you can make it work in Raid. Yeah, I just disable them. Greer.dll. I had it enabled for Silken Court, right? So I could not collide with people. How Plater's the HP bars? Listen, I just copied it from Dorky and never looked back, bro. That's what I do. And then I messed around with it a little bit. It's time. How is team morale with your current push? Pretty interested in knowing how morale's kept up. Top down, rolling individuals to get driven. I think there's some fatigue right now, and that's understandable, right? Like, we've been at this raid for, what, 9 weeks now? It's intense, right? And I think there's definitely a bit of fatigue. I especially this week, because we went really hard. We didn't really have a break. We went Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm glad we've got a day off now. I actually think it maybe... I'm glad we have a day off. I think going today would have maybe actually been a mistake. I felt that we were tired yesterday. I don't think we performed as well. I don't think we got a crazy amount of value to us. We did make a strategic adjustment to phase 1 that I think is very valuable, actually. But other than that, I think our progress was not great, to be honest, yesterday. And that, to be fair, I'm not blaming anyone in particular. I think there was just fatigue, right? There was just tiredness. You know, a little bit of that. It's hard to keep up the energy, right? I think morale is decent, but people are tired, right? I think it is very important that we make significant progress tomorrow, right? So we need to make significant progress tomorrow. Otherwise, I think morale could be problematic. Because we hit a bit of a brick wall yesterday, and it's a hard fight. That's to be expected. I do think... Look, if you want my honest analysis, guys, I do think we are getting slightly skill checked. I think this boss is maybe a little bit above our level right now to be kind of clearing it this quickly, which is to be expected, by the way. Like, we're essentially, you know, clearing it earlier than ever before. Like, we cleared Farak in week 20. We're in week 9 of the raid at this point. So basically twice as fast as we've ever cleared a raid before. So we're a little bit out of our depth here to an extent. In particular, I think we need more damage. I think we're getting it slightly output checked a little bit, and we're getting punished for being inconsistent. But yeah. Which raid? Nerebar Palace is the one in World of Warcraft right now. 3 days to kill Rossi. No, we have until next Monday, I believe, right? We have until next Monday. So we have Sunday and Monday this week. Then we have Wednesday, Thursday. I believe, Friday, and then Sunday, Monday. So I believe we have 6 raid days, I think, in order to kill before we start running into scheduling issues. It's honestly a bit scary. I'm not 100% sure we're going to be able to pull that off because I think, well, no, I think if we can just get... I do think Phase 2 is not that... Phase 3 is not that bad. I really don't think Phase 3 is that bad. I think it really is. We just have to get good at Phase 2. Wait, I killed the dev. Yo. Who did we kill? Defeat an ArenaNet employee in World vs. World Combat. Got him. Wait, did Roy betray us? Has he gone to the other side or has Reformed done it? No, Reformed is here. Fog Champ. You got it from killing me somehow. Wait, are you... Wait, are you on our team? Yeah, wait, you're still on our team, though. Wait, what? How is that even possible? Oh, like a reflection. Interesting. But yeah, that would be my analysis of the current situation. I think we are kind of getting good old-fashioned output checked. I think we're not quite pressing our buttons well enough. And we're not quite consistent enough. 37 spots left, you can still do it. I mean, we're not killing it this week. That is not happening at this stage. So we need it to not close this week, which is not impossible. I think, you know, it's slow progress, right? Like, if those guilds decide to go for a push to get to the top 200. So yeah, there you go. Because at the end of the reset when 200 guilds kill it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, we needed to not close this reset. We're proc-based. That is correct, but I actually think this is a terrible... being proc-based on bosses that are this difficult is very, very bad, I think. Because you need multiple procs, right? You need to proc to get to P3, then we need to proc again to actually kill it. You don't want to be proc-based. But, you know, all in, I'm obviously, you know, that's my cold analysis of this. Like, obviously, I'm not disappointed or anything like that, like, with the performance of the team. I think everyone's played really well, but I think, it, you know, yeah, we're maybe not quite there yet. We're maybe not quite there yet. And that's fine, right? Like, you know, that's part of the experience, right? It's getting closer and closer and closer. It's over. It is over. Oh, I thought I could maybe slip off the edge. I should have waited for a bit more. That's how it goes. Mental proc. But yeah, we basically really need people to not kill it this week. If people actually don't kill it, if you realize you wouldn't wish to level it, I don't actually agree with that. I think this is a mentality that some people have, and I admit maybe I've actually been a little bit too lenient on this. No, I disagree. I don't think... and this is tank POV, obviously. There has never been a set of web blades where I was not able to do the mechanic. That is a pure skill issue, in my opinion. I personally have not seen one where I had to get hit. I've obviously been hit a couple of times. You know, I'm not saying I'm you know, the perfect mechanical god, but no, every single time I've been hit, it's always been my fault. Every single time. No, without fail. Never has it been RNG, not my fault. I think if you died of web blades, it is your fault, straight up. Zero excuses, no way out of it. You died because you fucked up. And I actually think... okay, this is actually a really weird meme. This is my take in terms of progression, by the way. I think it is important to think that, even if it's not true. So let me actually explain this. In terms of progression... I think you should never write off a death to RNG, even if it was RNG. I think the moment you start to even think that you don't have full agency is the moment you start playing badly and the moment you start making excuses for mistakes. Like, even if it was kind of unlucky, even if you did kind of get fucked, You should never go, oh, I'm just going to chalk that one up to randomness. You always have to think, what did I do wrong? What was incorrect? How do I play around that better? How do I improve the probability of success? But yeah. Wait, what the hell is this? How can I go to the enemy team? Start by loading the hack DLL, then add a full rotation macro, then add a full rotation macro, then apply. Okay, interesting. Yeah. But yeah, no, I do think people are kind of writing up deaths to web blades in phase 1 as RNG. That is a mistake. Maybe I'll actually address that at the start of the next session. That is a huge mistake. It's not RNG, ever. Especially when it is actually baitable as well. Like, you can even manipulate it. So there's zero excuse. No excuses. Feed man is here. Where's Reformed? Yes. Very powerful. Jesus. Yeah, that's something. But yeah, we must become a consistency-based guild as opposed to proc-based. Abandon our proc-based ways.
There are a lot of travelers.
It has to be done, guys. Yeah. When Ansarek? It's tomorrow, not today. Yeah. No shot now that I'm back. What do you say are some of the tougher aspects of leading raids at that difficulty? Cognitive load. It is very difficult to play and talk at the same time. I'm still really struggling to do it in phase 2 because there's a lot going on and we haven't seen it that much. It's very, very hard to... Yeah. It's very hard to play the game, like tank the boss correctly, like survive and, you know, do what I've got to do, like do the positioning and stuff and do the calls at the same time. It's very difficult. It's like, it's hard to describe, you know, and it is very much like a computer, right? There's just not enough processing power. Brain's not good enough. It's weird because it's a really weird sensation because like when I'm in a part of the fight, it's like, I know what I need to say, but it's like very hard to actually say it. It would be easier if you played an easy role like DPS. To be honest, I'm actually not entirely sure that's true. I actually think that tanking Ansarek is not very hard. I don't think so. I mean, it's got like a healing check. You've got to get through the heal absorb and you've got to not die. But the positioning is relatively easy. And the survivability is relative. And there's not really like a lot of tank mechanics to do. You know what I mean? I actually think that Silken Court was probably the hardest boss to raid lead and tank simultaneously and Overnax. Overnax and Silken Court were hard to do because the tanking is non-trivial. Yeah, the tanking is non-trivial. And at the same time, there's a lot going on that needs to be called simultaneously. So that was quite difficult. Ansarek is actually much easier for me than Silken Court yeah, Silken Court and Overnax. Well, I saved them, then we died. Your warranty coverage is about to expire. Maybe it has expired. Now should be the time to consider renewing a warranty or extending your coverage availability. Please reach out to me as soon as possible to avoid any delays or money lost and timely repairs. What even is this? What's going on here? Moving the leading of the raid to an outside person is really good, and someone in the raid can actually take over and carry on the fly decisions, just like you did with Ceres. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is good. Yeah, there's a reason why you know, the top guilds do it. It is highly effective. Boom. Huge value. My warranty expired? Guys, my warranty never expires. I have an infinite warranty. Forever. Is it a rewarding experience to raid a level? Yeah, it is. It's because it's challenging. It's difficult. It's, you know, it's definitely... It's made me a better player, right? For sure. I like it. I do like difficult content. And I like that it's social as well, you know. It's very fun to interact with everyone and kind of have that social experience as well. Like, I really like combining the social and competitive elements of, you know, quote-unquote high-end raiding or, like, hardcore raiding, whatever you want to call it. I like it a lot, yeah. It's, you know, the only kind of downside is that this is a really interesting one. I really want to kind of, like, break through the skill barrier where we can be done with it a little bit quicker. Because, like, doing that and Mythic Plus at the same time is, like, a really, really big time investment. And it's not really something that I can really do right now, to be honest. So we need to get better at the game so that's more possible. But actually, that just needs to be, like, a time reassignment. Like, the reason I'm not, like, grinding Mythic Plus right now is because, to be honest, I need to be reassigning my time and modifying my schedule and kind of sorting a couple of things out in real life. That's why I'm not doing that right now. I'm honestly playing WoW and just games in general relatively casually right now because I've got some shit to sort out first. I will be back on the hardcore grind, probably a little bit more next year at this stage. I do obviously plan on playing the Mythic Plus season, getting the title, and playing in TGP qualifiers, obviously, but relatively casually. But I want to go a lot harder next year. I need to sort out some stuff first. My time is in high demand currently. Is Motor now? I make a note on my calendar. Motor's going to be next year. I have an idea of what I want it to be. I'm just developing some stuff. Yeah. Incredible. Can't upgrade the CPU in your head, indeed. And more's the pity. Have to wait for some crazy cybernetic dystopia for that. Insane. But yeah, for us right now in WoW, the really big question is, will Hall of Fame close this week? It's going to be close. It's going to be close. I think we might be fucked. It's definitely possible. If I'm looking at the rank 200, how many guilds are in phase 3 right now? There are basically 207 guilds that have either cleared or in phase 3. So, I mean, we wouldn't have to get that lucky for it to not close, funnily enough. But we're definitely in trouble. It really depends if these guilds are going to push for it. Like, that's the really big one. Like, are they going to go for it or not? And if they've already had their raid sessions, right? Like, for this week. And if they're 2-day guilds versus 3-day guilds. Very much depends if they're going to push. Yeah. Yes. Jake, you should log into hardcore, bro. If you don't make to 16 HC, then it's no good. The 20 Chinese guilds at 10 pulls would randomly kill. I mean, yeah, that would be fucked. But yeah, I'd say it's 50-50. I don't know if it's going to close or not. It's a coin flip. I think we have a very good chance of killing it next week, but it's actually not impossible that we don't clear next week, I think. Because we are definitely again, we are learning on the job basically to play at the level required for this one. Yeah. Hall of Fame has nothing to do with luck. Yeah, when I say luck, it's not. I'm not talking about like actual randomness. I'm talking about if events go our way, right? Basically, like right now, I don't think it's realistic to kill this week. So we need things to go our way in order, in order for us to have a shot. We play HC on launch. No, I'm going to be raiding. I won't be able to. Player housing. Oh, yeah, that's at midnight. I have to wait quite a while for that, but yeah, it should be pretty interesting. See what they cook up. Blizzard. I'm resing this guy. There we go. AFK in my house. I mean, yeah, like now we can all AFK in our houses forever. For all eternity. Never need to actually play the game. Yeah. But yeah. Hall of Fame is on the table, guys. If these guilds all fucking choke. So, check this out, guys. This is my plan, okay? This is my plan. I am just going to hate watch every single stream for these guilds that haven't cleared yet, but are kind of like in deep P3. So I'm going to hate watch them. I'm going to send them really bad energy and just make them lose and be unable to clear. It's the only way. It's what we've got to do. You've got to do what you've got to do, my friends. Did I got immobilized once by a random immobilize? Couldn't get away and then instantly died. Unfortunate. You hate to see it. Yeah, I'm just going to go in there and say, yeah, sorry guys, this is Giga Wipe. Yeah, this is, it's over. Give up. Don't even try. Yeah. You got to do what you got to do. Yeah. Sorry, this is Giga Deplete. Dude, honestly, we've got to log... Plenix needs to log in and do 10s with us. Log in, Plenix, and do 10s. Join Jester's team. Join Jester's M+ team. And deplete with him. The thing is, I feel like if Plenix depletes, he'll be just mentally destroyed. Like, he'll mentally break if he depletes the key. Yeah. Jester dead to wing 3 mine. That actually is a good one. That's a pretty funny meme. Man, I am very tired today. I am not fresh, guys. Hard reset has failed. Hard reset is over. It is deplete. JB entered our 16 necrotic wake. Wait, you're blaming him for it? What happened? Oh man, this defense is not going well, is it? Yeah. No, hard reset is working. I just, I stayed up a little bit too late. I got punished for it, and I had to go out today. He got meleeed by the portal men. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, how is that even possible? That's really interesting. Oh, wait, you mean like the little ones it summons? Interesting. Well, I guess that's a bit rough. Okay. I'm going in. Oh shit. I'm running away. We must defeat the blue team. The rampaging Silent Woods Gamers. Dude, my pull somehow missed. We're not getting him. It's over. The Resto Druid. Able to play with you? So much taking someone's spot. And if you don't want to play pretty frequently, then you shouldn't join. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, realistically, that's probably not. That's probably not what you're looking for. Because we are looking for active players. Log in. We try and pull. It's time for a pull. Here we go. We pull. We actually got someone. We fished. We caught a fish. We don't really have any stability, do we? It's less than ideal. Boom. Getting the hits. Oh. We're going in. Boom. Look at that insane Minstrel Greatsword 3. I'm going to res this guy. Okay, he teleported away. Right as I was resing him. That's crazy. Do you main spear? Well, I mean, I don't have a spear, no. I'm using a greatsword. And an axe. And a warhorn. I'm running away. Switch to a meta class. Whoa! Dude, we got an elitist in the group. Oh, dear. What is this? He's saying people should swap to meta builds? Bro, you can't do that. That's illegal. That is banned. That's toxic. And so we got rid of him. It's over. I'm breaching. I breached. I am removing the boons. Wasn't enough. Tell them to make subgroups. I mean, subgroups would help. Well, I'm not sure they'd help that much, actually. I think our, our comp is... It's a little bit sus. So I'm not really sure how much value we'd get from making some subgroups. Might not help that much. Dude, it's such... you get immobilized, and you never get unimmobilized. It's sad. Like, I got immobilized, I cleared it, then it immediately landed again. Bit unfortunate. Comp, yeah. I mean, we have 4 druids. Soul beasts, multiple core guards. It's a little bit sus. What do you think the mats will be? It's pretty obvious. You're obviously going to need the Mercant runestones. You're going to need all of the materials from the new maps, like the flowers, the logs, right? All that kind of shit. There'll be some stuff from the raid. We know that you need the rift essences, so it's going to be like the stuff that you need for the legendaries from Soto, like that type of thing. So a bunch of ectos, obviously mystic coins, obviously mystic clovers, right? Just the usual, like tier 6 materials, right? Like all this kind of stuff. So there's a wide variety pack of things that you probably want to go for. So yeah, you're going to want, the honeycombs, right? Probably this shit. The Ursus obliges is what you want. And just like every material possible from the expansion. It's kind of a shame. It's kind of a shame that they didn't really add anything to the hearts, right? Maybe they'll add some stuff to the hearts, so you have to do the hearts to get the legendary, because the rewards, I mean, I was actually a little bit disappointed, right? They were like, oh yeah, the hearts are going to be mega rewarding, But not really. But then that would make it time-gated. Not sure if we really want a time-gated legendary. That will be a little bit cursed. We're going back to, We're going back, guys. Draconis Mons. Giga Timegate. Let's go. Hearts in current year. Well, I mean, look, the expansion really lacks replayability, right? Like, there is a lack of replayability in the expansion, so they've got to find some way to do it. They're adding the raid now, I guess, which definitely helps. Yeah, you want the runestones for sure. You're gonna need 100 of those, maybe 250. It's unknown, obviously, because we'll find out on the day. But yeah, I think I've got 300 of them because it could be 250. I think. Could be 250. So, yeah. How much are the runestones now? 1 gold, 77. I think this is kind of an interesting one because people are buying these now, but how many you need is going to affect the price a lot. So if you don't need that many, I think the price actually might go down a little bit because people have been hoarding these things for ages. There's so many that are going to get like dumped onto the market if you don't need that many. We'll have to see. Gathering things? Yeah, but you can just do the meta event, right? If you do the Titan meta, that makes getting all that stuff way easier. But yeah, you just need all the usual gubbins. Like tier 6. And I've got 300 laurels. You know, there's going to be another Wizard's Vault refresh. You can get the clovers again. I think it will be pretty easy to actually pick stuff up. 1 stack should be out for the spear? Yeah, for sure. It'll be either 100 or 250. I think you need 100 for the Gen 3s. So you could argue that 100 is likely, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be carryover, right? They could easily make it a stack for the spear. And you might need more to unlock the different appearances too, right? Like, in fact, you're very likely to. So, you know, you might have to do a little mini collection, right? Like the ones you have to do for the variants, the Gen 3 variants in order to unlock them. Mystic coins are going to go up or down. Going to be used for close to legendary. I think Wizard's Vault reset. I think it'll probably stay about the same, realistically. Yeah. You know what's weird? Okay, hang on. You know what I want to know? Okay. What, yeah. Did you guys see, like, the Guild Wars 2 efficiency numbers for Janthir Wilds? You guys see that shit? What's up with that? It's kind of an interesting meme. Let's see if I can find it. I'm logging in. Maybe someone else can find it. Find me the post. Find me the Guild Wars 2 efficiency post. Yeah. Syndicate. Cabals. Dude, honestly, I'm probably going to lean into this. I think I'm just going to go live. You know the funny thing is, guys, I'm actually really tempted to do the Hardstuck Cabal thing, right? Maybe I actually will do like a full 24-hour show, right? Like, and just have 24 hours of rotation all the way around. You know, if I wasn't so lazy, I would do that. But unfortunately, I'm too lazy to do it. But it would be really funny to do it. And my stream title is just going to be like Hardstuck Cabal Drop Farming Operation. Like, that's going to be the name of the stream there. Do you lose your Astral Clay? No, you don't. You can like bank it up and instantly unleash on all the new stuff if you want it. Put that title in day 2. I mean, yeah, maybe that's actually the play. Because you know what, guys? Okay, look. I actually really don't think people should get away with peddling misinformation. So I do kind of want to actually keep calling it out a little bit. I don't want to forget and just let it slide that people openly spread misinformation about me, basically. I'm not going to let that one go. I will keep memeing on this until the end of time, actually. Because I think people should be held accountable, and I will do it. Feels good. Yeah. You know, no, I don't like it, Roy. I'm not a fan. Kind of like saying over and over again that someone likes onion rings when they clearly don't. What would you call that? I mean, dude, I don't know why you deny this. It's kind of weird. It's not a big deal, bro. I like onion rings too. Like, it's, you know, it's not that weird. I don't know why you think it's so weird that you like onion rings. Nice. We have killed this engineer. They've been ganked. What's this about? Basically, there was sort of like random drama about embedding getting exposed, like embedding streams exposed recently, and like I randomly got a bunch of strays during all of this. Essentially, some of the proponents of the embedding, like pro embedding, basically, suggested that I and my friends engineered a scheme to basically stream 24 hours and host each other at the end of our slots so that we would have full coverage on the drops. There was also, again, there was also double alleged, again, from people who were in favor of embedding, that I ban people from tournaments because I don't like them, which, well, you know, honestly, that probably should have been true, okay? Like, there's actually nothing wrong with doing that, by the way. In fact, that's based to do that, but it's also not true. So, yeah. That's, it's not ideal. But no, banning people from your events because you don't like them, just a quick heads up, guys, that's actually completely okay. If you can... If you're running a tournament, you can ban whoever you like. Yeah. It's funny, actually, because one of the chief criticisms of people who are calling out the embedding was that they didn't contact the people who were embedding beforehand. I actually want to note that this is incredibly ironic because I was not contacted about this allegation whatsoever. People just said that. They just dropped that on stream without asking for my comment on that, which is incredibly funny, by the way, given the context, but it is what it is. Enjoy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, what the hell is going on here, guys? Like, this is weird to me. Guild-Wars Division expansion ownership rates after each release. So this is like this is like on release, and then this is like, you know, 1 year later. We'll have to see what this is going to look like, right? Janthea Wilds at 25%. Soto at 38% and 41%. It's kind of interesting to me because this kind of suggests that Janthea Wilds is not really doing insanely well, despite being better than Secrets of the Obscure. So I think what this kind of says to me is that Soto kind of turned quite a lot of people off the game, especially the quarterly updates, right? You can see that the quarterly updates really did not go super hot. Here, like, you know, compared to like, even the original release of Soto there. And Janthea Wild's story completion rates, again, right? Like, it's 9%, 15%, and then 17%. Coming up to the kind of like the first update here as well, whereas Soto was 31 and 33%. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting meme. Interesting meme. Yeah. Kind of sad if you ask me. Well, I mean, wait, why do you think that? Like, the thing is, Adex EU, I'm not really affected by the embedding whatsoever. Embedding doesn't affect me because I have a larger audience relative for Guild Wars 2. So I don't get pushed down the category by people who embed. But yeah, absolutely. It's the streamers who are kind of in the middle who get fucked by embedding insanely hard. Yes, absolutely. Like, these are the people who get fucked over by it the most. Doesn't really affect me very much. Yeah. People want a sale. Yeah, people do want a sale. They'll definitely do one, right? I think there'll be some sales coming up at some point. Yeah. But kind of interesting, actually. I'm going to be really curious to see what this looks like after the expansion cycle, like after Janthea Wilds is complete. Because, you know, this is obviously early days, right? We're 3 months in, as you can see here, right? With where things are going. It looks like there wasn't really any data for Soto very early on, like only relatively late into the day when it comes to Soto. So I'm going to be very interested to kind of keep an eye on this, right, and kind of track this and see how Janthe Wilds ends up squaring up to Soto, over the full cycle, right? Yeah, I'm 900 CD Bury. It feels damn good. It feels damn good. I'm gonna siege. Dude, I love siege. I love sieging. We're sieging this wall down right now. Let's go. Yeah, it is a big let's go moment. Wait, help keep? Wait, holy shit. Dude, I've got it. We gotta go. Yeah. I mean, Addicts EU, at the end of the day, let's be real here. The embeds are gone, and the embeds are gone because Twitch didn't like them, right? So, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit rough for Intel right now. Tough to compete with AMD, but I do like that they are kind of rethinking their, they're rethinking their designs, right? They've obviously like made them a lot more power efficient, right? And I think they're on the track to at least have something to cook, right, over the next couple of iterations. I think we got him. I'm breaching. I breached. I'm breaching! Let's go. We've got him. Is it okay to use Sally Renegade in World vs. World? I would not recommend using Celestial anymore, no. You can basically play the same build, though. Right, so you can play basically what you're playing before, but with different gear. It's going to be like a Marauder and Diviner mix, right, is what it's going to be. Because you want the boon duration, the Celestial's gone from the boon duration, the boon duration from Sally's gone now, so you do want to change your gear there, but fundamentally it's the same build, more or less. Incredible. What's the top tier team for full CMs nowadays? You mean like Fractals? To be honest, I actually don't know. But if I was pugging, I'd say you'd want to go Chrono, Renegade, and then just pick your poison power DPS, and probably stuff like Spectres, right, and Harbingers for the ones where you want range damage. So for the bursty ones, pick your poison, any power DPS, like Soul Beast, DH, I'm sure is good, all that sort of thing. And then for the ranged ones, so Sun Quan, Kanaxai, Harbingers, Spectres, and then Chrono as the healer. Chrono as the healer, Renegade as the Alacrity. Because Renegade has really good CC and really good burst. Everyone needs to do whatever they want and can get rating views, they don't get caught, it's a win. I just don't really agree with that. Look, I have a very strong position on this, AddXEU. I actually think that one of the worst things right now about the internet is a lack of integrity, right? I think that online kind of like alternative media is absolutely rife with misinformation, right? Bad faith actors, manipulative practice, right? Whether that's like either, kind of bending the rules, breaking the rules, right? Like, really aggressive clickbait, right? And, further than that, of course, you can kind of get into the weeds about like fostering parasocial relationships and so on, and very unhealthy dynamics with like the viewer in relation to the content creator. I think that there are very poor ethical standards in the content creation industry right now, and I don't like that. Especially when it comes to like individuals being biased, right? Like sponsorship deals, they're kind of affecting judgment and so on. I actually think that the content creation space like needs a lot more integrity than it currently has. I view it as a really big problem. It's not good. I think that there needs to be higher standards, especially when it comes to journalism in alternative media. Like journalistic standards in alternative media are fucking dog shit, and they need to be upheld. Yeah. About FPS. Oh yeah, it helps a lot. It helps a lot. It's very good. Monetization in Guild Wars 3? I think it will be very similar to Guild Wars 2. I would hope they wouldn't do a loot box, but to be fair, it probably is a good way to print some fucking cash. They might do. I'd like to see no loot box, though. That would be, like, the big change. If they do no loot box, I would absolutely fucking give them a standing ovation. Very fucking nice. If they kill that. And, you know what? If we want to complain about monetization, you know, one thing that I actually really like... about Guild Wars 2 is that you don't get a discount for buying more gems. I like that a lot. You're saying mainstream media does it? Is it okay? No, I didn't. I didn't say that at all. I said that within alternative media, the standards are, you know, the standards are low. That doesn't logically follow that I'm suggesting that the mainstream journalistic standards are good enough, because I'm sure they could definitely be improved. But in general, like, you know, there's good media outlets, good, like, mainstream media outlets. There's poorer mainstream media outlets, for example. Like, for example, I'm a pretty big fan of the BBC. I think the BBC does a good job. In terms of, you know, being pretty decent, in my opinion, in terms of journalistic integrity. Not perfect, obviously. I think there's good places where you could, you know, I'm sure there's plenty of areas where you could criticize the BBC. But yeah, exactly, yeah. The Fox Dominion case was a very good thing. This is actually a great case of, like, big problems with mainstream media corruption. Because, yeah, Fox Media, they knew the rigged election was a lie. They knew that. There was communication within Fox News that it was a known lie. They knew it wasn't true, and they pushed it anyway. So, yeah, obviously there are problems within mainstream media as well. But we were discussing alternative media as well. We were discussing that topic, right? Yeah. Because mainstream is so bad. I mean, yeah, and that's why... So, in other words, we should have higher standards within the alternative media, no? Like, I feel like you're agreeing with me here. Like, shouldn't... If people want some more integrity, then shouldn't we be attempting to uphold this in this space? You're agreeing with me. You're agreeing with me. Incredible. Yeah, I do like this. I like that you don't get a discount for buying more gems. I would say one criticism here that I would have of ArenaNet's business practice is I think you should either be able to buy an exact number of gems, right? Or they only sell things in the, you know, in the amount that you can buy, right? So in other words, 600, right, is problematic to me because you can't buy 600 gems with real money. You can only buy 800 or 400, for example. I think it would be really nice if... yeah, it'd be really, really nice if they change it so that you could either buy exactly 600 with real money, that is, or they just, you know, they only sell in terms of that. So yeah, these are the things which they could improve their business model, in my opinion, to be more pro-consumer. So yeah, no loot box, and basically be able to buy any amount of gems that you want. So when you click buy gems here, you don't have to buy 800. You can simply put in any number you want, and then it will charge you accordingly on a linear scale. That would be really nice to see. That would be an awesome pro-consumer thing that we could see with Guild Wars 3. Be a big fan of that. No loot boxes and buy any amount of gems would be fucking awesome. Would love to see that. Yeah. Yeah. Is gold to gem ratio high right now? Let's have a look. What are we looking at? What are we cooking? What are we cooking? Well, it's pretty, yeah, it's pretty fucking high. Yeah, 186, yeah. Buildings without requiring gems. Well, to be fair, you can farm it with gold, right? Like, there is that. But I know what you mean, yeah. It would be nice if there was some kind of native support for that. Like, or if they just said, yeah, you can use an add-on for it, like Arc DPS. Because that's what everyone used previously, right? Everyone used Arc DPS to do it. But obviously, like, that feature got removed, which kind of sucks, because it was a very nice functionality, like the Arc DPS build templates. But hey, that's the way it goes. VCS is here. PC and new PC specs. Well, basically, the stuff you got to know, I got 64 gigs of RAM and a 9800X3D. Everything else is the same. You can't do custom currency exchange anymore. Not for real money, no. You can for gold, but you can not for real money. The problem here is the real money, yeah? Like, the fact that you can, it doesn't matter to me if you can buy a custom amount this way. Like, I think what could be considered problematic from a consumer perspective is that you can't buy with real money an exact amount of gems. So, like, that would be, in my opinion, something they could do to make the game more pro-consumer. So you can buy any amount of gems that you like. So instead of having to buy 800, if I want to buy this character slot, I could buy 640, right? And then that exact number. How silent is the fan? Well, I mean, yeah, it's very quiet right now. My machine is really, really quiet because I got a quiet case from Darkbase, which is really, really nice. It's also a really big case, so there's a lot of air, some good airflow, but it's also really quiet as well, which is good stuff. Love to see. I got some quiet fans as well. They're obviously, they're still good, right? They'll keep the temperatures down, but they're also just like quite quiet as well, which is nice. Yeah, currently the CPU's running at mid-50s currently. Mid-50s, like while playing Guild Wars 2 at 1440p at 100 FPS, so pretty good. Pretty good! Yeah. Ditch the gems, put $5 in the shop. Yeah, this is actually another really pro-consumer thing that I would be a really big fan of. I actually think there's a decent chance that the EU might actually move to legislation on this, which I think will be good because, if the EU does it, it basically forces all the companies to play ball. Like, ArenaNet would have no choice to do that because they can cut Belgium out, but they probably wouldn't want to cut all of Europe out. That's probably not the play. So one thing that would be really nice is that this actually shows real money. I think this should be basic practice in gaming. Well, online service actually, is that this should tell you how much real money it is. One of the absolute classic things that companies do to kind of get you to spend more is they obfuscate how much real money you're spending by having a secondary currency. There's actually some discussion around this in kind of, gaming ethics and kind of online consumer ethics. And it's that if you don't see how much real money you're spending, you're going to spend more. Right? And yes, I believe that it will be really, really good if this 480 gems had a real money value next to it. It should show you how many pounds is that, how many euros is that, how many dollars is that when you're spending this. That would be an awesome change. Yeah, and ultimately, I would like to see legislation on that because I very much doubt that any company would do that willingly because, of course, it would reduce profits. Yeah. So that is kind of where you do need the government to do that because you aren't going to get companies to do that out of the goodness of their hearts. Fuck the ethics. Give me my third Rolls Royce. Corpa. Corpa! Yeah. Make me feel bad about how much I spend. I mean, maybe that's good. Like, you can spend it on other stuff. I need to do 7 shrines. That's probably not happening. It's probably not happening, guys. Oh, I need to do the weekly on Monday, don't I? Yeah, I need to open this weekly and then do another weekly on Monday. Yeah. Okay, we have to buy more gold. I can't believe this. We've got to buy more gold, guys. This is crazy. Shrines are easy. Yeah, I just do the ruins on Desert Borderland a lot of the time, I think. That's the way I typically go about doing it. But yeah, I'm honestly really excited to see. Like, the big question for me is, like, how many more Guild Wars 2 expansions are we doing? Like, we know there's at least 1 more. And I think that it has to be 2 more before we hear anything about Guild Wars 3 at this stage. Because I'd be really surprised if we heard something after the next one, so the one coming in 2025. So I think we'll probably start to hear things in 2026. If I had to guess. My inventory is not looking good. Mount skin showing a price of 20 euros definitely looks worse than 1,000 RG currency. Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, yeah, less people would buy that, obviously. Yeah. So, like, how many before we go to the next game? It's a good question. Yeah. They might just sack the project. I mean, that's obviously possible, yeah. But to me, that's why numbers like this are so extremely interesting, right? Like, this is a very, very interesting number, right? I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm slightly alarmed by this. This is very weird to me. I was really surprised when I saw this, that the Janthir Wilds numbers are kind of on track to be lower than Soto. That is disturbing to me. It's also a little bit sad, because Janthir Wilds is actually pretty damn good. It's much better than Secrets of the Obscure. The fact that it actually has, like, it looks to be potentially lower play rates is a bit fucking depressing, to be honest. Although, because of the way the game works, like, new players will probably hop on board at, you know, every new update with the way it works. So I think you'll probably see this kind of spike a little bit, like every time there's a quarterly release. So, you know, that might kind of get up to these numbers as well. That's certainly possible. And it'll be interesting to see, like, what the update play rates are like the quarterly update play rates. This first one is really interesting too, because it's so different to a normal Guild Wars 2 release. Like, I'm going to be fascinated to see, like, how people find this and how people interact with this one. Like, purely because it's one of the very few Guild Wars 2 updates that just isn't going to have an open world map. Like, it's going to be a lot of instance content here, which is going to be interesting. Guild Wars 2 efficiency may not be the most representative sample of new players. I mean, it's... But the thing is that you're comparing like for like. Like, you're basically saying that, okay, well, maybe there's a bunch of new players that started playing Janthir Wilds that aren't on efficiency. But, I mean, that would be true for Soto as well, no? Like, there's going to be a lot of new players potentially moving into the game, like, during Soto as well. So I think that because it is like for like, right? It's like the same data source. I think there's like some kind of like meaning you can draw from it. It's obviously not definitive or anything. Like, you know, only ArenaNet know the real numbers, but it's interesting at least. Yeah. Lost a lot of community, so doesn't come back. Yeah, I do think Soto unfortunately did damage the game, right? I do think so. It's a tricky one. They definitely need, like, they needed some big wins. They need some big wins, I think, with the upcoming updates. And see if they can kind of, like, win people back over a little bit, I think. I think the second update's a big deal, because that's when the map comes in. Like, the thing that I think really damaged Soto wasn't even Soto's launch. I think it was very much the quarterly updates. Like, that's where people really dropped off, I think, and there was some decline, was the quarterly updates, because they really were not good. And that's where people kind of disengage a bit. So these quarterly updates are really important. They need to be good. Will your referrals for Janthir Wilds better or much worse than for Soto, if you're able to share? I'd actually have to go and check. I'd have to go and check, I think. I'm not sure. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm actually going to check now. I'm logging in. Confirm this to the spare, just the looks. Just the looks. Yeah, I'm checking. We're doing it. Soto was better. Soto is better. Soto was better. Weirdly, that's interesting. Soto was better, kind of in proportion with the numbers on efficiency. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So the numbers that I've got, the data that I have access to, lines up with efficiency. Which is interesting. People like the Wizards. Man, dude. Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers now for Soto. Like, holy fuck, that was pretty good. Yeah. Epic. I love numbers. Who doesn't? New expansion releases feel a lot less hype than HT, POF, and EOD. Yeah, it's because of the nature of how they're doing them, right? Like, we shifted away from basically giga expansions with some kind of content droughts attached to smaller releases with no droughts, or like with smaller droughts. So you don't have that, like, you don't have that big drop that comes with an expansion launch. I think that is something that is important about expansions too. This was, funny enough, guys, this was my criticism of the War Within as well. Like, I do not like how they handled the War Within, because they just, well, I mean, this is like the hardcore perspective, I guess, so you have to kind of take, yeah, but it doesn't matter, it's my opinion. Like, you know what, one of the things I hate, guys? I hate it when people say, well, you're a minority of players, so your opinion doesn't count. I refuse to be gaslit, fuck you. No, it's my opinion, I can say it. I don't care if it's a minority opinion, it's my opinion. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, the War Within dropped with, like, no fucking content, bro. It was, like, normal and heroic dungeons. Are you trolling me? Like, what is this? Like, where's Mythic Plus? Like, where's the fucking raid? The raid was, like, a month after release. Like, bro, what are we doing? Like, let's go, you know? It was deplete. It was literal deplete. I'm rezzing this guy. We succeeded. Yeah. 2 weeks of wolf farming? I mean, look. You guys were farming gold, I guess. Yeah. All of Janthe was replayability is Hot Strings ERP. But listen, guys, I'm going with a little bit of Hot Springs ERP, you know? Is what it is. You got to get in there. Yeah. I like when you perfectly control your character just your peripheral vision. Listen, yeah, it's got a lot of practice. It's like riding a bike. Yeah. Sell the pre-orders and test game will launch is what it is. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean I can't complain about it. Like, you know, I can complain about I can complain about whatever I want, guys. Okay, and it feels good. And yeah, I think it's really important that when you drop your expansion, you have fat content, right? I want to see fat content day one. Is that really too much to ask, guys? Is that too much to ask for fat content day one? I don't think it is. I think it's perfectly reasonable to ask for that. Wait, someone's calling. We got Nike on call.
Hello.
What's going on?
Not much. Just want to rap about like Guild Wars 3 and
okay. Yeah, let's go.
Guild Wars 2 and stuff.
Let's do it.
I'm very nervous about Guild Wars 3.
Yeah.
Because, man, on one hand, the fact that Throne and Liberty hasn't crashed and burned.
Yeah, it's still going, right?
Actually, yeah, it's still like in the 90,000 concurrent players daily, like, which is
that's very, very impressive, right? Very impressive,
yeah,
actually. Yeah,
impressive for a complete piece of crap game. Which does tell you, like, there is a demand for a new MMO that's good. People want a new good MMO.
Yeah.
They want it so bad they're willing to play a bad MMO and deceive themselves into thinking that it's good until, you know, the community just disappears around them. But so I have no doubt that Guild Wars 3 will have a hype launch, no matter what. It'll have a hype launch because the desire for a new MMO is so huge. You know, you'll have every big streamer will be there for it, so it'll be huge. But man, whether the game survives or not comes down to like sort of two things, and that's what lessons from Guild Wars 2 did ArenaNet identify as a mistake, and what do they think the solution to those mistakes are? Because I'm not sure the things I would identify as a mistake from Guild Wars 2, they would identify as a mistake. And that's kind of like what makes me most worried about it, is that I'm interested to know like what they think or what they intend to do better next time.
Yeah, that's the big question for me, is like, what's their angle on this? Like, what do they want to make? Like, what's the game going to end up looking like? It's a big question. I really don't know. To be honest,
it's interesting because like the industry as a whole has been so clearly moving towards action combat and non-Trinity gameplay.
Yeah.
But I understand why they want to do it economically. If you can have a PvP, like, because you kind of need that stuff to have like a really good PvP game.
Guys, log the fuck in now. Emergency Titans, let's go.
And you know, kind of like PvP where everyone's kind of similar to Guild Wars 2, where everyone's kind of like an independent sort of player. But the thing is, if you can make a successful PvP MMO, you don't need to make as much content for it because PvP is the content. Like coming out with one new map every 2 months or whatever, or like hosting tournaments.
Yeah, that's content easier. Now. That immediately becomes content.
Yeah, and it's also so much cheaper to develop than spending millions of dollars on a new story chapter every 3 months.
Yeah,
you know. So the game company that can pull off the PvP MMO will have made
they feast. They feast immediately. That's like giga cash.
Everyone's tried it and everyone's failed.
Yes.
Thus far.
Yeah, every single time. You know, well, I guess Throne and Liberty is arguably the exception, right? It's doing pretty damn well. And that is kind of like it's kind of a PvP oriented style game mode, right? Well, end game rather. There's like a lot of like territory control PvP and so on. But yeah, it's not easy. It's definitely very difficult to do. But it is interesting that it's worth noting that all of like the upcoming projects are in that direction, right? Like New World,
every game
kind
is
of
that way.
New World was trying to be that way. You know, kind of is, kind of isn't right now. Like Ashes obviously is PvP focused endgame. Throne and Liberty is PvP focused endgame, right? Like they're all trying to do this, and I do think it strategically makes sense, right? Because I don't think it's realistic to compete with PvE with WoW, Final Fantasy, and to give it credit, Guild Wars. I don't think it's realistic for like a new MMO to like really compete with like open world PvE in Guild Wars 2. Like very hard to do, I'd say, right? And like very hard to compete with instance PvE when it comes to Final Fantasy and WoW, right? Like very, very hard to do that. So it kind of makes sense to go the PvP direction.
Yeah, they're trying to forge a different path. But man, everyone's failing, so that's like why I'd be like, dude, if Guild Wars 3 goes down the route of trying to be like, well, it won't be like a PvP like main game. They'll never do that. Like, but it'll always have like, you know, the same amount of PvE that we have now. But you make a lot of sacrifices to your PvE content to make a better PvP game. And I look at that as the thing you don't necessarily want to do.
Yeah. I think, you know,
like,
you couldn't... That you might have to do some stuff like very aggressive splitting, like make things work very, very differently between game modes. Like that's like an option you have, but that's also a bit weird, right? Sometimes, I think.
Just the fact that you can dodge in Guild Wars 2, it weakens the ability to even design interesting PvE mechanics, in a sense. Because every class has 2 invuln buttons that they can use on demand, and they regenerate like every 9 seconds.
Yeah, I think it just means you just have to make things like very movement oriented, right? You have to have a lot of movement involved.
Or you have stuff that like just can't be dodged, but that just seems cheesy. Like it just seems like I don't know. It just seems like it would be better to have a game, with a little bit more of a Trinity setup.
Yeah.
And not have dodges. But there's a lot of people that would disagree with me on that, so it's obviously controversial.
Yes. Dude, I'm doing Titan metas and I'm over 100 FPS. This is big, okay?
Great.
It actually feels very good. The bad news is we're probably gonna fail this Titan meta because I forgot it was happening and then I'm late again. It's fucking over, dude. Yeah, I'm very interested to hear what their angle is, like on Guild Wars 2. Like, what do they want to do better? Like, what do they think is wrong with Guild Wars 2 that they need to change? I do think that a big part of it, I can see them actually making a game that's incredibly similar. Purely because I think one of the really big things they want to get over is probably the engine. So they have a better way to actually develop new content with a newer product. That's probably a big thing for them. But I'm not really sure if I'd really want to change that much, right? I mean, Guild Wars 2 is pretty good. Like, I mean, I guess they can not do perma quickness and alacrity, right? Like they can not do that this time, right? So there is that. And maybe add customizable UI. Huge.
That would also be nice. We've just heard before so many times, like, oh, we've made changes to make it so we can make more content.
Yeah.
So like, I just okay, like let's say they snapped their fingers a year ago and Guild Wars 2 was completely shifted over to Unreal Engine or whatever they're going to be using.
Would they be making Guild Wars 3 at this point, right?
How many more raid bosses would we be getting? Like,
it's a good question.
How many more? Like, how much more content could they put out if the engine was more efficient?
Yeah.
Like, if they had the engine of their dreams right now in Guild Wars 2, how much more content would we be getting? I don't. My guess is it wouldn't be that much more. They would just save money. It would just lower the cost. It wouldn't increase the quantity.
I think there is something to be said for just like a newer game though, and just in terms of like generating interest and like getting people in there and potentially expanding. I think you linked me this talk from PoE actually, where the game director was talking about this, right? And like how, when someone quits a game, right, they quit for a reason, and then that issue gets fixed, they just never hear about it, right? And then you ask them like, why did you quit? And they say, well, because of this thing, like 3 years ago. And like, oh yeah, we fixed that. Yeah, we fixed that a year ago, right? Like, you gonna come back? And they're like, well, no. Right? Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I'm not coming back. Right. So I think there is something to be said for like just having a new game. To be honest with that, it's weird though. I feel like that's kind of what expansions are. Like that's kind of that. I mean, that happened with Final Fantasy, right? Like the game was dog shit, then they fixed it, and then everyone came back, right? And that's what happened in WoW. Like Shadowlands was dog shit, but then Dragonflight was good, so everyone like reinstalled the game again. So it's kind of weird, right? I think you can kind of do that without making a new game with some of these games, right? Like I think that I think there was like a really good PoE league, right, recently, and like obviously got a lot of people like logged in, and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know, it's a complex one, right? It really is.
I think for sure, like with WoW, they've intentionally built the game so that you can catch up.
Yeah.
So they've made it so that people that are lapsed can come back and not have to go, oh, I have to replay 3 years of old content before I can start the new stuff.
That'll be a rough one.
Whereas if you haven't played Guild Wars 2 since vanilla, like all you have is like your vanilla account, like core Guild Wars 2, you don't even have HOT, or maybe you only have HOT. Like you're so far behind. You have so much to do before you're like caught up to the current stuff. And yeah, you could skip right ahead, but we know that most players don't play that way. They like either play the story chronologically, like, or they pursue their goals in like a certain order. They're not just gonna like skip.
Dude, nobody went to Decima. I just looked at the HP bar. Decima's 50%.
Oh boy.
Guys! Well, to be fair, I didn't tell people to go, so I guess I have some accountability here, but listen, help Decima! Come on, guys! You gotta get over there! Well, so
one of the lessons that I think from Guild Wars 1, and maybe chat will disagree, is that I think the game is too hard for the average player.
Yeah.
Or the maybe not, or the half of the player base that's below the median. It's way too hard for them. The floor, the skill floor is like in the basement.
I think it's maybe more that the game lets you make bad choices too much. Like that. I'm not sure the game's too difficult mechanically. I think it's more that you can do things that make you completely useless, and that's probably bad, right? That can happen, right? Like I think that it's probably a good thing if the game has a couple of measures that prevent you from being completely useless, you know, to the team, or like accomplishing your goals. Yeah. So
I mean, bad players are going to be bad players no matter what game you give them.
Yeah.
But I think it's just so easy to be bad.
Yeah. It's very easy to be bad at Guild Wars 2, yeah. Like, because you can just make really bad decisions.
There was a Reddit thread yesterday.
Yeah.
And the guy goes, I've been playing since HOT, and I just noticed that my main only had green gear.
Oh, ooh, yeah.
And it's like,
and that player's going to struggle.
How does that happen that you haven't looked at your gear in 8 years?
Yeah.
And no, like, what the fuck?
And that's actually a really interesting thing, because that player is going to struggle. They've probably struggled basically for their entire time they've been playing. And yeah, are they probably a little bit incurious? Yes, right? Like if you played a game for years and you've never even checked like what gear you've got, then that's questionable, I would say, like to say the very least. But the game should probably try to prevent stuff like that from happening, right? A little bit more than it does. I really think that even like the boost gear giving Celestial, that's such a big deal, right? I feel like that improved it massively.
Yeah, that helped.
Because all of a sudden people go from like essentially having a build that does nothing to at least something that will kind of work no matter what you pick, right? It'll be pretty okay for clearing content. And I think the core game is really guilty of this too, right? If you look at the gear you get, because if you're a new player, if the game gives you something, like the game gives you an item, I think it's fair and logical to assume that that's a good item, right? Like, you know, if you complete a story quest and it hands you an exotic, it's fair as a new player to go, oh, this is clearly a good piece of equipment, I should equip that right now. But the story gives you like fucking rabid gear. Well, not even, it's worse than that. Yeah, it's
stats.
It just gives you trash, right? And that is obviously not good for poor old new players. Guys, we need to hold. We got to hold on Greer, man. We need to go to Decima, guys. Reformed. I'm going to go Decima, guys. We've got 1 minute. I think we're fucked. I think they're still in the intermission. Guys, it's over. Oh, well. We arrived 3 minutes late. This is actually a good attempt, to be fair. This is like a good attempt to recover this map. Yeah, I basically opened the LFG at 12 minutes on the timer. Oh, yeah, they just got the intermission now. There's no shot. There's no way. Unlucky, man. Stat selector will be better. I actually disagree with that. I don't think it should be stat selector. It should be
another mistake. Yeah,
no, it shouldn't be.
You're giving people rope to hang themselves.
Yeah. No, it should be prescriptive. It should give you stats when you're going through the story at least. I don't. It would be fine if it just gave you Celestial. I think there'd be nothing wrong with that, but it shouldn't let you select them because you'll pick something bad, almost certainly, which is it's not what you want. Oh, we actually very nearly succeeded here. It's going to be really close. Decima's dying pretty fast, huh?
I did have a guy in my strikes the other night who was on. I was like, "What is this guy doing?" Because he was DPS, but he was not pumping. Let's say.
Yeah.
And I was like, "What is this guy doing?" And I asked him like what build he was running, and he goes, "I'm running a booster build." And I go, Celestial should be still better than that. And so, you know, I had him ping me his gear, right?
Yeah.
He pinged it to me.
Yeah.
And it was the old booster. Soldiers with Guardian runes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
the wrong booster build.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that would be the way to do it. Although you know, okay, I will admit I have a slightly contrarian take on this. I don't think it actually matters that the game is too hard for most people. And evidence of this, you go on YouTube, you go to One Azeroth TV, is this guy's channel. And this is a godlike channel about WoW. And he basically, he does like VOD review, I guess you could say, of Mythic Plus pugs and so on. And it is fucking wild. You have people like constantly depleting +2s, which is like, well, not really depleting a +2, but like depleting low keys, which is like depleting failing tier 3 fractals, basically. And it's like, it's pretty common, to be honest. Like, people really struggle with these games, like, a lot, right? And, you know, if you go on the classic WoW subreddit, you see posts about people parsing Grey or, like, wiping to, like, classic WoW bosses, right, all the time, and pugs being nightmarish. Like, so my take on this is contrarian. I think that, I think people are just very, very bad at video games on average. I don't think Guild Wars 2 is as much of an outlier in this area as people would have you believe. I would say it is worse. Like, and a big part of that is because the game simply lets you make bad decisions, like, very frequently. But I think it's not as different as people say it is, right? If you look at kind of if you look at the average player experience in these other MMOs, you will see things that you won't believe, right, in terms of how bad people are and being able to complete this stuff. Yeah, I don't know.
I look at the right sort of way to do it, like, because they have a couple levers, right? Like, they have gear and they have traits.
Yeah.
I think the trait system is a little too simple, and the gear system is a little too complicated.
Yeah,
in Guild Wars 2.
I think that's fair. That's a good assessment.
I think maybe giving us, I'm not saying we have to have like a PoE, you know, passive trait system, like with that crazy complicated thing, but like the WoW talent system is definitely a step up in complexity from the specialization system in Guild Wars 2, and I would argue that it's a lot better. And then so what you do is you simplify the gear. You just go, okay, I'm playing DPS warrior. There's a DPS warrior set.
Yeah.
I equip the DPS warrior set, and now I have my BIS. And then you can express yourself with your traits, you know, by, like, you have your there's enough build craft with the traits that you still feel like you're expressing yourself, even though you're, like, sort of locked into, like, one set of gear.
Yeah, I think it's okay to have, like, some room for, like, kind of wacky stuff through. So I think it is kind of a strength of how Guild Wars 2 operates, but I definitely think it should just give players a bit more of a clue, right? I think that, what do you think if ArenaNet was, like, a little bit more willing, perhaps, to kind of be a bit prescriptive to an extent? So, for example, it flat out says on Viper gear, you should use this if you apply conditions, right? It kind of gives you a hint, right, basically, about, like, what this might be useful for. Like, if you get an item that has a certain stat on it, like, it would kind of give you a clue as to, like, how you might use that. I think that there's some ways there that you could kind of go that way, right? But I don't know.
I sort of feel like stats on gear, like, are unnecessary. Guild Wars 1, you customize your armor and your weapons with with runes and insignias. So you have, like, 2 ways to customize your gear. I think that might be a better way to do it, where, you know, your runes are like your set piece. So, like, your runes kind of determine what you do, and then, like, your insignias either make you more offensive or more defensive.
Yeah. And
that's it for, like, armor.
I think streamlining stuff down could be good. Yeah, for sure. And like delete, you could. I actually kind of like the way New World does their gearing, actually. So basically you have armor and weapons, right? And then you have jewelry, and, like, basically all these things have perks on them, which is, like, special effects. It's more like Guild Wars 1, I'd say, right? It will be like, okay, you know, when you successfully avoid an attack, you get more damage on your next strike. It's like stuff like that. Like that's kind of the thing that's how like the New World gearing system works. Like it has a lot of complexity and you can do a lot of stuff with it, but it's kind of very transparent, right? It's like human readable, right? You don't have to go, well, what does 90 power mean, right? Like you don't have to do that. It will say, yeah, you do 5% more damage on your next attack instead. So you can kind of get a feel for it there.
Yeah.
I think stuff that making gearing more human readable, I think is really good. So that you don't need to kind of like crunch the numbers and like figure out like, well, how good is this item compared to this other item? This is really bad in retail WoW, by the way. Like there's a reason why everyone just like runs the simulation to see if this item is better for you, because it's basically impossible to tell pretty much. Like, nah, kind of. Not really. Like you kind of have stat weights and stat priorities, but it's like it can be very difficult to figure out like if an item's an upgrade or not, because it's just numbers, right? And the numbers like do something pretty much.
Yeah.
And that's difficult to tell sometimes. So I think making stuff human readable is good. And I do like that in New World, because in New World they have gone to a lot of effort to make it more human readable with like what all the values do. It is actually very complicated though, to be fair, maybe even overly so, because it's like if you're PvPing, right, and you fight someone in New World and you've got kind of like random perks, like the wrong ones, versus someone who has the good ones, you will get fucking deleted, right? Like you're fucked pretty much. Like it's not gonna go well for you. So there is that, because they also have gems too. Like every item can have 3 perks and a gem in it and attributes on top of that as well. So, and it also has an armor weight that affects your dodge. There's kind of a lot going on there, I suppose, but it is kind of human readable, I suppose.
Yeah, I think you could like even keep the Guild Wars 2 stat system, but you just have to make it clear that they're a set and that mixing and matching is not the way.
Yeah.
Like maybe like there's an argument that World v World players would say like that, you know, they want to be able to mix and match in order to hit like whatever breakpoints, but I don't even think too many people do that anymore. But it really should be that if all your gear is Berserker, you get a bonus, you know, that way
probably from
you're so heavily incentivized to at least get an effective build that way by making sure all your stats are the same set.
Yeah, I think that there's maybe something there. Like I think there are ways where you could make the game more approachable while still having some customization in there. But weirdly enough, I do kind of view this topic as a slight red herring, because I'm not sure it's as much of a big deal as we might expect.
No,
yeah,
probably not. But I think overall, what you want, I think the biggest thing that they could do is design the PvE system top down, so that they can have a dungeon finder or a raid finder on day one of the game with roles that make sense. You know, like it doesn't necessarily have to be like a trinity. It could be like some weird 5 trinity. You know, like it could be whatever they want to design. You know, it doesn't have to be like it could be like a quadriga, you know. But it has to be a deliberate design and the sort of thing that, you know, you can make a group finder for, because that is what Guild Wars 2 is like woefully worse on compared to like other PvE MMOs. Yeah,
kind of. I think. I do think that a lot of that can actually just be difficulty setting the way. Like, for example, if you do like the LFR, right, the looking for raid in WoW, you could honestly do that without a tank. You could have a DPS tank the boss, because the boss just doesn't really do anything. Like, so you could do that, I think. I mean, you might even be able to do that on higher difficulties as well if you like do some weird stuff to kind of make that work. So I think it's kind of okay. Like there's ways around that, but yeah, they need to design the game in such a way that they get value out of developing all areas of the game. If they make a piece of content, it needs to generate them a return, and it needs to have like a very high play rate. Which, to be fair, I think they're kind of doing with Janthea Wilds here. To an extent, like they're definitely getting their bang for their buck out of Greer and Decima, right? Like they're back, you know, they're back in business. They're going to be in the Convergence, the raid, and the open world. So I think that type of design approach is sensible, because in some sense, if this raid doesn't do that well, it kind of doesn't matter, right? Because people will play the Convergence a lot, probably. So they're kind of okay there, I'd say, with this, no matter how it goes. So that type of design is smart, I think. But yeah, I do think top-down design is important, though, for sure. Well, it's almost like I feel like ArenaNet refuse to acknowledge how people play their game sometimes. They just go, well, you know, we're just going to for a long period of time, right? They kind of conveniently ignored that, oh yeah, everyone's playing quickness alacrity in every single group, right? They didn't really bother adding it to other specs because they were like, well, you know, there are no roles in this game, so just don't play it, right? Just don't play it. If you don't want to play Chrono, just don't do it, right? But obviously that's not really how it works. I think that,
I mean, even back at launch, like, there was no way before launch that they knew that 4 Warriors, 1 Mesmer was going to be the meta.
Yeah.
For endgame PvE. Like, and maybe in Fractal, like, well, Fractals, they hadn't developed yet, but, like, there was no way that they looked at, that they were like, yep, this is exactly how players are going to play the game. They did not top-down design that. Because I don't think, you know, you can say players didn't know how to play the game at launch. Well, I think, you know, the devs didn't know what they built either the same way that they do maybe now.
Yeah.
My thanks.
Awesomeness knew.
And
he knew.
Especially because at the last minute, they changed, you know, boss AI, so they were way less intelligent, you know? So they designed dungeons with, like, bosses that moved out of your AoEs and dodged your attacks.
Yeah. They got rid of that.
They got rid of that. If they had kept all that in, it might have ended up, PvE might have ended up looking a lot more like PvP. Like, in terms of, like, comps and stuff.
That could have been interesting, right?
Or at least, like, a little bit more dynamic, but, you know.
Yeah. Holy Trinity. Well, you know, look, this is where I will actually kind of stick up for Guild Wars 2 here a little bit. Let me actually defend Guild Wars 2. And funny enough, I mean, this was like a really funny meme back in the core days, right, Nike? If you wanted to play a tank, like a healer style character in Guild Wars 2, that has always been a thing. Like, people used to run like Cleric Guardian in Fractals, guys, like back in the day. Like, that was a thing to like stabilize your run and make it super easy. Like, yeah, you could do that. You could always have done this. Like, okay, I'm going to sound very self-serving here. And I'm curious what your take on this, Nike, because you were actually around, especially in the core days, way more than me. That's for sure. But I really do think so many of Guild Wars 2's issues, and certainly with the community, stem from it being an extremely low information environment, right? Like, the fact that there has never been a really strongly established kind of content creation scene, streaming scene, YouTube scene for the game with, like, people who really know what they're talking about making stuff, I think is a really big problem. For the game, because it means that people don't know how the game works, and it means that people don't understand that you can do certain things. I always remember this, like, oh yeah, you can't play a healer in Guild Wars 2. You absolutely could. This has never been accurate, really. People didn't, right? Because they assumed that, oh yeah, they didn't understand the game well enough to go. They would just go, oh yeah, well, I've got to play Berserker gear, so I won't even do anything else, right? But I don't know.
A big problem with being like a pure actual like do nothing healer at launch was that they weren't particularly good at healing.
Yeah.
Like, the only one that like could actually push your bar was like a staff water Ellie.
Yeah.
Like, I do recall one of my friends at launch, he was playing like dagger Ellie.
Yeah. And
he was like, oh, I'm gonna be the group's healer. And he just auto-attacked with daggers and the little, like, water daggers that go through the players.
Yeah.
Like, it heals them. And that is totally not sufficient healing, like, to allow people to face tank everything.
Yeah.
And then you hit this point where it's like, well, if I have to, like, dodge everything and avoid the mechanics anyway, because this guy can't, like, I can't just face tank. So if I'm going to avoid everything anyway, why do I need this guy healing? Like, what's he doing if I'm dodging everything anyway?
Yeah.
So it did like raise questions about how effective healers were. But tanks for sure were definitely underrated. Like there were bosses like Mossman who were definitely toughness tanked.
Yeah.
And it made your group's success rate way higher if you had someone toughness tanking it.
Exactly. But I don't know. I look at for example, like Lara's doing an ultimate, right? In Final Fantasy right now, and holy shit, dude, the guides in that game are really good. Like, there's Final Fantasy 14 is a very information-dense environment, right? Like, if you want to find out about the game, you got it, right? Like, it's there. Like, and obviously it kind of propagates into the game as well a lot. Like, I'm sure that there's a lot of like really good information, like people learning from each other in the game as well. Whereas I feel like that never really took off in Guild Wars 2. It's almost the opposite. You know what I mean? When I look at look, in Guild Wars 2, you know this as well as I do. There's misinformation that gets spread. Like, people don't just say, like, people don't just not share information. People very often share bad information, like bad advice, right? Like incorrect advice. I think you would, oh yes.
It's such a contrarian strain in Guild Wars 2 community.
Yeah.
And it comes from, again, the anti-WoW culture.
Yeah.
At the beginning. And the whole, how dare you tell me how to play my build? I play whatever I want to do. Whatever I want to do is the right thing to do. Your guide is no better than my personal build.
Yeah.
Like, and it's just this weird contrarian culture that developed. And I don't know why specifically they have that thought process. Because you can be like, you know, super casual, anti-WoW, and still want, like, guides, but I don't know. That's just the way it went.
Yeah. Oh, no, I've heard something about Final Fantasy guys have misinfo. Oh, maybe that's true then, yeah. But no, I'm not talking about Final Fantasy. I'm not talking about guides, though. I'm talking about, like, in-game communications here, mostly. There's, like, big misinformation in Guild Wars 2. Like, I mean, the classic one is the conditions one, guys. Like, do you know how many times but I'm sure you've seen this, too. Like, you see a Reddit comment, people are talking about condies, and people are like, oh, yeah, you want to play condition damage on Matthias because the condies tick when you have to go and do a mechanic. This is, like, a big thing. Like, this is, you know, a lot of people think this, and they will propagate this idea, and it's incorrect. It's misinformation. That's wrong. That's not how that works. And that's one small example, right? You know, funnily enough, by the way, do you know the reason why people think that is because that is kind of true in games like WoW. I don't know about Final Fantasy because dots don't stack. Like if you apply a
snapshot.
Yeah, exactly, right. Whereas in Guild Wars 2, you have to keep applying it, like ramping it up and all that kind of stuff. So that functional difference does confuse people coming from a game like WoW into Guild Wars 2. It's not entirely true in WoW, especially in modern WoW, because you know you've got to keep doing your rotation to do damage outside of your dots, right? But whatever. Like it's more true in that game than it is in Guild Wars. But yeah. Oh no, it's kind of a weird meme. But yeah, it's very strange to me that this is a problem. I do think that information transference has actually been something that, I mean, would you agree with this? Would you say that information transference being as poor as it is in Guild Wars has kind of contributed to some of the issues and challenges that Guild Wars 2 has faced? Because I kind of think so, to be honest. It's been a problem, I think, overall for the game.
Yeah, there is a desire for it. I mean, you see what sort of videos do well across the people that do create content for the game. Like, it's Peepo guides. Like,
yeah,
that's what people want. Like, spoiler, if you want to be a successful Guild Wars 2 creator, just make every video like basic gold making guide, basic build for this class, basic build for this class, you know. Starter build for raids for this class. Oh, your Guardian's first raid build. Like anything like that, like is gonna like get views, especially gold making.
Yeah,
like
I think that's like the really big one. Like the big endgame for people is like earning gold in Guild Wars for sure. That's what people are really interested in. Yeah,
it's just sort of. So I mean, and there is like a desire for that, but unfortunately, like you said, like the fact that. I mean, I'm not like that secret I just revealed isn't exactly a secret. So there's a lot of people making guides, doing stuff like that, but giving out misinformation.
Yeah.
You know, like telling people to get the obsidian shard from the wizard's vault.
Yes,
that's like one of the more harmless ones.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think some of that is kind of downstream from the game itself, though, when it comes to like information transparency? I maybe feel like it is. So in other words, like some of it is because it's a little bit difficult to understand what's going on sometimes.
I think it's because that there's people, and it's like no shade if this is how you want to make your living. I mean, there's people that are so desperate to like make a living off being content creators that they try to run before they can walk. You know, like the guy who made the Obsidian Shard video, or whatever. He was a complete noob to the game. He had just started playing like a month before, and he was like making guides for a game he didn't know how to play or understand. And I think there's a lot of that. Especially because Guild Wars 2 is such a small scene that people feel confident they can break into it, and they could. If you're a really talented content creator, you could still break into Guild Wars 2 and rise to the top pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. It's not hard to do, realistically. But yeah, yeah, it's kind of weird.
So I know. I do think that like there's just no, you know, there's not as much vetting in that regard. Like, I don't know, if you were like in, I don't know how Final Fantasy is, but I get the vibe that if you were in WoW, like making guides and they were completely like spreading misinformation, like your reputation would get ruined like really fast.
There was this really funny fucking meme. So a really good player from a top guild made a guide on how to play Blood Death Knight, right? And it had I think it did have a fairly substantial mistake in it, to be honest. There was a mistake. And the Blood Death Knight Discord went so hard on him, he like deleted it and made an apology video. Okay, so I mean, there are slightly different standards in the communities, I guess. Oh man, that's funny. What was the mistake? I mean, I guess for the WoW players, it was specifically about how to use Marrow Rend, which is one of the Blood Death Knight kind of core abilities. But yeah, that's how it is. Yeah. Wait, what's this? Wait, what? Wait, oh no. Oh, that's unfortunate. VO delayed for some characters in November. Ooh, that's bad actually. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Well, luckily no one plays female Char, so that's not a problem.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, never mind. Okay, no, I thought it was actually relevant. Okay, I thought it was like all of the characters, but no, it's just like the player character. Okay, yeah, that's fine, Okay, that's fine. A small number of English voiceover roles will be absent from the new game content as released, as the update includes story. When I mention specifically, this includes the female Char and female Sylvari player characters, so you can make an informed choice on what character you want to play through the story on. Implement the missing VO as soon as possible. We do not currently have an ETA. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. I was just a little bit worried there because you know, when there was no voice acting during COVID in the Ice Ridge Saga, that didn't help, right? That was pretty rough, I think. It was very noticeably, it was very brutally absent, right? And obviously they couldn't really do anything about that during COVID. But yeah, I got a little bit worried there. I thought that was gonna be like, you know, they don't have the voiceover for like Decima or something. Oh, that'd be fucked up. That would not be good.
It's kind of crazy that was a problem. Like every voice talent person that I interact with has a home studio. Yeah. I don't understand why they require these people to be in person in Seattle or wherever in a studio recording. Like, this is all done from home now. Every major voice talent has a home studio. Like that might be
Well, I mean, I guess they just want to do it. They want to do it their way. They've got their techniques. They've got their ways. They want to do stuff.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, now that, you know, work from home is a bit more normalized, that they go, you know, maybe the guy who voices Ritlock, you know, he can just do it.
Danger already. Unsurprising.
Yeah. Making a fuss about absolutely nothing. Well, you know, it's funny. Twitch slightly disagree with that in terms of their TOS, but you know, it's something worth remembering.
Yeah, if it was nothing, why did Twitch do something about it?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Nike salted my crops.
Also, I think it needs to really be said, I did not throw the first punch in the flaming that went on back and forth. I made a very innocuous tweet where I didn't even name names. I just said it's embarrassing that people are doing this. And the reply to me saying that, making that very innocuous tweet, was another content creator, you know, I would say pretty savagely trying to malign my character as if that somehow changed the actions that they did. Like, whatever. I don't know how that's relevant, but whatever. So, if you do that, I'm going to hit back. But, yeah.
Well, the embeds breaking TOS. Dialogue tree. Why no Herald World vs. World, but on Hardstuck it's dog shit? Like, right now we're focused on getting, like, the meta builds up. I'm sure you could play a Herald build. I'm not sure what you'd play right now. I think typically you'd go Vindicator or Renegade for Rev in World vs. World. For in terms of, like, Zergs, we don't really have roam builds. So, like, roaming Herald is absolutely... I think Herald's really good for roaming right now, like Condi Herald, with the spear and stuff. But we're not really focused on roaming builds. And we're very focused on getting, like, the best builds up there right now. Yeah. Yeah. He's unplayable. Well, listen, okay, we got a lot of builds. We got a lot of builds to make, guys. Copious amount, even. It's getting there. Yeah. We're going to delay the raid because we want you to lose your mind. Good. I approve of that. That's what we like to see.
The second you add roaming builds, you're going to have people in the Zerg on roaming builds.
Well, it's true, yeah. They're going to be in there.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, it definitely is an interesting one, I think. I do think a lot of it does come down to kind of like the marketing, right? Like the whole, and it's like the anti-WoW, right? Like, I think it's very interesting that like a lot of players are all about, you know, there's no such thing as like the best build, right? There is no right answer, right? Which I struggle with this because I actually empathize with that a lot. I know that people want to... I think that people really want to have that freedom to really kind of play whatever you want. And you obviously can. But at the end of the day, there is a right answer. Like, a video game is a puzzle. Ultimately, a video game is a math problem, right? That's what it really comes down to. Like, it's like, boss has got 20 million HP. You've got 8 minutes. Go, right? That's the question that you have to solve. And yes, that does mean there is going to be a correct answer, or right, the best possible answer to that. And there is a lot of pushback against that, and I do think that's very damaging to the game. I think that's almost like more damaging to the game than the game being a little bit difficult and overly complicated in the gearing aspects. Because, like, okay, imagine you're a new player, right? And you're doing Dragon's End on EOD release, and the commander says, subgroups don't do anything, they're not useful, and we shouldn't need to use them.
Oh, I know what guild that guy's from.
Well, you know, that's a problem, right? Okay? Like, now this new player has basically been given misinformation by someone who just doesn't like the idea of subgroups. Like, someone doesn't like the idea of this, this concept. I think this is damaging. I think this is very damaging to the social, the social structure of the game.
And it is kind of a problem in that, well, hopefully the next game doesn't have the boon system the way Guild Wars 2 does, so we don't have that problem. But so there's like a push and pull, like, we want more people to tag up. Like, we would love more people to tag up for events and stuff, and start, you know, pugs for content. But there is a knowledge thing that you have to have. Like, people expect you, if you tag up, to like know something about subgroups, or know something about roles, and know something about boon coverage. And if you don't know those things, you probably don't want to tag up. So it's like, okay, so what do we want people to do here? Do we want people who, and I know a lot of the time we say stuff like, even if you don't know what to do, tag up anyway and ask if anyone wants to make subgroups and give them lieutenant and, let them deal with it. And I think people would be happy to do that, but...
Kind of, but not really, Odkins.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Just go at your own pace.
I think there's just the big fear of looking dumb that people don't want to do. It's easier to tell people that subgroups don't do anything than to admit that you don't know how to make subgroups. Like, one protects your ego quite a bit better.
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think it's actually possible? Do you think it's possible to create an environment where people don't feel threatened by the metagame? Or by, like, people learning and applying knowledge to solving the game? Because I think that is actually what happens here. I think that's another really big motivation. People are worried that if they allow people to say, oh yeah, this is like a meta strategy, like, oh yeah, get on meta builds and play meta builds, right? I think there's a lot of anxiety around that ultimately they will be forced to do the same thing, which is kind of true, right? I think it's important to recognize that. Like, if you want to raid in Guild Wars, you will be pushed into getting a meta build, right? Like, nobody wants to play with your homebrew 3k DPS, like, carrying longbow ranger. Like, you will be removed if you do that, right? So do you think it's possible to create an environment where people don't feel threatened by that and kind of enable a space where people can do that, but with other players who also want to do that?
You know, you don't have to express your creativity, through buildcraft. That's not a prerequisite for a successful game. Final Fantasy, as I understand, has a button that you click that says optimize gear, and it tells you what to wear.
That's big, actually.
It just tells you exactly what to do with your gear. So yeah, I don't think you need to. I think your game needs to allow people to be special snowflakes when it comes to gear to be successful. I think you can get away with it.
I think it's more the social thing, though, right? Because, someone in the chat said difficulty settings here, but that's not enough. And look, guys, I want to be really clear. I want to state my position here. I am actually trying to engage in empathy with these players, and I want to make it better for them. I want to be really clear here. I don't want to just shove these people under the rug and ignore them. I actually want to find a solution that makes their gameplay experience better. Like, again, my experience with World of Warcraft, if you look at people like Asmongold, for example, him and a chunk of the WoW community don't like that Mythic raiding exists. They don't like that it exists, right? Because it represents something that they can't complete, right? So how do we reconcile this, right? I think it's easy to say that that's kind of on them, but I also think it is worth kind of sympathizing, right? Like, if you're a completionist, which a lot of MMO players are, an objective that you can't complete is not going to feel good, is it? Is there a way to actually reconcile this? It's kind of the same thing with meta builds, right? if you refuse to kind of engage in instrumental practices about learning games and learning how they work, nobody is going to want to play with you. And I think this is kind of the core of some of the issues that Guild Wars 2 has. People are very resistant to the idea of using good strategies because they don't like what using a good strategy represents, right? And I think that is something that is a really big social problem in MMOs these days. In all of them, by the way. It happens in Classic WoW. It happens in Retail WoW. It definitely happens in Guild Wars 2 as well. And there is this, in my opinion, pointless divide between players because essentially players who don't really care about instrumental practice or even don't like instrumental practice feel threatened by those that do, and it is actually somewhat justified. And I think that a really key thing that Guild Wars 3 could try and tackle is how do you create an environment where these players can actually coexist well, because I don't know a single MMO where these two groups of players can actually not have friction and tension, which I think is actually very sad. I don't like it. I don't like that that's the case. It's very upsetting. Like, it's very upsetting to me when people essentially, you know, I mean, look, I'm a sweat, right? I like to grind, and that means playing good builds. But I made a video saying get meta builds in World versus World, and someone said this like video emotionally traumatized me. It's like, what? What?
Wow.
This is crazy. That this is the case, and it was clearly a joke video as well. It was like very obviously a meme. So you know, but look, they took it literally. Look, okay, we've got a problem with satire in the modern era, guys. Like, some people don't get it. I respect it. But it's very interesting to me that people feel so threatened by this, even though like I have zero interest in making anyone do this. I have no interest in forcing anyone to like play a meta build, right? Like, if you want to play with me, then yeah, I'm gonna play a meta build, so I kind of want you to as well, but I'm not forcing you to. Like, do whatever you want. Like, go play with someone else, right? Like, it is what it is.
Yeah, especially about the whole like I don't want Mythic to exist because I can't complete it. Like, it's just bizarre. Because I mean, where do you draw the line?
Yeah,
there's definitely probably people that can't do heroic either.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Why like an Asmon who's complaining that he can't do Mythic, why is that opinion valid? But the guy who says I can't do heroic, why is his opinion, like, why do we laugh at that?
Yeah, I mean, it
doesn't seem any different to me.
Yeah, that one is really weird and difficult to grapple with, I think, because it's like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you know, it's difficult, right? You know, it's supposed to be hard. Right? The whole point is that not everyone's going to be able to complete it, so it is weird. And I think that's why people like classic WoW. But here's the thing. Here's the problem, though, guys. This is a thing in classic WoW, too. Because I played vanilla, and I quite like vanilla WoW as well, and there is a huge divide, like social divide, between kind of more hardcore players who, you know, they like to get the comp, right, and, you know, they have, like, the world buffs, right, and everyone's got the right consumables and all this kind of stuff, and they'll, like, fucking go through Molten Core in, like, 30 minutes flat and just go fucking berserk, right, all this kind of crazy stuff, right, and there are loads of people who feel very threatened by that, and, like, they I don't know, for want of a better word, they want to go into a raid where everyone gray pauses, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. But it's like, well, you know, if you do that, you might lose. So, and people also don't want to lose, right? So it's like, well, what? Like, I don't actually fully understand the issue here. I don't really fully understand what people want, to be honest. Because to me, it feels like
they want a single-player game, really.
Yeah.
Like, ideally. They would prefer if all the other players were bots or like NPCs that existed to tell their story.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very confusing to me, because the way it seems, the way that I kind of try and mind read, is that they want to be able to succeed with whatever build they want. But that, if you have that, if you make it so you can complete content with any build you want, that puts endless restrictions on what you can actually have in the content, right? Like, you essentially have to make the fight utterly trivial if you want any build to work. You have to make the content ridiculously easy. So I don't know, it's very difficult one to navigate around. Yeah, Asmon does. He used to raid Mythic. I actually watched the video where he quit. He quit after Nighthold, I believe, actually. In Legion, I think I recall. I could be wrong, though. But yeah, like, now he's very much, like, anti-Mythic raiding. Like, I've seen him on multiple times say that they should remove all raid difficulties and basically just make the raids 40-man, similar to, like, classic WoW. And then, like, remove all of the add-ons, too, right? Like, remove all of add-ons, like, remove difficulty, like, remove Mythic, right? And kind of make it like a very similar to how vanilla WoW works. And that his position there is because you know, he doesn't want to invest the time, because you know, it doesn't make for good stream content, which I think actually is true, by the way. Like, outside of if you're really fucking good, like your world level, yeah, it's actually very difficult to make a Mythic raiding stream entertaining. Like, I've seen his video on this, guys. I watched his video when he released it because, you know, I used to watch Asm when he played WoW. Yeah, like he was talking a lot about how he was feeling really bad about his stream because it was just like, you know, they were progging, you know, Mythic Gul'dan, right, and all this kind of stuff, like, for hours and hours and hours, and, like, he was feeling like his stream wasn't good, right, like, he wasn't happy with the numbers, right, he wasn't happy with how entertaining he was, because he was so focused, he couldn't, like, you know, like, make jokes and make commentary and that kind of stuff, and, funnily enough, I completely get that, yeah, I don't really like my WoW streams either, I'm just not good enough at the game to be capable of, like, making it entertaining while, simultaneously, like, playing at a high level, yeah, I mean, I get that, for sure, I understand why he doesn't want to do Mythic raiding. Like, I completely get it. So, yeah, I don't know.
That's just, I guess, I would say the solution is he just has to deal with the fact that, you know, he can't have everything he wants.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it is.
He also wasn't winning the high-end PvP tournaments, was he?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he has played. I'm sure he has played some PvP, like most WoW players have. But I don't think he played it competitively. I don't think so. But I could be wrong.
Right. So, like, that content, he doesn't care about missing out on. But Mythic raiding, he cares about missing out on. So you see what I'm saying is, like,
yeah, they
pick and choose what they care about, and then try to claim that they don't want anything to exist. Well, it's like, well, there was already, from day one, there was stuff that existed that you didn't do. Yeah. I almost wonder if it's because of the gear progression. I wonder if Mythic didn't drop gear, less people would care about it. It's one of those, like, you didn't get more eye level from doing it. Because right now, it's not a bad idea.
If you want to get, like, max eye level, you have to do Mythic, pretty much. Like, if you want to get certain items.
Works, right? Like, you don't get the best gear, like, from the ultimate.
I think you do get upgrades for clearing it, but it's not as significant as in WoW. And I think it's mostly like skins and shit from ultimates. But I think from like the raids, like the hard raids in Final Fantasy, you do get better items. But I think it's like very heavily cosmetic as well. Oh yeah, it's a weapon, right? Like you get a better weapon, I think, specifically from like the really hard content in Final Fantasy. Yeah. Yeah. That he and others complain. He doesn't want the company to spend time catering to 1% of hardcore players. What is so confusing about that? Yeah, but then we can get into actual analytics, though. That's very clear. Wait, whoa. You have to unpack there. Are you saying that they shouldn't spend any time catering to hardcore players? Because the thing is, right, if you actually look at the amount of content that WoW releases that's aimed at Mythic Raiders, it's not a lot, right? Blizzard don't really particularly care about balance in high-level keys. That's not something they're particularly concerned about. They're much more concerned about kind of like farm keys that everyone does. And in terms of Mythic raiding, I mean, yeah, like it's Mythic, but that's it, right? You know what I mean? Like they make Mythic raiding and then they make everything else. Like they make everything else like for the rest of the player base, you know? And there's a lot. There's a lot of like quests and achievements and skins and shit, and obviously normal and heroic, right? So it's like that to me is a way you can actually have like a factual discussion. That's a good discussion to have. Like, how much time do we think that Blizzard's putting too much time and effort into Mythic? I honestly wouldn't say so. Especially seeing as I think a lot of casual players benefit from that, by the way. Where do you think the strats come from? Right? Like, where do strats come from? Like, in normal and heroic? Yeah, they come from good players. Like, good players make them. And ultimately, in WoW in particular, because at the start of every season, they basically like farm gear and split runs. Like they teach all these players how to do heroic, right? And that trickles down, like really benefits everyone. So I think it's not really a zero-sum game in this regard in terms of like making the game better. And I also just don't think that I don't think that Blizzard is like pouring all of their effort into like top 1% players. That an average player struggles in a +7 key in the interview after the Warcraft Direct. Oh yeah, oh that's definitely true. 1,000,000%, yeah. I think that most players probably don't really do a lot of Mythic Plus. If you look at the numbers on, how many people get Keystone Hero, it's not actually that high, for sure. Yeah, 100%. Especially this season. Like this season, the keys are kind of hard, to be honest. They're pretty fucked up. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm just old, but I'm just really sick of this fighting. I don't like it when I really hate the fact that people feel threatened by people like me in this game. I don't like it. It makes me sad. It makes me sad. It makes me sad that people think that I'm like a threat to their gameplay experience. I'm not. Okay, you can play how you want. I don't give a fuck. Do what you want. They do? Yes, absolutely. I think a huge amount of the anger against players who, for want of a better word, are good players from less good players is because the less good players are worried about good players enforcing standards on them. Which does happen, but indirectly. This is a thing. It does happen. But I don't really know how to resolve this conflict, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, this was a YouTube comment on a video where I was just saying, in a joking way, like, get a good build, basically.
I hate buildcraft. Like, there is no buildcraft in this game. It's not like that. Like, once you fit, especially in PvE, like, the best choices just happen, you know? Like, obviously, like, rotations require work, figuring out, like, the best rotation. But if you're playing a power DPS build, it's a pretty trivial math problem to figure out what the best gear is, you know? Like, you're not reinventing the wheel here. There's no buildcraft to be done. And I know the context of that statement was like World v World, but, you know, like, maybe your World v World build isn't supposed to be an expression of your individuality. Like, I just don't fundamentally get the whole, this build is an expression of my individuality. I don't look at it that way. Maybe I just don't understand their mindset. I've never looked at my build as like oh, I'm running this build with this bad trait because I'm an individual.
I think it's RP, right? Like, you know, I can see someone wanting to roleplay as like a minion monster, right? It's roleplay.
No, but they think that it's they will argue that it's better. It's not so much that they're going, you know, I'm role playing as a tank, so I took like 2 defensive traits.
Yeah.
I'd be like, okay, cool. But no, there's people that go, well, you have to understand the way I play within my playstyle. I actually do better DPS with this.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you don't. It's a mathematical equation. And they're like, no, I definitely do because of my unique playstyle. It's definitely better.
Yeah. And no, it's not really a hypothesis. Trust me. Or not really a It's not really a hypothetical. So, trust me. Stuff like this does happen. Yeah.
That exact. So here, when Tequaddle first came, or not Tequaddle, Triple Trouble first came out in what year was that? 2014, 2013. When Triple Trouble first came out, and it was the hardest content in the game, and it took days of progging. We were on Blackgate. On the Blackgate, this is back when PvE like servers controlled your PvE server as well.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
So we're on the Blackgate, and we're on the Blackgate Ventrilo because that was what was there at the time, right? And we're trying to organize it, and you know the mob at this point, condies were capped at 25.
Yeah.
Right. So. And we were running up against a DPS check where we were quite frankly failing the DPS check to kill the worms before the end. And I was just like, I noticed how many people were playing Condi builds. There was a lot. And so, you know, I said on the Discord, I'm like, well, could the Condi people, you know, play a power build next poll? And this woman on the Discord was very offended by me suggesting that, and her name was Meow Mix, which is an interesting name. But she and her famous quote was, if I was to switch to a power build, it would take me 2 weeks to learn how to play a new build in my playstyle. And I was like, okay, so I guess you're just gonna be Condi doing 0. like I was like, I don't know how to, and so she essentially said that, yeah, you know, I can't play a power build and I won't. So it's not a hypothetical, that definitely happened.
Yeah. I want to send one person's comment to reflect an entire community's feelings. Oh no, it's just an example. But you know, I think this absolutely is a thing. Like it's not really even about that. It's more like the thing that I'm really concerned about is more that I don't like the fact. Let me put it like this to you in a different way, Sage. I don't like the fact that people feel like they're forced to play a certain way. I don't like that. And I think that because people feel like they're forced to play a certain way, people, especially in Guild Wars 2, are very resistant to information. So specifically, like if someone says, oh yeah, this is like the optimal DPS build, people do not like that. There's a lot of resistance to that. In the community, or this is like the meta build, like, oh yeah, I want to play meta. This is like we're playing like an optimal group. People dislike it when you do that, and the reason for that is because people think that if they allow that type of idea to proliferate, then they will be forced to as well. And there's an element of truth, right? There's an element of truth to that I don't like, and I actually wish that it wasn't that way. Look, my ideal vision for a video game is that if a player doesn't want to play a meta build, they can find other like-minded players who also don't want to. Like, that to me is optimal. But the thing is that I think it's actually very difficult for people to do that. And it's very easy to see why, by the way. The type of person who doesn't want to play meta, there's almost like, it's not a Venn diagram, it's a circle with people who don't make groups, right? So you end up in this really interesting scenario where the behavior of like 90% of the player base is being dictated by the top 10%, because the top 10% are the players who make every single group and organize every single guild and every single community. And that means that the other 90% kind of have to play ball with that or not play whatsoever. And I'm saying that I don't like that. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan. Not a huge fan of that. In MMOs in general. And yes, I would say it is in other MMOs, by the way. It's in other games. It's definitely, it's absolutely in games like Classic WoW and Retail WoW, too, and I don't like it.
Yeah. Fun fact about that triple progression was the security dev, Chris Cleary, aka Shazbot, was his in-game character. He kept forcing his way into our map, and you know, because he had dev powers. Because he wanted to get the kill with us, and he was playing Cleric's Engineer. It wasn't a very good build. And,
yeah, that's questionable.
It was making people mad because he was just doing whatever. Like we were like, hey, he was like we were like stop attacking, wait for the other heads, and he just kept doing whatever he was doing. And we're like, can you join voice? No. Can you, play a build that does something? No again. So, yeah, we were trolled by an ArenaNet dev on that.
Nice.
It didn't feel great.
We honestly love to see that.
Yeah. And so little has changed. The ArenaNet devs, they pretty much exclusively troll. Well, basically Darkbringer, Roy, and Awesomeness, and Trig. But everyone else, I don't know what they do.
Yeah. Well, you know, to kind of respond to this comment here as well, like min-max mindset, 5 years ago I was a competitive player. These days I'm a bit sad that never you have to be 100% dedicated and all the metables just to play endgame content. There's a problem here. People want two conflicting things. People want success and to get maximum rewards, but they also don't necessarily want to play meta builds. Well, I have bad news for you. Those two ideas are very, very closely linked. Like, if you want to get maximum rewards, then, yeah, realistically, the best way to do that is to play the best builds, right? And this actually is a bit of a problem with modern games. Modern games are actually typically a little bit harder than older games. For example, like retail WoW is much harder than classic WoW. Classic WoW is absurdly easy compared to retail. But if you're not even safe there, actually. Like, there you will be, people are going to want you to have world buffs. People are going to want you to have consumables and have the correct build. Like, there is no fucking shot you're getting into, like, an even remotely half-decent pug unless you have all of those things in classic WoW, right? But I don't know. Like, it's difficult because you can do those things if you're willing to potentially lose. And that's a problem. Because if you have 10 people go into a raid and nobody's playing meta builds, people aren't worrying about consumables and stuff like that. Yeah, you're probably not really going to get that far, right? Like, you're just going to get destroyed, and then the group is going to disband. So you have two things that are going on here. People want to win, but people also want to win in a very specific way that doesn't necessarily work with, like, the rule set of the game. Gatekeeping content and FOMO progression systems. I mean, what?
Yeah, I don't follow that.
Yeah.
Like there were raids from the beginning of MMOs.
Yeah, it's not new, like, really. Yeah.
And people always tried to have the best gear. And
yeah. That's the point, right? Like, to make the number go up, right? That's kind of the MMO thing, right? That's you typically do that. Oh no, it's tricky. The mindset I had as a hardcore player makes it difficult to me to just enjoy the game without worrying about meta builds and optimal strategies. Okay, look, I actually might be a really big freak on this, but I really don't feel a lot of social. I mean, no, I shouldn't even go down this way. In general, I'm not very susceptible. I'm not very susceptible to social pressure. Like, I just don't really care that much, so I don't really count here. But I don't know, dude. If I just want to play a build, I'll just play the fucking build, right? Like, it's really no skin off my nose, right? I'm gonna do my thing, right? Like, we'll make it happen. But I don't know. We were clearing game content without this intense focus. Nowadays, if you try to play with more casual sub-buggers, they often have a hardcore 0.1% mindset and all expectations then come with it. Yes, but it's worth understanding why that is. It's because
they don't want to fail.
Yeah, you don't want to lose. Yeah, people don't want to lose. Like, in 2004, nobody understood how Classic WoW really worked. People only really started figuring out when it kind of got to Naxxramas, right? Like, that's when people started figuring out how the game actually works. People were fucking clueless, right? In early vanilla, and the internet didn't exist in the same way that it did, right? With all the information and so on. It's like, yeah, it was obviously different, and like, yeah, now people know the correct strategies, right? For if you want to win, and it turns out that if you have world buffs, your pug is much more likely to be able to successfully clear than if it doesn't have that, right? Like, yeah, we know what the best items are, right? Like, we know the correct solution to a lot of these problems. It's like, that's the, like, people want to win, right? People want to win. That's why people do this. Yeah. And, I would also challenge this a little bit, Oddkins. Like, Season of Discovery, which is like the current flavor of Classic, its nickname is Season of Dads, right? Because it's like a lot of dad gamers are playing it, because it's like a more streamlined and faster version. You don't have to spend so much time leveling and so on. You can kind of still raid. It's like easier almost, right, than regular vanilla because of the runes and so on. I would kind of challenge this to an extent. You can do this. You can have this experience. Like, if you make a pug for any of the raids in vanilla and you don't care about gear, you will make a group very quickly. I mean, it's probably gonna fail, but you can do it, right? And yeah, good players won't join you, right? But you can do that. So, like, this really is a funny one to me, because like if you want to have this experience, you can have it, but you're going to have to make your own group to do so, because it's not like the default experience that people are after. Like most people who are doing raids in Classic, they are farming. They are explicitly there to kill the boss first try, farm the raid in about an hour. Like, that is what the social norm is in that game. If you want to go through one by one and basically do progression, you can do that. Hell, look, here's an interesting thing, actually, Oddkins. I did Vanilla, right, and I had never cleared Naxxramas. My guild progressed Naxxramas. We had not done it before. We had that style of experience. We didn't look up strats or anything like that. We didn't, we didn't go in and like have like the full optimal like fucking degen tryhard shit. Like, you know, we were maybe a little bit more on the hardcore end because we were like, you know, we had good gear because we were like farming AQ40 right before, and AQ20 like before we went into Naxxramas. But like, we did this, like we literally did it, you know. We had that experience with clearing Naxxramas. Even though, yeah, that was even though obviously it's an old game at that point, and obviously, you know, most people knew how it worked, who were kind of going back to it.
I also think that, I know people were accusing me of making a straw man earlier, but I think it's equally a straw man to suggest that...
Yeah, World vs. What is Alive.
Quote-unquote elitists are, you know, going to be mad at you if you have like one piece of your build is meta, but you have like one thing wrong, and they're gonna like savagely yell at you and like kick you out of the group. No, 99.9% of the time no one will ever know, and you'll succeed or fail on your own merits, and that'll be that. But I think it's equally a strong man to think that like random pugs or random like peepo static groups are like hyper fixating on like literally pixel perfect gear when they're not.
Yeah.
Believe me, I see plenty of people in pugs whose gear is not good, and no one really notices until you fail.
Yep, pretty much. It's just... But the thing is, I do want to acknowledge here, Oddkins, that your statement is actually factually true. A lot of people... almost every single group you're going to see in an MMO is going to be meta-oriented. Almost every single one. And this is a relatively new development. And yeah, like my entire position on this is that I believe we need better systems to actually accommodate players who don't want to play that way. Like, to be even more explicit, my goal in MMO is to create an environment where everyone can have the experience that they're looking for, right? Without being worried that it's gonna like be taken over by someone else. Like, I have zero interest in like enforcing like game-wide meta requirements, right? Like, you know what I mean? I obviously play the game competitively, so it goes without saying that I'm obviously gonna play good builds, but I don't really care if other people don't. I don't know. It's kind of a weird meme.
I think the whole, like, find other people who want to play with crap builds and, you know, weird strats. What you find out is there's actually not that many people that want to do that. In fairness.
Yeah. Because that is kind of the crux of it. Like, if you do this and, you know, you play a bad build and you don't play very well, you lose. Right, you know, you'll fail if you do that.
And the people that want that think that they're the silent majority.
Yeah. When
in fact they're like a very, very small minority. In fact.
Yeah. If you don't have a meta class, you won't get invited into 10 keys or even +7+ keys. No, I would challenge that, actually. The #1 factor for getting invited is your Raider IO score. Like, if you're not getting invited, it's not. But if you're not getting invited to, like, a +7, it's not your class. It's your Raider IO score. Like, yeah, you're going to wait longer if you... You're going to wait longer if you're playing an off-meta build. That's absolutely true. Especially when you start getting to, like, the higher keys. But no, not in +7s or +10s. Maybe early in the season, maybe. Yeah, early in the season, for sure. There's going to be... People are going to be a little bit funny about it, and I don't think that's... There is a reason for that. There is a reason for this. So here's the correlation. And this is...
Players want to play good builds.
Yeah, good players play good builds. This is the big problem, guys. Like, statistically speaking, the type of player who's going to re-roll and play a Flavor of the Month spec is going to be a better player on average. And everyone knows that. And because of that, yeah, this is where this bias emerges from. And I actually agree it is problematic. Like, in WoW, I'm not a big fan of it. People are a little bit funny about it, I think. Too funny about it. Like, it's a fucking +7, bro. Like, it is what it is. Like, it really doesn't matter. Like, you're not going to wipe because you're not a fucking org in a +7, dude. And I think that's true in Guild Wars as well. People are maybe a little bit overly funny about the builds. But the truth is that people who play bad builds are typically lower skilled, and people are trying to select for, like, the most skilled players possible. But, yeah. It is what it is. Yeah. That is how it goes. People want to maximize the chance. Yeah, of course. Like, people are maximizing their chances of success. Oh, man.
So, Happy Nika, you say, well, you have 2 healers and you overheal. I don't know about you, but I've been in say, what's a fight with a high healing requirement? Bone Skinner. Right?
Ah, yes.
I've been in Bone Skinner pugs, and it's very obvious when one sub has a good healer and one sub has a bad healer. In fact, like, when all 5 people in group 1 are alive and at full health, and all 5 people in group 2 are dead to, you know, just the ambient damage, it's very obvious when one person's good or bad, and the overhealing from group 1 does not carry that.
Yeah. The Bone Skinner.
Yes, you can do Bone Skinner with 1 healer, but not in a pug. I wouldn't recommend it.
What are your thoughts on...
people feed.
What are your thoughts on Icebrood Saga 2?
Icebrood Saga 2 is probably the safest bet if you're an NA player for getting, you know, a few black ice crystals per day.
Yeah. So you'd say that Icebrood Saga 3 is too much for the NA server?
I mean, look, you could crumble to the guy who turns into the big thing and then turns back after. He leaps around.
Wait, the Freyr?
You know? Yeah, I think that's the one that you would consider 3, right?
Wait. Icebrood Saga 2 is insane then. So wait,
Shiver Peaks and the Bears.
Yeah, Shiver Peaks and the Bears. So you skip Freyr of Jormag?
Yeah, it's too hard, dude. He transforms and he leaps around.
So wait, people actually... Why would you skip that one, though?
Because the bears are easy. You cleave them. People love that.
But the fact that Icebrood Saga 2 exists kind of implies that people failed Icebrood Saga 3.
It does imply that at some point the commander had a bad experience in Icebrood Saga 3. And was like, never again. Never again. I mean, Icebrood Saga 1 does exist.
Yeah, that's when you go for the weekly, right?
Yeah, it's Shiver Peaks for weekly. That's Icebrood Saga 1.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Have you joined a public Shiver Peaks?
I have a couple of times, but I don't think they really fill anymore. How do you pronounce treeing? I pronounce it treeing. Yeah, did you hear about this, Nike, actually? Like, Sneb pronounces Papega as Papija.
That's how you're supposed to pronounce it.
Wait, really? You think that's correct?
Yeah.
So you would say Papija as well?
I would say Papija. Yep.
Interesting.
Papij.
Yeah. So Papij is like, a singular almost, like one Papij.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Papega or Papija is like the species, like the name for the whole species.
Yeah. Yeah. Incredible.
I mean, I've seen pugs wipe to Ceres normal mode.
I think you
Like
you can die to that one, to be honest. Though I can imagine that. I think that's actually fair. I can see that.
There was a guy that got the green and he ran off to Narnia.
Oh, yeah.
Wiped the green.
Yeah. To be fair, actually, the open world that's the open world meta's fault, right? That's the problem. Because do you know why people run away with the green on the Titans? Because if you run away, the AoE spawns on you, right? But that validates the idea they should have moved away, right? Because
that's not a good idea.
Yeah, it's kind of a design issue.
It should be an orange AoE.
Yeah, it's kind of a design issue with how the AoE works, because it kind of, if you run away, it validates the idea that you were correct because you drop an AoE off to the side. So the way that mechanic works, if you don't know that green means stack, which to be fair, it does have a telegraph. It has like 3 people in it, but let's say you missed that. It's kind of easy to get baited there, I think, which is fair enough. Yeah. Angels, thanks for the tier 1. Ta, interesting. Ta multiplied by ta divided by ta equals ta. I mean, that is true. That does make sense.
Are you pilled on the guy who was an actor in Hollywood and he's turned into a math genius?
Wait, what?
And he was on Joe Rogan and he has like a different math. He has different facts.
Wait,
What's this guy's name?
Wait, are you talking about Terrence Howard?
Terrence Howard, yes.
Oh,
exactly.
I think I saw. He was like talking about some fucking crazy shit, like some real trippy, like
he's
like
wild,
quantum geometry, like wild stuff or something like going on there.
I can't tell what his deal. I can't tell if it's a psyop or if it's like a troll or if he like is brain broken. Like he seems genuine.
But he could be.
He seems like he believes it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Awesomeness is saying it's a psyop, and he's the perception police, so we might have to go with what he's saying there. I mean, have you seen that he's the official perception police now? So he can see all the psyops and stuff. He's aware of all of them. Yeah.
He should be a Reddit mod.
Yeah. Oh yeah, did you? Oh, dude, you know that tweet that you tweeted out? Did you read that guy's comment history?
No, but you said the guy's
yeah. Because I checked his comment history, and he's in a couple of other threads saying the exact opposite. So stuff like, you know, if you have the wrong build, you're just gonna get farmed noob, like shit like that, right? Like he's a
controversialist.
Yeah, he's full psyop, right? Like well, I mean, I swear he's a troll, right? He's trolling the subreddit, but yeah. Oh man, did you see that the trailer for Godspawn got less upvotes than the fucking Doombox video in the Guild Wars 1 subreddit? That's actually kind of depressing.
I wonder if it got less upvotes or it got more downvotes.
Oh, yeah. Wait, what? The
score is lower.
Yeah. Because there are
a lot of butthurt bitches in this community.
Yeah, because there was, if you go in the thread, there's like loads of giga downvote comments, right? I saw this. There's loads of controversial threads. I do think you could be on something there because people are very salty about a raid existing, and it's more than that, right? There's also a lot of people who kind of hate watch the Guild Wars 2 sub, right? There's like quite a lot of them, right? Who are there and just like downvote every single post. So it's probably like a combination of those two things, right?
Yeah, that's me. I spend pretty much 90% of my day F5ing the Guild Wars 2 subreddit just to downvote every new thread. That's a productive use of my life, I decided.
Okay.
I'm going to apply for government assistance so I can devote more time to it.
Yeah. The thing is, the genre is not about the journey and the adventure anymore. I know it's a more romantic way to see it, but these two One of the things we fell in love with the genre in the first place. This is a really interesting perspective to have, because I think it can be. So, okay, here's an interesting example that I can give from personal experience as Evrion. I actually play retail WoW in a semi-controversial way, because I play with the in-game music on and the dialogue on, because I like it. I do view playing the game as a role-playing experience. Yeah, I played through all of the quests and stuff like that. I didn't have like an add-on telling me where to go. I just I did all the quests and played, it was fun. And all that kind of stuff. I didn't use a leveling guide when I played vanilla either. I think you can do this, right? You can do this if you want to. You don't have to mute the audio and listen to your own music, or have nothing so you can hit so you can get like better clarity. You don't have to do that. Full immersion. Yeah, but can you see how there's something weird going on here? With what you just said there. I don't want to push you too hard on this, but isn't that a little bit of a weird thing to say? That you're saying that, yeah, it is all about the immersion, but then you said that it's not, because I feel like it still is. Like you have to choose to do that, right? Like, and sometimes you might have to go out of your way to do that, but I don't know. Like, you have to kind of take some responsibility for your own experience. I feel like, yeah, if you want to have a role playing RPG experience, then I think you absolutely can. You absolutely can do that. If you want to. Yeah, dialogue off is trolling, actually. Like, you definitely want dialogue on, because otherwise the boss lines are actually good audio cues. But, yeah. Yeah.
Doombox.
Yeah. He's a gamer. Guild Wars 1 enjoyer. Released a video about Vanquishing, I believe. Vanquishing was fun, honestly. That was good. It was good, actually.
Yeah, Vanquishing's great. Cartography is ass.
Yeah, that is ass. I did them at the same time, so it was less ass. Using like the text mod shit, I use text mod to do it, and that makes it a lot easier. Doing it without text mod is like uninstall fuel, though. If you do that, though, yeah. But I've never done that. I did it with text mod every time.
I did it with text mod the one time I ever did it.
Yeah.
And I don't know how people have like 8 GWAMs, because
that's crazy. Yeah, that is crazy.
One cartography was enough for a lifetime, even with text mod. That was it.
Yeah.
It's just not.
But yeah.
But yeah, Guild Wars 1's fucked because they pushed this patch that banned Windows XP.
Oh no.
And yeah, but it broke Toolbox and it broke Launcher.
Oh no.
So I can't play the game with modified UI, can't play the game with Launcher, and I can't.
Oh, that's fucked actually.
Use Toolbox. So like,
yeah,
it'd be like I can't. I don't know. I'm just gonna wait till they fix everything. But it's Guild Wars 1, so chances are it'll take a long time for anything to be fixed.
Yeah.
It's sad. I actually wanted to play today, but couldn't.
This is like the Final Fantasy tutorial, I think. It's like this is like the stack marker, and it says endure the attack alongside your allies. Yeah, stuff like this is really good, I think. For sure. Like, so that you kind of introduce the players to, like, so you can understand like what the telegraphs actually mean, and you use the same ones in all the raids. It's pretty good. Oh man, yeah, that sucks. Vanquishing hasn't made it. I kind of liked it, to be honest. I was at a stage in my life where I was kind of just, come home, just like blast a Vanquish, right? Like just get in there, slowly working towards GWAM. It's good, it's not bad at all.
It's killing monsters, it's fun.
Yeah.
And it has a definite goal. The number, there's a bar to fill up.
Exactly, you fill the bar up, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah. You just grind away at it, and I think that honestly, Guild Wars 1 is a nice game, actually. I think it's a very immersive game, because like all the different areas have got different enemies in them, right? And they're all, I think, very visually interesting. And I actually think that the level design in Guild Wars 1 is actually very good. Like the layouts of the maps and so on, right? All the different areas that you can explore and go around, the different features and so on. Like where the mobs are, like the pathing and so on. I actually think their level design was really on point in Guild Wars 1 quite a lot. So I think it was quite good. Yeah, finding the last mob is a bit of a pain. Like, that is annoying. Sometimes you just can't find it, and you have to kind of hunt around for a little bit.
Comes in.
Oh, does it have like a thing you can do to find the mob?
Well, you can see the bigger map.
Okay.
It shows all the enemies on the map.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty good. Yeah.
It just sucks when it's like a sandworm or something.
Oh, because then it's under the ground, right? And you have to go and find it. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting meme. But yeah. Guild Wars 1, honestly, a great game. It kind of holds up, realistically. Like, in some ways, it's a bit dated. I'll admit that. But, you know, it holds up pretty well, I think. Fun game.
You know what's crazy? If they had just made Guild Wars 1 PvE a Trinity game, like, the game could have just not died.
I wonder if... I wonder if they regret... I think they have said this, right? I think they regretted, like, fully moving away from development on that game. Because I do think... You know, it is funny, actually. I think I've said this before, right? If ArenaNet had shut down Guild Wars 1, they would have been able to relaunch it, and I bet it would do really well, to be honest. Like Classic, right? Classic WoW. It's... I feel like ArenaNet actually got punished for being a good company and, like, not actually shutting the game down or, like, deleting the game. Like, if they'd been able to fully relaunch it with fresh servers in the same way that Blizzard did with WoW Vanilla, they could have really kind of got in on the action, because it is a fantastic classic MMO, right? Kind of, you know, RuneScape, WoW Classic, right? And Guild Wars 1. They were all going on at the same time. They were in that classic MMO era. And Guild Wars 1 is a fantastic game, and it stands differently from those two as well. It would stand on its own, I think. Yeah.
One thing you can say about it is that it didn't have massive QOL accumulation over time.
Yeah.
Like, I think if people had to go back and play vanilla Guild Wars 2, they'd be like, wait, you can't do this? Wait, you can't do that? Why the hell can't I do this? And it's just because Guild Wars 2 launched in a state where, like, there were so many, like, basic things that we take for granted as basic QOL stuff not shipped with the game at launch. Whereas Guild Wars 1, you know, it did get some QOL things, but for the most part, it was the same game QOL wise, so it wouldn't feel terrible playing vanilla. Just with it would feel like playing with, like, different balance.
Yeah,
is really all it would be.
Gold per hours, wing 1 to wing 7, full clear in 3 hours. In terms of gold, it's probably like 40, yeah, I'd say. The issue is, though, Snub, I think it's worth noting that 3 hours is insanely fast for average players. I think that if you're talking about, like, raid gold per hour, you have to look at, like, how much gold per hour does the average player get. Because the thing is, right, is that if you do raids very quickly... Hell, if you clear strike missions, CMs, efficiently every week, it's actually insane gold per hour. But obviously for the average player, it's completely awful. Because, you know, it's going to be difficult to get those CMs down in a timely manner if you're capable of clearing those for pugs. So I think that you have to be, if you want to talk about, like, gold per hour, you have to look at, like, what's the average experience there.
Yeah, the downtime and ready checks in a pug is ungodly.
Yeah. A 3-hour clip is 4 o'clock. Oh, wait, I mean, I think the numbers you're looking for on fast farming, Snap. So if we go here, right? If we go to raids, let me open up raids. So you can see how much a raid clear is worth. A full raid clear, it's about, wow, dude, that's quite bad actually. It's like 14 gold per raid wing almost. So the total gold you get from a raid clear is 86. Wow, that's actually not as good as I thought. It was over 100 at some point. That's not that good.
That's not even... I feel like each wing should take you 15 minutes in a decent group.
Oh, yeah, that's without CMs, really, actually. That is true. This is with no CMs.
That's really close to a gold a minute, which is pretty strong.
Yeah. So you have to add CMs onto that, and there's 13 CMs. Each CM gives you 2 gold, so it's another 26 gold on top of that. So it's 112 gold. I think it's a bit more than that, though, as well, because I think you get more loot from the CM, so it's probably more like 120 gold for a full clear right now, I'd say. Like, with
take into account the fact that you almost always get, like, one exotic that has, like, a force sigil, and that's like 4 or 5 gold right there.
Yeah.
4 gold.
Yeah, so it's probably like 100. Let's be generous and say it's like 130 gold for a raid clear. So it's 130 gold. If you do a 4-hour clear, that's going to give you 32 gold per hour. If you do a 5-hour clear, it's 26 gold per hour.
What if you do a Plenix clear?
So
like
6-hour wing
13
six,
hours.
yeah, 12 hours, yeah, 12-hour clear, 10 gold an hour.
Because you refuse to kick anyone, you refuse to make anyone change their build. You do it Plenix style. You just throw bodies at it till.
However, okay, look, I'm gonna say it here as well. Okay, there is an additional confounding variable here, though, and that variable is the following. People will choose low reward, 0 effort over high effort for slightly better reward. This is a really tricky thing, I think, to handle, but people will always choose that. Like, for example, why do people AFK farm? Right? Like, people AFK farm, it's not necessarily like the best, sickest gold per hour in the game, but it is 0 effort. So you can profit from it pretty quickly and kind of get value at it. Why do people leech meta events? Even though it's not maybe like the optimal gold per hour, it's still like okay gold per hour. If you want to incentivize people to do stuff like raids, the rewards have to be pretty damn good to really kind of like incentivize people to get into this, like to farm this content.
Yeah, I feel like my perception of all this stuff is so different because I'm a for fun gamer. And I don't care about the rewards. Like,
yeah.
I like pressing my buttons.
Yeah.
That's why I do these things. I do this Titan meta, not because it's good rewards, because the rewards are actual garbage. Like, pure garbage.
Well,
I do it because... I mean, we'll see when the Legendary...
Yeah, I think we might change our minds next week, because I think all of a sudden these honey flowers and all this stuff is going to be pretty big, right? I'm very much expecting these to be high value next week.
Well, as of today, they're garbage. And or whatever, and every meta event's garbage. Like the amount of time like people spend, like doing pinata versus what you actually get, like it's not very good. But I like pressing buttons, so I'm not going to leech an event because I'm there to press buttons. I'm not there for the reward. If you're there for the reward, you might as well leech. It doesn't matter because you get your dopamine hit from the reward.
From leeching.
Yeah, I get my dopamine hit from pressing my buttons, and that it's a different vibe.
Yeah, no, I do agree. Yeah,
I've also started applying that to pugs that I'm in, where, if I'm not going to be in a pug where I'm not having fun. It's like Marie Kondo. Like, does this spark joy? If I'm in a pug and it's not sparking joy, then I separate myself.
Yeah.
From the pug. I like. People are like, why would you leave? Haha, we got the kill next poll. I'm like, well, I don't care about the kill. The kill, I already killed like 4 times this week. I'm just there to press buttons. And this group was not allowing me to press buttons, so I leave.
That does make sense.
Yeah, that's my philosophy.
That's a good philosophy to have. You got to play for fun. I do agree with that. I think that looking at it in terms of pure rewards is a little bit, I guess it's a little bit sad in my opinion, but if people want to do that, it's obviously entirely what it's up to them. That is for sure. Because some people complain they don't have statics. Yes, this is because of the very, very simple fact. If you don't have a successful pug raiding scene, congratulations, you don't have a raiding scene. The scene is completely fucking dead. Pugs are essential to... MMO raiding scenes. If you don't have a system and a community that has a pug scene, your content is dead. This is just, in my opinion, a fact. And yeah, like the fact that you can't pug in Guild Wars 2 is bad. I'll admit this, guys. I have 0 motivation to raid in this game, and a big part of that is because I'd have to go, and I'm gonna have to ping my Discord. I'm gonna have to message people to come and play, and this and that and all this bullshit. It's like, bro, I just want to go on the LFG, join a group, and fucking play the game, right? And the thing is that, yeah, you kind of can't do that in Guild Wars 2. Unironically, like, that is kind of a thing of the past, and that sucks. It's a really big problem. That it's annoying to do that. It's frustrating to do that.
I mean, you can still pug. Like, there are pugs happening, but
it's not the best experience, is it?
It's not a vibrant scene.
Yeah.
Is the way I'd put it. Like,
Yeah.
You're
Slow,
not gonna, like,
yes.
open the LFG and see like 4 full clear pugs trying to form at the same time.
Yeah.
And you can sort of like suss out which one is the one for you. You're kind of at the mercy of the one that's up. You know, you either do it or you just don't play.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's just... Look, guys, I admit it, I'm WoW-pilled on this. I like logging on at 5 a.m. and being able to do, like, content anytime I want. I like being able to, like, log on and, like, play Heroic 24/7. That, to me, is good. I like it. The fact that it doesn't really exist in Guild Wars 2 is a bit sad to me. It's annoying. And yeah, like I just don't know. I just don't find the scene to be very active, and it's hard. It's also very hard to find like good pugs as well. Like I think good pugs are very rare. Like you don't really get good players. It's going to be like you're going to be carrying people, which I think is frustrating sometimes. Yeah.
Tag up. Yeah, that's also a headache, let me tell you.
That's not good.
And even when you tag up, it's very difficult to get the experience that you want. Like, I don't really tag up anymore because it's just not a very positive experience. Like, you know, I'm not going to be able to find people who are going to be able to do, like, a good, efficient clear of this content. And that's just... That's not really fun for me. I don't want to do that.
Roulette.
Yeah. Yeah. High DPS.
I do like joining groups that are 9 of 10.
Yeah, those are good, yeah.
Just wiggling my way in. That's good.
I played Ashes, yeah. I have a little bit, yeah. I'm planning on playing a bit more over the weekends when I've got a bit more time. I'm a little busy right now, but we'll get to it eventually. I think it's an interesting game with some promise. It's got a couple of things that are kind of old. I think it will be... this is a little bit too early to say, and... You know, you take this with a grain of salt. But I have a really hard time viewing Ashes as being, like, a main game for me long term. Purely because it's not new. It has a lot of things that are essentially classic MMO features that are being brought back. And to be honest, I'm kind of in the market for someone who's going to innovate, right? I don't really want to play an old school MMO in current year. I kind of want to see someone cook something. Like, I want to play a better version of New World, pretty much. Like, I want something that's going to bring something new to the table, rather than looking back at the past. Nothing wrong with that. You know, stuff like classic and old school RuneScape, they're obviously successful games and people love them, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something new that's bringing some fresh ideas to the table. Rather than, like, rehashing stuff we've been doing for the last 20 years.
Yeah, my fear with Ashes is that it's intentionally a very Arc Age-like game. Yep. And, you know, it won't be, like, it won't have the predatory pay-to-win stuff that Arc Age had, but nonetheless, if Arc Age gameplay was, like, super compelling, Arc Age would still be here. So, take from that what you will. And it seems like some of the design choices in AOC were meant to be like, people were like, hey, that's not very good QOL, and they're like, that's how we want it, because we want it to be painful for players. Like, oh, that doesn't seem like a good idea, but
you will suffer.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah. But I think it's got some potential.
Sure.
I think it does.
And circling back to Guild Wars 3, I mean, the market is hungry for any new MMO.
Oh, yeah.
If you can deliver a good new MMO,
people will feast.
People will feast. And so I think that's probably the thought process from ArenaNet. Because I'm sure ArenaNet has, like, you know, finance people, or NCSoft does, that can, like, forecast, like, oh, an MMO launch in this year will attract this many players.
Yep.
You know, they can forecast all that stuff with reasonable accuracy. So I think they want that money.
Yes.
I'm actually worried about PoE 2.
Oh, really?
I think it's going to be a great game, but I don't know if it's necessarily the game that people want. I know for me, it isn't. From everything I've seen, it doesn't look like the sort of game I want to play. But I mean, I'll give it a try.
Yeah, I think this is
a lot of. They've gone the Dark Souls route with the combat and making it too actiony. Like they show these like boss fights, like, and this is a boss you fight in the first story chapter, and I'm like, this boss looks fucking hard as hell. Like you're fucking dodging and evading and like weapon swapping and doing combos to beat a chapter 1 story boss. Oh my god! Like, is this an ARPG or Dark Souls? Like, I know people like that, but ARPG people are goblins that want to sweat for 12 hours farming one thing over and over again. Like, and they don't want to press like a full MMO DPS rotation to do it.
Yeah,
so I'm very worried that they're designing a game that doesn't have an audience.
Yeah, this is a really interesting thing. Like, what happens when you, as a game developer, want to make a different game? And I think that's kind of what has been happening with GGG, right? They clearly want to make something a little bit different, but of course their audience is looking for a more of the same experience, right? They're like, we like this, we want more of this experience. So how do you do that? Like, I wonder if the thing is, right, I was going to say, well, maybe they should not call it PoE 2. Maybe they should come up with a new name, right? And it's like a different IP, but you obviously want to lean into that, right? Like, it's part of Exar, right? Like, it's the
like
big...
the same world. Yeah, it's the same world, so like they kind of have to. But
yeah, so it's hard for them.
They were very smart. That it was supposed to be originally a shared end, like it was supposed to be 2 games that had a shared end game.
Yeah,
and it was just like a different story, and it was like, if PoE 2 is just like a different story campaign, but they both end up at the same end game. But they realized that PoE 2 was so radically different of a game, and that so many PoE 1 players weren't going to be happy with it, that they wanted to leave PoE 1 as it is, and make them 2 separate games, because they knew that they would alienate a lot of older players. And they're doing parallel development, so it'll be like PoE League, PoE 2 League, and then rotate, back and forth, so that there's always something new popping off seasonally. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'll reserve judgment, but it looks like kind of just PoE 2 looks like an even more Dark Souls-y version of Diablo 4. And yeah, I don't know if that's the right way for the genre.
Yeah.
People want that Diablo 2 playstyle.
Yeah, they really do.
That's what they like.
Yeah, that's what people want in ARPGs for sure.
They like playing Sorcerer in Diablo 2 and making the spinning thing that shoots little sparks everywhere, and like just casting that and running and like letting that clear the screen for. Like, that's what people want. Or playing Necromancer in Diablo 2 and you summon your army and you run and your army trails behind you killing everything. Like, that's... People want that Diablo 2 gameplay, and it seems odd to like go completely action combat and move away from that, because I don't know. And I guess it's the same thing with what I was saying about MMOs, where it's like, I think people want Trinity gameplay.
Yeah. They do.
And tab targeting. Well, they want tab targeting Trinity gameplay.
It's more than that. And people want gear progression, right? They really do, right? Like this is something that I think kind of gets under talked about in the Guild Wars 2 community, because it's a bit of a bubble, right? But the simple fact of the matter is, guys, most people like vertical progression. People complained that this is one of the big complaints about WoW Dragonflight, was there wasn't enough vertical prog, so they added a shit ton more in the War Within, right? Like, yeah, like people want this. They absolutely want this. They kind of, be careful what you wish for. They went a little bit too far in the War Within, in my opinion. But yeah, people want this. Which is interesting, I think.
Does that mean like gear vertical, or
like gear
rep grind?
Gear. Like, gearing is much slower, right? In this season of the War Within, like much slower than it was. So you can there's a lot of grind to gear up. Pretty big time. I think that,
as long as it's not time gated.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Some of it is kind of time gated, to be honest. Like, you can only get so many of these little upgrade components, so you can't go full degen. to do it. It's not relevant anymore. Now you basically can. So basically the way it works is that you have like a cap on how many of these upgrade crests you can get per week. But that cap is account-wide. Well, no, it's per character, but that cap increases every week, and it doesn't start when you start doing it. So if you start grinding now, you could go, like, full goblin mode, just degen grind all day, and you can, like, basically get to the high eye level immediately. It's just it deliberately slows you down at the start of the season. Yeah, I'm not really the biggest fan of it, to be honest. But that's how it works.
I don't mind, like, a lot of vertical progression, but I want to be able to do it at, I mean, whatever pace I want to do it at. I guess I see it both ways, because if you're like super casual, it can feel like you'll never get to the top, so the time gates make you feel like you have a chance, or you won't fall like infinitely behind. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think the chief concern, well, there's some merit to this maybe, but I think they're worried about people getting very, very far ahead at the start, and then it being very difficult to get into groups, people who don't do that. Because, yeah, people care about eye level because it's obviously important. And I think people are worried that the type of person who's going to be grinding, right, is the type of person who's going to make a group, and therefore it could potentially affect the LFG. But, oh, no, I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's hard to find something that pleases everybody.
Yeah, I think vertical progression is really hard to design in a satisfying way that's actually good. But, yeah, I don't know.
Well, I'm curious to see what they do with Guild Wars 3, because...
Yeah.
I feel like people do want vertical progression.
I feel like they go a little bit more.
MMO
I think they go a little bit more vertical. So I think, like, more of a grind. Like, for example, I could see them making legendaries BIS. You know what I mean? If they went that way. So if you want BIS, you need legendaries. But not by much, right? Like 2% or something. Like very, very small. Like infusions, almost. I wonder if it would like that.
I wonder if, like, do they raise the BIS every X pack? Like, how are they going to do it?
In Guild Wars? No, I don't think they should.
Or maybe they just slow roll legendaries, so at the start it's only weapons, and then just sort of how they did.
Yeah.
And then they slowly introduce them, so you get like 2% better in every slot. Every X pack will have like, okay, this X pack you can get like an amulet and a ring. The next X pack you can get like a piece of armor. I don't know, or like the armor set, like stuff like that. Because you got to have something once you start. I don't know. Maybe a little bit more vertical, like the current gw2 system. Like, you can have BIS, and then like, I mean, people have had BIS since 2013.
I mean, legendaries are pretty good. I find it very annoying to play this game without legendaries at this point. Now that I've got them, it's like uninstalled here. It does not feel good. Guild Wars 3 is New World with no server bullshit. Well, the problem is you can't really do New World without servers, though. Like, if you want to have, like, an actual persistent world, you can't have multiple copies of it, right? That's the issue.
I hope it's not anything like New World, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think they...
Like New World.
Yeah, that one didn't really go so hot.
It's just... I don't think the general MMO market wants a PvP-based game.
No.
I know the devs want it, because like I said earlier... The devs want a PvP-based game because it's cheaper to develop a PvP-based game. But players want a PvE-based game. Whether you're a hardcore player or a casual, you probably want a PvE-based game.
Yeah.
I know it's not PvP-based anymore, but I don't think the PvE is very good. So there's that.
Guild Wars 2's everything stays relevant fucking sucks right now if you play the game for 12 plus years. I actually don't...
Dude, Guild Wars 2 had no choice because they can't release content at the same pace.
Yeah, I think this is a content issue, right? Like, if Guild Wars 2
WoW gets away with 9... WoW gets away with obsoleting old content because they come out with 9 raid bosses a year or whatever.
Yeah, it's a content problem. Like, if Guild Wars 2 released like twice the amount of content, I feel like that would be way less relevant. Like, needing the number to go up.
If this was Raid Wing 22.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It'll be way less of an issue.
Coming out on Tuesday?
Yeah.
Who would care if Raids 1 through 8 are obsolete?
Yeah. And if we were getting, like, let's say 3 fractals a year or 4, right? It'll be way less of a problem.
Yeah, you could just do a new tier of fractals every year.
Yeah. So there's like, yeah, you get away with it, I think. Yeah, Lynn. So I actually just want Gills to actually get in contact. I fucking hope so, bro. Yeah. Lynn did mean that.
Well, hopefully that's what 3 does, you know. But I don't know.
Why did they not make Greer have the legendary mode? Okay, because I think Greer is easily the best Titan in terms of design and coolness. Yeah, it's Ura. Yeah, Ura has the LCM.
Well, you don't even know. You don't even know.
Well, I guess Ura could look really cool, yeah. But I mean, look, Greer's really cool. I like Greer, man. He's high tier. Greer, the Blight Bringer. He brings Blight. Look, ArenaNet know it too. Do you notice how every single bit of marketing, like every artwork and thumbnail, they show Greer? Why? Because he's based. That's why. Yeah, he's also a tree. Yeah, and he does have good voice lines. It's almost going to be sad to kill him. You know, here's an interesting one. Like, do you think we're not killing Ura next patch, for example? Or are we done with the Titans and we're figuring out who's behind them?
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna figure out who's running the foundry.
The foundry. Yeah, who's cooking?
Hopefully it's fucking wizard guy.
Dude, if it was actually Isgaran, that would be insanely good.
Yeah.
That would be, in my opinion, that would be full redemption arc. Like, I would say, yeah.
When the gods left, he took over the fucking...
Yeah. That would be fucking huge if it was Isgaran. And then we have to fucking end him. We got to deal with him.
Yeah. And he brings out, like, Malix as, like, his, like...
Yeah. He just does some crazy shit. Malix. I still think the Isgaran war crime arc would have been better to end Soto, right? That would have been very good. Yeah.
That would have been such good writing.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll make peace with the Cryptus, and then he's like, well, actually, how about no, right? And just starts going berserk.
And then he drops the nukes.
Yeah, exactly,
Full genocide on them, and it's like, oh, shit.
Because the Cryptus aren't relevant to this whatsoever, are they? Have we interacted with Cryptus in Janthe Wars? I don't think so, right? In any way. Right? Because Patha hasn't been around. So...
Is there like one Cryptus somewhere hanging around?
Oh, is there?
I don't know.
Wait. Chat is saying we did. Wait, what did we do? What happened with the Cryptus in Janthe Wars? Did level 1 rift? Yeah, but it wasn't a Cryptus rift. It's the Titan rifts. It's not the same thing.
Like Titan spawn.
Yeah. Why? Don't remind me of the Cryptus. This is something.
The Cryptus. It's funny. It's like you know how like everyone made fun of Rings of Power for having the orcs
I was just
made the Cryptus sympathetic. It's the same story.
Dude, I was just about to bring that up. Okay. I get it. It's like cool and trendy to have stuff morally grey, and I think it can be really good. I'm happy that we have stuff like Game of Thrones where it is a little bit more morally grey, right? I think that's good. But sometimes it's also fun to have, you know, orcs, right? It's fun to have evil demons as well. I think there is a slight obsession in modern writing with making things morally grey in a way that doesn't really improve the actual product overall. Because I'll tell you what, bud, if you've seen Rings of Power too, but it's actually a lot better. Like I found season 1 to be fairly middling, right, as I think many people did. But I actually quite enjoyed season 2 of Rings of Power. It was actually decent in my opinion. But yeah, like the whole like look, maybe the orcs are just misunderstood. It's like no. That's not how any of this works, okay? I'm not getting it, to be honest.
Maybe the evil demons that feast on your nightmares are actually good.
I'm not into that, to be honest. It's really not the way. No, not good. And it is, I think it's a trap that a lot of writers fall into these days.
There's definitely ways to tell like compelling morally gray stories, but
Ice Fruit Saga, for example. Yeah. I would say that was really good. I think the fact that, yeah, I think it would be fair to say that you weren't totally sure if Jormag was to be trusted, right? Like, Jormag could have been reasonable. Maybe we could have reasoned with Jormag. Obviously, it probably would have turned out that we couldn't, but there was at least some ambiguity there. Then you had Bangar as well going in there. You could argue that Braham's arc is very morally gray because he basically, like, sacrificed the spirits of the wild, right, to turn into, like, a fireman to fight Jormag, right? There's some pretty interesting stuff going on there, right? Like, but, yeah. And, obviously, of course, what happened to Braham in prison as well. That's also...
That was, depending on your view of, like, prison reform.
Yeah. Yeah. The alliance with Pather wasn't challengeable. Well, there was no time to do it, right? Like, they didn't have time to see if there was any conflict and how, like, the Cryptids would earn our trust. Like, they didn't have enough time in the story to express that.
I think the way you tell, like, a compelling, morally great thing is you have dilemmas where neither choice is entirely good.
Yeah.
Or neither choice is entirely satisfying. I don't necessarily know if you need to, like, humanize or sympathize, like, your enemies, because, like, it's good to understand the bad guys' motivations and their thought process and to, like, make them logical, because, like, bad guys who are just like, I'm Mr. Evil and I do evil things because I'm evil, like, that's kind of stupid. But, like, if the bad guy has, like, a logic, like, the logic can still be, like, insane and wrong, but if it's logic you can understand, then that's all the moral complexity you need. Like, that's why I think, like, Lex Luthor is the best written villain that there is, because from his point of view, he's the hero, and that's how every good villain should be written.
Yeah.
From the villain's point of view, they're the hero, and they don't understand why no one else sees it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that would be interesting, actually, because I think, well, this is obviously tangential, but there's another Superman. James Gunn's doing DC now. That actually could be some potential, because I think DC movies have been, well, I mean, they haven't been great, have they? Let's be honest here. Like, over the last couple of attempts.
The Batman ones have been okay, but everything else has just been garbage.
Yeah, they're not great. So I'm interested to see if James Gunn can cook something, because, yeah, it's Superman, right? So I think Lex Luthor will be involved there, I believe, in that
Supposedly
situation.
the Superman movie is, like, going to be, like, cozy.
Oh.
Is, like, the vibe they're going for.
That's interesting, actually.
Like, bright and sunny and happy, sort of. They don't want, like, a dark, brooding,
that's kind of what, yeah. That's kind of how a lot of DC has been, right?
They try to, like, out-dark Marvel. And because the thing is, like, that works for Batman, because that's, like, the vibe for Batman, is that, like, Gotham City is, like, a literal hellhole, and it should be grim. But, like, Superman doesn't necessarily need to, like, be crying about, like, anything,
Also, I noticed this early on, guys, but I'm not gonna lie, he's completely exposed now. Look at who is logged in doing this meta event, guys, with us. That's right. It is Frostball99. He is logged into Guild Wars 2. He is maining Guild Wars 2 right now. Okay, this is crazy stuff. He is here. He's beyond caught. And soon he'll be back to PvP as well. Maining PvP.
Dominating.
Yeah. Destroying. Bought or caught? Well, I guess it's both, because he has bought the expansion. But he's also caught.
He must be very bored.
Yeah. Well, I believe, actually, it's he's playing with his girlfriend, I believe.
Ah. That's a good reason.
Yeah. And also he's got real life, so he can't like, go degen mode in Classic WoW anymore.
He needs a casual game.
Yeah, because he's actually... he's doing IRL, so he can't be, like, farming, like, level 17 boar anymore. Those days are over.
But, man, I wish that Isgarin did kill all the...
Yeah. I mean, there's still some potential, right? Like, it would
the
be...
thing is, like, we'd be like... and that would have been great if Janther Wilds opened with us, like, going to, like, at the delegation at the beginning.
Yeah.
Where we're like... The delegation should have been us being like, we need to press charges against,
yeah. Exactly.
And a lot of the other races are like, no, you did the right thing. And we're like, wait, he didn't do the right thing. He's evil. And they're like, no, it was cool. Like the Char would have been like, no, that was cool.
Yeah.
You
yeah,
know?
the Char would say, yeah, based. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So then you have like a thing where it's like, oh, we can't, democracy is not necessarily working because we can't agree on the right thing here.
Yeah. And it could be big. I mean, it's a little bit cope, but it could happen. It will be an interesting plot twist, I think, if they did go that way.
Scar's got to be a bad guy at some point. He's got to be.
I mean, yeah, that would be a good villain. Maybe they'll save him for a future expansion or something, so he can be in a strike mission. But it would be pretty cool. You know what I am a little bit worried about? I'm worried about that the story's not going to be that long, because I think that there is a problem that ArenaNet have. And we saw this with Soto, I think. It's very difficult for them to... It's very difficult for them to express a story, isn't it? Like, in the time that they have. They don't have a lot of hours in the game to express the story to the players. And that's a problem. So I'm hoping they've found a way to kind of optimize their... kind of content development procedures so that they're going to be able to, make more. There you go.
I'm sure one of the story steps will be like, do the convergence.
Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah. Well, I mean, well, I don't know. I don't think so, because the convergence is going to be in the... They've already said this, right? Like, the convergence, like, is the story, right? So maybe not.
Okay. So there's a third mode then. There's story, there's convergence.
Yeah.
And then raid, getting some mileage.
Yeah, I mean, they're very efficient there. I'm not the biggest fan of this criticism. I think one of the fairly highly upvoted posts on Reddit is basically complaining about that they're not thrilled about all of the asset reuse. And I mean, maybe, I mean, you can point it out, but like
not having.
Yeah, do you just want to just not have a raid then? Like the raid just doesn't exist, or what, right? I don't know. Because like, the only reason why this stuff exists is because it's reused. And you can say, well, ArenaNet should make more content. I mean, sure, right? But is that realistic? Like, especially seeing as, again, the writing's on the wall on this one. We know they're doing this collectible card game. It was kind of leaked that it's a Guild Wars 3 angle as well. So yeah, like content in Guild Wars 2 is, they're not going to increase it, not really. It's going to be sustaining pretty much. They're going to sustain Guild Wars 2 while these other projects come to fruition. I think there's an interesting conversation to be had on whether we think that's a good idea. And who knows, it could blow up in their face again very easily, I think. But I mean, we'll get there, I guess.
As long as you get the Blighting pod cards in your deck, you're in good shape.
Yeah. Wait, what's the effect of the Blighting pod? Oh, yeah, it turns a mistake into a miracle, right? I believe is the effect. Yeah.
It's a really good one. Someone's entire deck is based around mistakes. You just go, boom, Uno reverse miracle, gotcha.
Yeah.
And then you try to completely get there.
Oh, man. If they cancel Guild Wars 3 again and ever start working on it with that insane backlash, well, it is risky. Like, what they're doing right now is risky. Like, ArenaNet going this way is risky for sure.
I will say this. They've bet the farm on Guild Wars 3, I will say.
So you think they're kind of all in, right? They're a bit all in then.
If Guild Wars 3, if they go, yep, Guild Wars 3 development failed, I think NC Soft goes, all right, well, we're gonna pull the plug on your studio. Because
what do you think it would look like? What if that happened? What do you think that they would do?
I mean, maybe they would keep Guild Wars 2 going. I don't know. But I mean, Guild Wars 2's revenue is now lower than Aeon, according to the last quarterly report. So it's like,
yeah, I admit this. Like, I want to be clear. I don't come from a Doom perspective here, but seeing like the completion rates on efficiency, it does worry me a bit. Am I crazy? Like, I'm not. I was surprised actually. I was very surprised when I saw this. Like, someone linked it to me. I was like, what the fuck? It's lower than Soto. What? That's just weird.
I could understand it being lower. It's going to inherently be lower than Soto, just because people inevitably quit. The player base is just shrinks no matter what.
Bloodstone.
But It's a lot lower than Soto, and that was only a year ago. So it's
Yeah.
not like that many
just
people.
around the corner.
I mean, or it could imply that many people did quit. But
Yeah, it's just I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little bit too. I'm personifying or anthropomorphizing the company, but I'm a little bit sad because I feel like Jantha was actually quite good. And it's
that's the other thing. Lynn is right. Like, I have POF and HOT and EOD on my alts, but I don't have either of these expansions on my alts, Soto or Jantha Wilds.
Yeah, that will obviously reduce the number a bit.
But yeah, it obviously doesn't. I never did the story on my alts anyway, so I would not have factored into the story completion rates either way.
Take them out so no one gets hurt.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would be very surprised if Guild Wars 3 failed development and they pulled the plug on it.
They're kind of committed, right? Yeah.
Because what are they going to do? Ride Guild Wars 2 till it's not profitable and then turn the lights off? I think they would cut bait before they did that, or try to maybe NCSoft just folds the studio into NCSoft West or whatever, or get whatever. Who knows how they could restructure it a million different ways. But it's not like this is the first failed project, so they'd probably just be like over it. I have to imagine, of dumping money into a company that evidently can't finish things. So I'm very confident that Guild Wars 3 will ship eventually.
Yeah.
Again,
the
farm depends on it.
What Angels is saying here is true, actually. It is weird as a new player. If you want to buy Guild Wars 2, you have to drop like quite a decent chunk of money up front. This is I would say a weakness of the non-sub fee model versus the sub fee model. Because if you're playing like a sub fee game, the way that modern sub fee games work is that you buy the latest expansion and you pay the sub. So that's like the cost going in as a new player. But because of the way Guild Wars 2 is set up, right? Like you have to buy all of the expansions individually. It's kind of the same thing with ESO as well. Like, I'll admit this, guys. Again, I'm speaking from me. Like, there was a time when some of my friends were going to play ESO, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll have a look at ESO. I went on the website, and it was listing me off all these things I had to purchase. And I'll be honest, guys, I couldn't be fucked. I was like, bro, I'm not reading all this shit. Like, I don't care. Maybe that's just me. Me being incredibly lazy, and it definitely is, but I think a lot of people are in that same boat, right? I don't want to be, like, looking at what I should be buying, right? I just want to play the fucking game. And I don't really want to be dumping, like, $100, like, £100, right? And, like, buying all of stuff to actually be able to play. I do like the convenience of the way the sub works. Like, you just pay the sub, buy the latest expansion, and away you go. That's pretty good. A sub in ESO style, not necessary to play, but unlocks content and give gems. I think that's... This is an interesting one. Because I don't know, maybe... Because the thing is, the way the sub... correct me if I'm wrong, guys, the way the sub works on ESO. I believe as long as you have the sub, you have all of the content, right? But I would assume then... if you stop subscribing, you don't have the content anymore, right? And you're back to basically like the free-to-play experience. I don't think that's marketable in the Guild Wars 2 context, if that's the case, to be honest.
I don't think Guild Wars 2 will do a sub, or Guild Wars 3 will do a sub. I think the company has built their... I mean, it would be such a big departure from anything they've done, and I think like they have like the... we're not a sub game is like their culture. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't think it'll be a sub, yeah, for sure.
I think if they did, a lot of Guild Wars 2 players that are like,
they'd mentally they'd break, right? They'd break.
Betrayal. Yeah. They'd feel betrayed.
Yeah.
But I would be happy to be proven wrong because I think it would be a better model. But question, I just think that there's so much.
Yeah.
I just hope the cash up isn't scummy, please.
The only games that have real good live service are games that are extremely monetized. The games are pay-to-win games and gacha games. I mean, I haven't played any of them, so... I mean, people obviously like them, so I'm sure the service is good, but I don't think that's necessarily true. I think a lot of the sub-based MMOs are pretty good right now, and Guild Wars 2 is as well. Let's not forget that. Like, Guild Wars 2 is not a bad game, guys, or anything like that. Like, not at all. Like, it's, you know, it's a good live service experience, right? There's no question about that.
I would like to see them do the PoE business model where it's free to play, but there's supporter packs that give you MTX. And the expansions are even free.
Yeah.
But you sell like a fucking sick fucking MTX supporter pack. And you get like a special colored title or whatever. You know, I think that's a fair way to do it. Because there's people that play PoE and have spent like, you know, they buy the minimum stashes that you need to like function. So it's like you spend like $8. And that's all they've ever spent on the game. And they have no MTX besides what they unlock from gameplay.
Yeah. Subcut like financing. You don't need to drop $100 right away if you stay sub for a while and get enough gems to unlock seasonal content. Yeah, that could be interesting. I don't know. I look. I hate to say it, but I do think that the sub model with paid expansions, or if you want to go no paid expansions and like free expansions, it just makes a lot of sense, I think, for the MMO genre. There's a reason why a lot of the big games, like both WoW and Final Fantasy XIV, like the two big MMOs, biggest MMOs, there's a reason why they go with that. It just makes a lot of sense to have it that way. I think it makes it simple for the customer, and I think it makes sense financially for the company as well. Like streamline down like the business practice, right? Like it does make sense.
It's also nice to set up a model where the company's incentives match the players' expectations. So like everyone wants the same thing.
Yeah, you want to
right?
be playing
like,
for a long time, right? Like you want to have like stuff to do all the time, right? Yeah.
And like and they get like, you know, because right now when you have like a cash shop thing, the company
wants you to log out and then log in, right? Basically.
Yeah, they want you to log in, buy the stuff on the cash shop.
Yeah.
Do whatever the bare minimum is to get you to play, and then to log in, buy the stuff in the cash shop, log out, and then come back next time there's more stuff.
Yeah.
And that like the incentives aren't aligned. And I think if you can align the incentives, or the incentives align better in a sub model.
Yeah, I really don't see it, though. I don't see a Guild Wars 3 sub. I very much doubt that. That will be such a radical shift away from ArenaNet's company identity that I'm not sure I can imagine that happening.
Well, they're definitely not going back to the Guild Wars 1, come out with an X-Pack every 6 months model.
Yeah.
Buy to play.
No.
Buy to play. That just makes no sense either. So.
It is funny though to see how Guild Wars 2's model is starting to run into issues now that you're like 5 X packs in, right? You can see that it gets a bit tricky with that.
I mean, the living story should be free. Like that's crazy that.
Or like bundle with the X packs, right? At least, so if you buy the relevant expansion,
if it's Living Story Season
you get
4, yeah. If you bought POF, you should get Living Story Season 4.
Yeah.
Like that's just cheap.
People are a lot more open to subs for access and stuff. Also, Guild Wars community is so small that they really hype the game they could easily surpass any they'd lose over sub fee controversy, and that might be true. You know, I could imagine that. Like, but that's very risky though, right? Like that. I mean, I guess it depends. Like
that's
how.
One thing I am happy about. I think that there will be a bit of a cleansing nuke with Guild Wars 3, regardless.
Yeah.
And like, let's say, you know, just ballpark that Guild Wars 2 has like max daily concurrent users of like 50K.
Yeah.
Which is probably, you know, somewhat close to the real number. When they come out with a big launch, it's going to be like over 1 million, or it's going to be close. It's going to be hundreds of thousands, you know, on day one. That's a good opportunity to say that, you know, maybe the 10K complainers from Guild Wars 2 don't really matter. They did it with Guild Wars 1. There were plenty of Guild Wars 1 players who were like, I don't like Guild Wars 2 and I'm not playing. And ArenaNet was like, well, there's 10 of you and we don't care. So I feel like that's very likely to be how it goes with Guild Wars 3.
Is it still cheaper to start with all Guild Wars 2 X packs than buy one expansion in WoW? I mean, the War Within is £40, so no. I think how much does it cost to buy the complete collection in Guild Wars 2? Let me have a look. How much does it cost? Collections. All expansions. If you wanted to buy everything, I think it would cost you £80. But yeah, you can get the Elder Dragon Saga for about the same cost as the War Within. Yeah. If you want every expansion, it's going to cost you 80. A bit over, yeah, more like 90 actually. And if you want everything, how much is everything? Give me everything.
They really get you on that living story. Holy moly.
If you get the complete, it's £87. But that doesn't include Soto. Yeah, that doesn't include Soto or Jantho Wilds. So if you want to buy like literally everything, it's going to be about £130 approximately. Which is what, 150 US, like 140, 150 euros. Which, by the way, guys, is not a bad deal, right? In fact, the contrary, it's a fucking insanely good, it's a really good deal, right? It's a really, really good deal. But that's not the point. The issue is that that's a price you pay up front a lot of the time, right? Like, that kind of looks a little bit scary to a new player. Like, that's the issue that we're talking about here. We're not talking about value, right? Like, it's about the point of entry, the entry cost. Is what you're dealing with here, and it's a hefty entry cost, right?
And I think, quite rightly, if a new player asked, you would say you don't have to buy.
Yeah,
you don't have to
not
buy
in
it
one
all.
go.
Just start free to play, and and then you know, buy the expansions in the order, and if you're still having fun, buy the next one. If you're still having fun, buy the next one. But that's not really how people do it. I think what would be more likely is people go, I want an MMO. They look on Steam at Guild Wars 2. They see the list of everything, and they just go, holy shit, and they look for something else.
It looks scary, right? It looks scary. Yeah. 80 euros? Dena TV, I really don't... okay, look. I don't know why you're being funny about this. It's £39. It's £40 for the War Within. And yeah, you're paying the sub, but... It's £40 for the expansion. It's not 80 euros, right? I think if you don't like a sub fee, that's absolutely fine, right? But we don't need to misrepresent the numbers, right? I'm not base game. Yes, we're not talking about like the digital deluxe and all this shit. Like, yes, the game. Yes, the game.
Damn, you're not gonna get that mini pack?
Yeah.
Holy shit, you are a fucking loser.
Yeah. Yeah, like, to be clear, that's what we're talking about here. We don't need to mess around with the numbers, guys. Like, I guess I should reiterate, guys. I am not attacking Guild Wars 2 for its pricing here. I'm not criticizing it. I'm saying that the way the model
it becomes
works,
less sustainable.
Yeah,
every
has some
expansion,
issues.
It becomes less sustainable.
Yeah. Yeah, there are some issues here that we're discussing some problems for ArenaNet that their business model creates. We're not talking about if it's fair versus unfair. We're discussing there's a couple of problems that kind of emerge when you add more and more expansions and DLCs onto a list and how new players look at that, right? And how this interacts with new players and so on. Does Blizzard give you the pass eventually if you buy the latest one? Yes, correct. In fact, you don't even need to buy it. If you sub, you get everything up to the latest expansion. Yeah. That's the way they handle it. So if you've got the sub, you get everything up to the latest expansion, and you get vanilla, you know, all the other fucking flavors they give you, right? Like vanilla and shit. The only expansion that you have to buy is the latest retail expansion. That is the deal. Next X-Pack is 2 weeks radar access, 100 years, dude. I hope they don't do another early access thing, because it's cringe. How rare is that content for previous X packs in WoW? I'm not gonna lie, I view that as irrelevant. These are two games offering two different experiences. WoW is not pretending to keep its content relevant, although honestly, seeing as you want to go on that attack, I would argue actually from the perspective of most players, it actually is relevant. You can go back and play the story. You can go back and grind all of the skins, do all of the rep, do all of the achievements. Like if you want to go down there, yeah, there actually is a response. It is relevant, to be honest. There's a huge amount of stuff you can go and do there that's all, like, essentially relevant in the same way that, like, going back to old maps is relevant in Guild Wars 2. So, yeah, it is relevant. But also it's worth noting that that is not the experience that WoW is selling you. WoW is a seasonal game. That is the experience it's selling you. It's not trying to keep that content relevant. Although it kind of is if you care about achievements and cosmetics. Like, that's when that content still remains relevant. This is a mediocre attack. To be clear, this is a very mediocre attack. It's not a good attack on WoW. Especially given how much content the game releases. Yeah. I'm not attacking. You are. That's okay, because you said but X, right? Yeah. Yeah. But that's okay. It's, you know, that's fine. Yeah. You think they make a lot on old X packs? Oh yeah, people buy HOT and Path. I think so. Anyway, I think so.
Yeah, I would imagine that they make a lot because new players are told very quickly they need the elite specs.
Yeah, oh, yeah, elite specs. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they sell a lot of copies of like HOT, POF, and EOD. Yeah.
Which should honestly be folded into one box price at this point. Like, I mean, I guess it is.
I mean, it kind of is, right? Yeah, they do POF and HOT separately, but yeah, they could honestly like just have the only option being all of them in one go, right? Just bundle that in. Because that kind of makes sense narratively speaking as well.
Yeah, they can do a thing where they only chart like, so like let's say you are a new Guild Wars 2 player. The base game is free, you know, and then you have two purchases that you have to make, like the catch-up pack, which has all the old content for like $25, and then the current X pack, which is $25. You know, I think that would be like. And then whenever whenever the next X pack comes out, Janther Wilds gets folded into the old content pack. Okay, Vraxi, I get what you're saying. You don't want to pay another sub fee, but you want a continuing service, but you don't want to pay for it.
But to pay continuously, like, right? Yeah, this is the problem.
Like. How do you expect that to work? Like, if I buy a movie ticket, I don't get to show back up next weekend at the movie theater and go see another movie.
Yeah.
Like, you can... So, movies are single-player games. Like, you single-player games, you have replayability, but movies you don't. But, yeah, like...
It's kind of just a bit of a nature of the format, right? That the game needs to generate like recurring revenue in some way, and just box prices don't really cut it. Let's be honest, right? Like you have to do something else, either a sub fee or microtransaction, or even both. Yeah. Put vertical prog in the game because they'll lose a lot of casual players. I actually don't think so, Vertical, by the way, because Retail WoW is an overwhelmingly casual game, and that game has a sub fee. Same with 14, by the way. Like, the people who play that game are casual weeaboos who like dressing up their cat girls, and that game has a sub fee. It's not really true that casual players won't pay a sub. They absolutely will. Like, you know, these other games that do really well, they're massively dominated by casual players.
The sub is not... To adults that have jobs, the sub is not a massively huge thing, and I get that like not everyone's at the same place in their life, and $20 a month or whatever it is can be, depending on where you are, like it's a lot to swing. But I would imagine for a lot of, you know, PC gamer people whose hobby is PC gaming, $20 a month is not a great deal.
Go from being free buy to play for 15 years now for a sub fee, though. You could on a new game. To be clear, I don't think they will, by the way. Guys, nobody panic. I don't think they'll do that. I think it's a big part of ArenaNet's company identity that they don't do that. But I think they could. I think they could get away with it. Yeah. A lot of those casual players are a lot of the hardcore retail WoW players who just want to chill in Classic, though. Wait. Oh, no. Okay. Man, dude.
Retail WoW is super casual.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
yeah.
The overwhelming majority of people are peepos that do the story in open world.
Yeah. Dude, honestly, the propaganda for retail WoW is based. Like, everyone thinks that every single person who logs into retail is like a hardcore mythic raider degen grinder. Like, no. The average person who logs into retail WoW is someone who likes dressing up their blood elf, likes flying around on a dragon, and like doing quests, right? Like that's basically who plays retail WoW. And by the way, guys, honestly, based. Okay, that is in a lot of ways the optimal way to play MMOs. I guarantee you, the players who do that are more happy and content with their experience than any of us, dude. Okay, I could almost guarantee it. They're having a blast, dude. Like logging into this game, right? Like, and that's true with like every MMO. They're having fun. Yeah. Yeah. The WoW community has gaslighted itself and the rest of the MMO. It actually has. It is actually true. Yeah. Like the WoW PSYOP people have successfully convinced everyone that everyone is hardcore. Dude, I fell for the propaganda. I admit this. So I went to play Classic when Classic dropped, right? And people were like, oh shit, dude, Classic is going to be the most hardcore Giga Chad Omega experience ever. And then, yeah, one of the reasons that I was kind of surprised to find that it really wasn't, to be honest, it's actually a kind of a very cozy, casual, fun Peepo game, to be honest, right? It's really not that, which is why I didn't end up...
the people on private servers were very different from the people that play on that ended up playing on the live server, I imagine. Or the private server people just got overwhelmed by the numbers on the public server. Because you do have to be pretty sweaty to like find a private server, and you know, like that's not just like on your BattleNet account.
With the rifles to gambling, honestly, yeah, that's base. That's Giga Chat. I love that shit. That's good. New player experience. They won't buy expansion. The majority of them log out after the first instance because they don't know what to do on the map. Yeah, I mean, I think they could do that for sure. I think that will be something to do in Guild Wars 3, right? Like, you know, guide people a little bit more overall. There is some part of me that does rebel against this a little bit. Like, I'm not going to lie, if you have even a tiny bit of curiosity within you, you'll be okay in Guild Wars. It's just like, oh, you know, I wonder what this orange AoE is, or, you know, like this orange ring on the map. I wonder if there could be something going on here. Like, interesting. What about this heart? Could it be telling me to do something with this, like, kind of quest bar style thing filling up? I mean, I don't know. Like,
I imagine that Guild Wars 3 will have a traditional questing system.
Yeah, like you know, a tutorial system is nice, I think, right? That's pretty good. Yeah. If Guild Wars will have a sub fee, I'm out of there, not going to lie. You know, there's something about that that's implied there that is a little bit sad for me. Like, and look, I'll admit I'm a romantic here on this. I value video games very highly. As an art form, as a medium of expression, and a social thing, like a hobby and interaction. Like, you're saying that if you had to pay for this game, you wouldn't play. And that to me is kind of, I mean, that's an interesting statement to make.
I mean, as Guild Wars 2 is right now, with its current content release, I wouldn't feel comfortable paying $20 a month either for it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah,
like for the last month, like the last 30 days, I have not gotten $20 out of the game, I have to say. But but yeah, if all of a sudden they were developing content at the pace of WoW, then yeah, I would be happy to pay the sub for Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 3.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm a special snowflake. I'd probably pay for Guild Wars 2, but that's because I like the game quite a lot. But yeah, I mean, $15 a month, that would be steep for the amount of content you get for sure. Yeah, that would be...
I mean, some months you don't get content.
Yeah, that would be a tough sell for sure. You're not wrong, yeah. But yeah, Guild Wars 3 could be a different game. But again, to be clear, guys, don't worry. We're not doing a sub fee for Guild Wars 3. That's almost certainly not going to happen. So I wouldn't be terribly worried about it.
Shift for ANET corporate culture.
Yeah. Yeah, like help them do a hard. Yeah, I think that would be good. Like some early tutorialization and so on. So that people can kind of get the hang of what you're supposed to actually do in the game, right? Why do all Tempest water use water trait? I test in Golem. Fire always gives me more DPS. It's because there are some traits in the water trait line that actually increase your damage quite a lot. Especially when you go into water and use certain abilities. That's why.
Yeah, probably not doing the...
Yeah. But they're actually very close, by the way. They are very, very close. Like water and fire, I believe, are very close in terms of their DPS. Like on the golem. But yeah, water is very, very powerful.
All right, I'm gonna head out. I gotta go to bed soon.
See ya.
In the morning. Catch you later.
Yep.
Peace.
Who never paid for the game, he gets Xbox for free from ArenaNet. I do get Xbox for free. Look, I will go. I will go, guys. Full disclosure on this. I have not spent real money on Guild Wars 2 for years at this point. I did buy the expansion for my alts. That's not technically true, but I think that pre-Soto, I was spending probably... Probably hundreds a year, maybe even like 4 figures, like low 4 figures a year on Guild Wars 2. That is now zero. Outside of like, you could even say, work purchases for expansions and so on. Like I don't spend any money on this game anymore. So yeah. To be fair, it is different. Like. Some of those I was buying gems for tournaments because we needed some gold, so I would just pay to win the prize pool pretty much, like that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's something. Yeah. Gold to gem conversion makes the Guild Wars 3 versions. Absolutely, yeah. There is no reason to not do that. That is massively beneficial for the bottom line of any company. Yeah. You want people to be able to do that. Like, gold to gem conversion is profitable for ANET. They're not giving away free money here. They're generating it. Like, this is a fucking gold mine for ANET. And this is why almost all modern MMOs do this. Because this is fucking free money. This is legal RMT, right? Like, this is ANET cutting the third-party botters and, like, third-party gold farmers out of the deal. This shit is fucking based from their business, from their balance sheet. They love this. Probably this is epic. Some experiment. Same as the WoW token, same as bonds in RuneScape.
So no one gets hurt.
This existing cuts the botters out of the deal. And it means that ANET get the cash. Yeah. So, yes, it will absolutely be in any future business model that ArenaNet do. Oh, yeah, ISK with Plex and Eve, of course, yeah.
Area looks clear.
Yep.
For now.
Yes. Paid in-game GMs and some automated alerts that cause a real human to investigate. And that will work as long as the game isn't too big. I think it's... If you have, like, a massive game, then it's going to be very difficult to actually make that work. Is the AFK farmer situation resolved now? Probably not, but a little bit. They did add some measures to try to prevent it from kind of being a thing, but yeah, it's I imagine not entirely perfect. Incredible. I always forget that somebody pays for those gems. Yeah, this is the really key factor, Vestina, is that someone bought these, right? These gems don't magic out of existence when you buy them with gold. Someone bought them. It's the same thing with everything here on the trading post, right? Like, it's not magic. You don't summon the item out of nowhere. Someone got it. Dude, this FPS is fucking based. Holy shit. I kind of hope the stream... I wish the stream could look this good. Like, when are we doing 120 FPS streams on Twitch? Looks insane. Yeah. Yes. Someone duped it. Well, I mean, I guess that could be possible. The Game Awards expansion packs, new game seasons, DLCs, remakes, and remasters are now eligible in all categories. Oh, wait, is Janthe Awards on this list? I mean, it must be, right? Wait. Wait. Oh! The Game Awards aims to recognize the best creative and technical work each year, irrespective of the format of that content's release. Expansion packs, new game seasons, DLCs, remakes, and remasters are eligible in all categories, if the jury deems the new creative and technical work to be worthy of a nomination. Factors such as the newness of the content and its price value should be taken into... Wait, I mean, what does this even mean? Wait, what? Well, I mean, who cares? Like, what is this? I feel like it's a nothing statement, no? I guess they're just saying that, yeah, expansions are... Wait, terrible... Wait. DLC should be its own reward. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, people don't like this? Wait, I'm confused. Eleanor... Oh, wow, people don't... Wait. Am I crazy? What? Why is this bad? DLC should not win Game of the Year? Oh, is this for Game of the Year? What is it even... Well, I mean... if the game already won Game of the Year, the DLC probably will. Well, I mean... I mean, what if the DLC actually is the best Game of the Year? DLC should not be eligible for Game of the Year. Well, I guess DLC is weird. DLC is weird. Oh man, there's a little bit of a... Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. I'm thinking about it in like expansion terms, I guess. You know, like, because I feel like it's fair to say that Janthe Wilds would be eligible to be like best game of the year, no? But yeah, maybe Shadow of the Erd Tree, maybe that's a bridge too far, because I guess it's not really a full game, is it? It's not as expansive as the original Elden Ring. So that would be a little bit weird. And, like, because, you know, DLC outside of MMOs is typically, you know, smaller, right? Interesting. Yeah, I think I see where people were going with this. Elden Ring DLC is like 50 hours long. Well, it's pretty big then. I'm gathering this.
Unless you're timid of heights, though you
it's time.
Strapping adventurer sort.
Extreme Leeching? Okay, I'm gonna go over that, so I'm gonna go check it out. We crossed out DLC one game of the year.
Take advantage, we must.
Well, I guess it kind of reduces the amount of total new games, I guess. Interesting.
Like roots in the ground,
okay.
Countless are the routes you may take. None are right or wrong, so long as you're heading up.
Games that released that year. Okay.
Fill your honey pot.
Yeah, I guess the best way is just have a different category, right? Like have a different category for the existing products, like ongoing. Like, yeah, couldn't you have best ongoing game? I thought this would make a lot of sense. Now you could have a live service category for like live service games, right? Oh, they already have it. Wait, what? Wait. Okay, hang on then. Okay, whoa. Well, this makes no sense then. Why can the DLC kind of be in both? What's going on here? The plot thickens. This is getting weirder now. That's crazy. I mean, that's a bit weird, no? That actually does sound a little bit strange to me. Huge. Yeah. Because, oh, I guess there's a distinction between a live service game and an ongoing game. Like, for example, Elden Ring's not really a live service game. I'm obviously aware that it does have online functionality, but it's not really live service, is it, right? So you'd have to draw a distinction between a DLC for an ongoing product, like Elden Ring, and then a live service game like Guild Wars 2. But I don't really see why they wouldn't just do that. That makes sense to me. People seem to want best ongoing for live service games released in previous years, best game for game released that year, and best DLC for best DLC but not ongoing. Cyberpunk won last ongoing game, it's single player. Yeah, and that's fine though, right? And that's fair. Like a game can be continuously getting updates and DLC without being live service or while being a single player game. Dude, I nearly fell. I'm climbing. Dude, I did it. Honeycomb covered gear bag. Okay, I've got the honey. Boom. Holy shit! I instantly completed it, guys. That's crazy. Best ongoing for live service. Best game for game release that year. And best DLC for best DLC but not ongoing.
Knew you were the finest of your hive, didn't we, Buzzy?
So you want basically a category for live service DLC, a category for game release that year, and category for non-live service DLC. Well, I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, that seems fine to me. I see no problem with that. I see no issues with that, guys. Re-release the game each year somebody nominated. Yeah, that is pretty zazed. If the fact... Wait. Surely... Wait, what's this thing about the fan vote only counting for 10%? Wait, for the nominations? What's going on here? Is that true? That's very scuffed, if that's the case. Game Awards are scuffed? I don't really watch them, so I don't really know anything. Jury vote is 90... Wait, what? Wait, okay, FAQ. How are nominees selected? Nominees for most categories are chosen by an international jury of over 100 global media and influencer outlets. Selected for their history of critical video game evaluation. Oh, wait, no. Wait, hang on. Whoa. Here's the thing. This, assuming they're not getting paid off, this is correct. Because otherwise, games with small player bases, especially games that aren't ongoing games, would never be nominated. This is actually correct. Assuming they aren't being paid, right? To nominate things, right? That is the caveat there. But theoretically, this is correct. Okay, how are winners selected? Winners are determined by a blended vote between the voting jury 90% and public fan voting 10%. Yeah, no, hang on. No, this is correct, actually. No, I will defend this. I think this is correct. Because otherwise, games that have massive populations will always win. You want an indie, smaller title to have a chance at actually being considered a really, really good game. This is correct. Wait. Public and media influencers? Oh, so wait, they're not independent? Wait, that didn't do anything. What? I clicked it and it didn't do anything. That link doesn't go anywhere. Indie games don't know about the big awards anyway? Oh, that's fucking scuffed. Why doesn't it go anywhere? Yeah, the voting jury just disappears. That page doesn't even exist. It's important that winners cannot be socially engineered in any way. All games are automatically eligible for nomination. There's no sufficient process. Why do you use this jury stuff for nominees? Given the sheer number of games, a voting outlet approach has the widest possible critical assessment. A ballot submitted to the Game Awards represents the collective opinion of an entire outlet. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna say it, guys. This looks bad, but it's not necessarily bad. I can't really give you my real opinion because I simply don't really know anything about this awards show. I mean, look, let's be real, guys. Every award show is basically a circle jerk. Like movies, music, TV, probably this one as well. Like it's probably a circle jerk. But still. Game journalists that can't pass a tutorial in half the games they play. You know, I'm gonna say it. I think... Wait, what is this? Keyword might have been out. Power Crop, what do we got here? We got some juice. What's going on here? Let's watch in 4K. HTCM, 7 minutes. Jesus Christ, that's some fucking power creep, bro. What are they playing? Let's see what they play. 10-man quickness herald? Oh my god. Why isn't this loading? Oh, it's the catalyst. Interesting. Yeah, but I mean, this is like a very specific thing. It's a very specific scenario. Dude, look how overpowered. Oh my god, it's so overpowered. Incredible. 70k power vert. Yeah, this is like very specific though. I don't think Catalyst is actually, I don't think it's that good. I feel like Herald is still better most of the time. This is a very specific scenario where this Catalyst, like being able to apply 10 target quickness is obviously very good. Well, bear in mind, it is HTCM, so it takes more power damage, but still, it is, like, mega disgusting, like, how overpowered this is. Mechanist? Yeah, I think it's still very good, right? Like, it's, like, going to be a power lack mech. Hey, it's really good on HTCM because it has, like, really good AoE CC. You can see it's top of the break bar, right? It's, like, very good CC. Q-Cut is very good. I don't know. I don't think it's actually that good. I think Herald has so many good things going for it. Like, Herald's damage is really good. Herald has 600 boon application. 600 radius boon application. It's also very tanky, and it can do stability as well. I think Herald is very good. I think I imagine that, yeah, like being able to do 10 target boons is very powerful in specific scenarios like this, though. That's definitely true. Yeah, it's actually crazy how much damage you can do these days, though. It is fucking wild, dude. Power creep. Yeah, power creep is a little bit problematic, I think. Hard to control. I think it's very hard to control in any game. But yeah, Guild Wars 2 is kind of vulnerable to it, right? Because you kind of want to keep the content relevant, and then stuff like this happens, which is like, yeah. What are you going to say? What I was going to say is that games journalism is worse, is bad, but I would actually argue that I'm not entirely convinced anymore that like influencers are better, okay? And I say that as an influencer, guys. I'm not sure that having kind of shitty journalistic standards in games journalism to basically no journalistic standards in games media has been really an upgrade. Yeah. I know it's fun to hate on game journos, but I think we went the wrong way. We should have made games journalism better, rather than replacing it with an entirely different monster. Because I look at alternative media, and there's some fucking sus shit out there. That's not to say that the regular media is good either, but it definitely isn't. Okay, but I feel like we should be trying to make it better, rather than just like replacing it with something different. Yeah, this boss is getting fucking owned, dude. 48k DPS Virtuoso. Wow. It's kind of sad how this boss does fucking nothing when you have this much damage. Bit depressing, to be honest. This phase is annoying to do quickly, to be honest. Yeah, the Ellie is just like sceptering it. Yeah. Yeah, you have to be very fast in the CC here. Yeah. Wow. Poor old Suwon. I actually think Suwon Phase 2 is going to die very quickly. Because you just have, you can, oh. Well, that wasn't very good, was it? The fucking scuff? What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's very fucking unfortunate. Holy shit, this player got kind of memed here. So look what happened, guys. So this is actually a little bit of an owned moment. I guess the safe play is to hit distort here, but look what happened. So see the ads here, guys? The ads running in. There's one there. The player doesn't see it, I think. There's an AoE there. It died, so the last laugh is coming through. The daze is going to activate and prevent the dodge. Like, the player wants to dodge here, but look what happens. The slam comes down. They're ready to hit the dodge key, right? They're ready to hit the dodge key in just a moment. But dazed, right? And now we can't do that. So because the daze came... that is very fucking rough timing, okay? Oh, no. Yeah, that is... I mean, you hate to see that, guys. You really hate to see that. Yeah. I just like these types of games. People could create takes, best places, readers have to explain their previous experience. I do think there are actually some very good ones out there, yeah. Like, exactly, yeah. Donkey is very good. Skill Up is really good, actually. I was really impressed by Skill Up's work on Janthea Wilds and The War Within. They had a very good analysis on that. I was really impressed, for sure. And, yeah, and Josh as well, yeah. That was actually incredibly unfortunate. That was almost like worst case scenario for this Virtuoso, but we're still top DPS, so we're good. It's fine. Not a big deal, bro. Oh, dude, Vert is so disgusting. Oh my god, look how disgusting it is. Oh, oh man, we got the 1,000 cuts, and the spear is so good here as well, bro. Oh my god, it's so overpowered. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. I like the safety distort there. That was big. That was based. Oh yeah, it's just dead now. They won't even have to do the second green. Fucking clean, to be fair. Dude, I like how the Crow just suicides. Like, runs in with that and just suicides. Based. Let's go. I like that. Convergence champion. Wow. That's pretty impressive, to be honest. It's kind of cool to use the catalyst, right, for the 10-man quickness, because it has like such an insane overcap now, and you can just do it from range, so you can reliably get it on all the DPS. It's such a disgusting burst, bro. Like this is like the most. Look at this shit. Holy fuck. Yeah, good. It's actually very good positioning by this player here. They're standing. Like, I've always been a big advocate, actually, for this being the correct camera position for HTCM anyway. I think it makes it a little bit easier to see what's going on sometimes. I actually like this camera style. But yeah, you can see how effective it is when you combine it with the Virtuoso as well. They just unleash the fucking Hellburst. The Hellburst. And yeah, the mobs just get obliterated. The spear is really good here as well in this situation, because you can just get a mega AoE cleave off, right? Like using the 2 skill and the 5 skill and the 2 skill again with the blade songs at the same time. And you've also got the disenchanter that bounces. So you have mega AoE, mega cleave with the Virtuoso spear. Yeah. Poor old HTCM. HTCM is also night. That is true, actually. Yeah, you've got stacking sigils, and you've got the food swab, and you've also got the night sigil. That is true. Yeah. Is there really nothing close to Vert? Something can do this as well. Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, you could do that with a. Well, you wouldn't be able to do it that quickly, but I mean, Vert is definitely pretty good. Virtuoso just has the advantage of also having a lot of range DPS, and it also has like really good utility as well. Yeah. Yes. Incredible. Yeah, getting the DPS uptime with the distort is really nice. Like, just having that invulnerability button is very powerful. Very, very good skill to have that. Distort was not on Vert. Yeah, I can't believe they added distortion to Vert, bro. That wasn't even Solar. I think that was a change that CMC made to make it better in PvP. That was, yeah, I'm not sure about that one, to be honest. Make it blur. That would, yeah, that could be better, actually. Yeah, making it blur would be, that would be a solution you could do. Yes. That's such a good ability. CMCW. Yeah, CMCW indeed. Unironically, just delete it again. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Wow. They should nerf every class back to doing sub 30k DPS. I mean, you know, it was a better time, guys. It was a... Wait, dude, the Bog Queen's up. Let's go. It's time. The Bog Queen. Kuma, you say? Wait, pumps with launch say straight into the raid, or any pumps or other stuff? Yeah, I'll just do everything probably. I will do everything. We do the raid, we do the convergence. I'll play the story, obviously, and then I'll make the spear. As long as it's not time gated. If it's time gated, then, well, I guess I'm shit out of luck. But we'll see. But yeah, I'll do as much as... I'll do all the content. Sarah CM with 30k DPS max will be something, I guess. Well, I mean, I guess that would probably mean that legendary mode is just not really doable. But, yeah. Why am I getting permanently poisoned? Raid straight away, though? Yeah, I'll do the raid straight away. I think that's the key thing to look at. Spear needs it from the raid? Yeah, probably. But you can probably... you'll be able to do it in the convergence as well. Slightly stronger to exciting, but they should nerf afterwards. Yeah, I mean, I think they do need to, like, find a level, right? They need to, like, find a... They need to find a level where they're okay, right? And to say, yeah, you know, this is, like... It doesn't go any further than this. What the fuck is going on? It's like a permanent red AoE. What the hell is this? Yeah. So, well, bear in mind it's the normal mode, so it's quite likely to be very easy. Well, I hope so anyway. Just be aware of that. It's not. It's going to be easy. Or well, hopefully anyway. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit rough for the player base. Ah, Cat. Up all night partying? Yeah, I mean, look. I have access to Chomp 3 Party, so we are indeed doing that. Chomp 3 Party. It's a good emote. One of my favorite emotes, actually. We have access to it here. Like Wing 7 normal? I'd actually hope... no, I'd hope easier than that. I think... look, regular raids are way too hard for the average Guild Wars 2 player. They need to be, like, doable for, like, 10 random people. It needs to be, like, Ice Brood Saga. Easier than Wing 1? I mean, I guess raids are actually insanely easy these days because of power creep, but... Yeah, like, I don't know, like, Wing 1 difficulty would be decent, I would say. Or is the question mark? Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. Dude, I still need to go and actually get people to log in, okay? Like, I need people to fucking log in, dude, to go and do Wing 8. Why is it so fucking hard to get people to log into this game, guys? This is fucked up. I do hope the raid does well, though. I am a little bit concerned that, like, the raid scene is just dead, and so there aren't really going to be that many players, like, available for it. I think we are kind of reliant on new players trying out raids, I feel like. I think a lot of the community has withered away, so hopefully a lot of new players try.
Many bodies are buried here in the bog. Yeah. The bear can always assume
so that's how it is.
Tragedy happened. But she...
Boom. We did it. I got 5 honey flowers.
A night terror. And there are a great many of those here.
Norm raid is on kind of awful time for us, at least for me. Well, I mean, I guess it works out. Well, we're not raiding that day, so it kind of works out.
I have so many questions.
It works out.
Perhaps the stranger stirred her dark magic awake. If we kill her, will she rest?
We killed the Bog Queen.
For now, the bog must heal. Time and patience.
Incredible.
Water and clean air. Winter, we will endure.
Incredible. 2 full squads? I mean, yeah, it's not really a lot of people, is it? It's like 20 people. One was so good when it came out? Yeah, it was. It's 1 guild, though? Yeah, but that's 20 people. Very funny to see MNF do Wing 8. Ah, yes, the grand return. Full comms? I mean, look, you're going to get banned if you have that. Yes. Ah, man. You know, it's funny, guys. It's very hard for me to have a good raiding experience in Guild Wars 2. Because, look, I will be full transparency here, guys. It's, like, very difficult for me to... It's very difficult for me to convince people who are good to log in. Like, I don't really want to play... I don't really want to play with people who just... I'll be real. I don't really want to play raids with people who aren't very good. There you go. I said it. And that... It limits your options quite a lot. It does. That's a very limiting perspective. Yeah. Help. I can't get the Vazburg Armory Lantern because it's fucking bugged. And the teleporter won't activate. This bug's been around since EOD launch. Rah. Well, yeah, that's unfortunate. That's rough. That is rough. Lanterns are cringe. Well, I mean, it's easy map completion, though. Yeah. What do you consider good? I would consider good, capable of doing every CM in the game consistently, including Saros and HT. You should be able to do all of those like 5 times in a row without making a mistake. That would be like a good example of like consistency. Consistency, I think, is a really good kind of characteristic to track. Oh, the bear arena? Okay, I'm going to go to the bear arena. Let's go. Okay, show my offline time. Let's see. Oh, it's 6 months, 1 week. 6 days. What the fuck? It's over. What percentage of the Guild Wars 2 community can do that? And it's probably 3 figures. It's in the hundreds, probably. I think you're doing CM training? No. Because typically CM training, it doesn't... People don't get good. They get the kill with the minimum effort and then quit. EOS success rate. I think EOS is actually quite difficult to do consistently. Like one-shot over and over again. Like one-shotting EOS back-to-back, I think it's quite difficult because there legitimately is... Well, actually, I haven't done EOS since the nerf, so maybe it's a little bit different. But I do think that there actually is, like, genuinely some fairly high variance, to be honest, in EOS that is very hard to be consistent on because of orb variance, particularly sub 10%. And green variance can be very bad as well, although that can be mitigated, I think, with a superior strategy. But yeah, you should be able to do EOS, you know. But I haven't played it since it was nerfed, so I can't really speak to it. Grows take 3 healers. Interesting. Oh, so you don't... Oh, wait, hang on, Grim. So you don't even bother to do the portal. Is that, like, the strat now? You don't even do the strat. You don't even do the portal? You just eat the walls and do greens? That's interesting, actually. That does make some sense, actually. Like, if you can get away with that, that obviously simplifies the encounter a fair bit with the greens. And basically just, like, play it like how you normally would with greens. Yeah. Check Spin's log out time. I get exposed. Let's take a look, guys. I'm not sure if Spin is... Oh, wait. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Last online, 8 hours, 11 minutes, 40 seconds. Logged into Guild Wars 2. What have we got here? What the fuck? Oh, dear, he's caught. Dude, do you know what Spin's caught, though? Spin is actually a ranked PvP terrorist. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but he 100% is. Like, this guy queues ranked and just feeds. But, you know, it's not... well, I mean, maybe he doesn't feed, but... Like, he plays ranked. He plays ranked PvP until he psychologically breaks. Yeah. That's big. Bard Veil's going down. Wait, is there anyone leeching? Let me see if there's leeching. I don't think there's anyone leeching right now. Oh, we get 5 logs. I guess wait, I guess it's kind of worth doing Barb Veil then. Barb Veil's like 1 gold. No, it's pretty good. Plays Untamed and goes far all game and doesn't care. Yeah, he actually does. He does do that. Yeah, he just goes far on Untamed and just ints the entire game. I clipped through the wall with the feisty build that we're saved. We are so back. We are so back. Yeah. But yeah, no, it is like, yeah, the amount of people who. The amount of people who play Guild Wars 2 at, like, a decent level, it's not high. I will admit that. It's not high. But it's fine. I'll cook something up. I'll cook something up before LCM comes out. Makes me upset more than multi-class multi-role multi-classing. Yeah, you need to be able to play all that. You need to be able to multi-class. You need to be able to multi-role for sure. You have to be adaptable. You know, there's a funny thing, guys. There's a funny thing. How I feel now must be how most players feel all the time. And let me explain that. Like, I'm very frustrated that nothing's going on and nobody wants to play with me, basically. Well, not even with me specifically, but like a lot of people who a lot of people I'd want to play don't want to play. And it's because I'm not organizing it, right? Like, there's no one to do it for me, right? And this is what most people experience the game like, right? Like, there's nobody to organize stuff for them, and now that's where I'm at. Yeah. And so it's really hard to play the game. Like, I can't really play the game in the way that I want to. Right, like, I cannot play Guild Wars 2 currently in the way that I would personally want to. And I think that's where a decent chunk of the raid community actually is. A lot of the time is that it's difficult for them to... It's difficult for Guild Wars 2 players to have fun. Unless there's someone there making it happen. Right, someone driving it. And for a long time, that was me. Right, like, that's been my thing, right? But I'm not doing that right now. Yeah. Yeah. You know, there's one part of me that wants to... There's one part of me that kind of wants to complain a little bit here because, I'm going to be real, guys, I've had a bit of a rough one this year. And... How do I express this? There's one part of me that is actually resentful that people continually pressure me and go, when is this happening? When is this happening? When are you doing this? Because I'm not going to lie, guys. I've had a shit time this year. I'm not going to pretend otherwise, right? And, like, showing up on stream and just every day people are expecting me to do this. And, like, man, I can't do it, dude. Like, yeah, I can't. Like, I'm doing my best. It's not good enough. Ugh. Yeah. It's just not good enough. You're burnt out. You... okay, I'm going to say this politely, right? That is incredibly insulting. for you to say that. Like, that's brutally insulting. Because you did not listen to what I said. And I'm not mad at you. I want to know that you saying that is deeply offensive to me. Because that is not the situation whatsoever. I'm not going to ban you. I'm not mad at you. I just want you to know that's very offensive for you to say that. Just to, so you're aware. But, no. I'm not burnt out. I just don't have enough fucking time to make this shit happen. Okay? Because I've got some shit going on, man. Okay? I'm on a rough one this entire year, pretty much. Would you allow someone else to leverage your connections to organize stuff? Of course, yeah. Yeah. You ready to wait your private life? Rounds on this. Yeah, I choose not to, and I won't. Maybe I'll talk about it at some point, but I'm not particularly interested in talking about it. And that's why I don't really publicly express resentment about this, because it's not fair for it wouldn't be very fair for me to do that, because at the end of the day, yeah, I don't discuss this. There's no way anyone would know. Like, that's why I'm saying I don't express this resentment. So I don't get mad at people. I'll just go like, oh yeah, I'm working on it, guys. Right, I'm working on it. Right, you know what I mean? Like, that's the way that I typically engage with this, rather than getting angry about it. I don't get angry about it. But yeah, it's very frustrating. Yeah.
Glad you're here.
Yeah.
Thought Barbell was sending me on an easy hunt just
dude, I really do not like this voice acting here. It'd be the way someone's hanging there. Yeah, it's just incredibly frustrating, right? Because I have all these things that I want to do, but like right now I'm just not really in a position to do them. And, you know, I just wish just once someone else could do it. Just this once. But that's not gonna happen. I offered for Wing 8. Yeah, but the thing is, like, honestly, if you'd have said LCM, I probably would have accepted. And, you know, obviously I appreciate the offer for Wing 8 normal mode, but, like, it's normal mode, right? Like, that's... I'm not really going to be sweating normal mode, right? Normal mode is going to be, like, a little bit of casual fun. If it had been LCM, that would have been... I probably would have accepted that. I'm going in. Here we go. Given someone to sit, we sell space. 14-man roster, let's go. Well, I mean, I don't know. I need it guaranteed, and that's unfair to your team, right? Like, I'm not just gonna move into your team and take over. That's I mean, that would be disrespectful. I'm not gonna disrespect your team. You would go LCM next match with Grim? Yeah, I'd play on the NA team. I'm actually of the personal opinion that I actually think the NA team performed extremely well. They had the best theory crafting out of any of the teams. I actually think if they'd played more, they actually very likely would have won. I think the reason they didn't win is because they didn't play more. I think they put the least hours into any of the quote unquote good teams, like the competitive teams. They put the least hours in. And I think that their approach to the encounter was overall superior. I'm climbing. I ascend. Oh, to be a pest like I did in Magras. Everything becomes easy and free when you embrace the XDD tree. Wow. We got some poetry from Poopel coming in. Yeah. Leech of the informations of the team ahead of them. Well, I mean, you could say that, but they actually had a very different approach to the encounter. Their strategy was very different, so I wouldn't say so, no. Like, obviously, I imagine everyone was looking at the streams to see what people were cooking up, but that's not really accurate. The teams had a very different like the NA team in particular had like a very different strategic approach. New alternate race, Echo's doing a full stream of. I probably will try to, yeah, I'll catch some of it. More FPS on 100% res. Oh, you know, yeah, this is a well-known bug. The res scaling's fucked, bro. Don't use that setting. The render scaling doesn't work. It's just, it's fucked. It used to work, but then they broke it and they haven't fixed it. You don't want to use that. You know, it's funny. Like, I almost do want to talk about this stuff to an extent, and maybe I will at some point. But, you know, it's funny, guys, right? Like, I've got my entire life, and I'll admit it, I've been lucky, right? Like, a lot of things went my way pretty much the whole time, right? And this year did not go my way, right? It really, really didn't. And that sucked. Like, I basically went from being able to... being able to pull all this stuff off to it not really being realistic very, very quickly. And that was not good, right? It was really, really not good. Oh, I don't really know why I came here. I'm going to the B, that's why. It's time. But we'll get there. We're gonna need some, like, superhuman effort to get back to where we were. Wish you the best. I mean, yeah, we'll do it. Classic Rich Anniversary server. I mean, I'll probably play play hardcore, I think. But not right now. We got some shit to do, huh? You broke him. I shouldn't have left that game. Wait, you mentally broke Mela? But to be honest, guys, this is the reality. Well, this is my my opinion. Complaining about it isn't gonna do shit. Only thing that matters is actions. Everything except that, guys, is just messing about. It's this one next, isn't it? Beavis. Reinstalled League for 2 weeks and put like 200 matches during that time period. Then you uninstalled. I mean, look. I guess you just got it. You got to do what you got to do. You got to get it out of your system, right? We separate collections. I think that'll be really cool. Actually, I hope they are. Yeah. I don't know though. They haven't really said. Raids wings 1 to 7. Do you think they will receive any quality of life upgrades? Hopefully, if they add like the select what boss you want, they apply that to old content as well. Yeah, that would be really nice. Yeah, I want to do a lot more streaming. I want to actually go pretty hard next year. But I need to fix some things first for that to happen. Yeah. Like, I think the this is a weird one. This is like something interesting to talk about. Like, it was okay for a lot of the stuff I do to have been a thankless task right up until the point where it wasn't. This is probably a very difficult opinion for many of you guys to even understand what I mean by that, because you're not content creators, and that's fair. I don't expect you to. I don't expect you to like innately understand my experience and what I'm talking about, but I basically did a huge amount of shit for free that I didn't need to do at my own personal cost, basically. And that was absolutely fine as long as things were going very, very well. And then things weren't going very, very well. And all of a sudden, doing all of that stuff as a thankless task? Holy shit. Okay, this suddenly became like the worst thing in the world, you know? It was free right up until a moment where it wasn't. And then it was terrible. And the thing is, then nobody replaced me, right? Like, that's the annoying thing. Is that it ran out, I stopped, and then there was nobody else to do it. Which, not gonna lie, guys, didn't feel good. Incredible. There's the Bog Queen again. Wait, we're doing like a crazy low man. What the fuck is this? Let's prog Ansarek. Yeah, we're doing that tomorrow. How many more Okay, right, where are we at, guys? Wait. Guys, are we in full cope mode or what? Dude, I'm coping, bro. I'm coping. I'm coping hard. I'm fucking coping hard, bro. I'm coping. It's not over. It's not over. Okay, guys. Right. If you guys think I'm complete cope and there's no shot Hall of Fame doesn't close this week, please put Omega Lol in the chat. However, if you guys think that every single guild is just gonna choke hard, fucking crumble, and then disband, and we get another week, please put treeing in the chat. Where are we at on this? Actually, put Magrus in the chat. Put Magrus in the chat, guys. Not treeing. Magrus is better. Okay. Do you think either matters? Wait, what? What do you mean? I don't actually. What are you asking me? I don't know. Regarding your progress? Wait, like if they... I mean, it means something within the context of Hall of Fame, getting top 200, yeah. Ugh. It does mean something, yeah. Like, achieving Hall of Fame is quite the challenge. Yeah, if the guilds don't choke, then we lose, right? Like, the way it works is that Hall of Fame ends on the reset that 200 guilds have cleared, right? So in other words, like once 200, this one here, once this slot has cleared, 8 out of 8 mythic, at the next reset, Hall of Fame is over. So you can no longer, you no longer qualify for this, this ranking, right? This like achievement within the game. 43%, no chance. To be honest, I'm not sure if they, yeah, because the thing is, Nico, this is they're 291 pulls deep, right? Like, I struggle to imagine that guild killing, right? Like, I struggle to see them kill, you know? Isn't P3 Giga free? I think it's not as bad as P1 and P2. It's a lot more, just put the people who do the mechanics on the mechanic and then you win, right? Than the other phases. It's less chaotic, for sure. But it's not free. There's no fucking shot. I think P3 is the easiest phase. I think P3 is the easiest phase. I do. Yes. I think P2 is not pissed. P2 is fucking farming us right now. Like, the damage from, like, the rest and the dispels is fucking us. We're failing the shadow gates. It's fucked up. P1 is pissed. I people are dying to it. It is a bit weird that we're done. Well, I think webs are getting people, like the web blades. But I feel like they shouldn't. Maybe it's harder for range, but I don't feel that threatened by the web blades as a melee. Yes. Isn't Hall of Fame guild tied? That's correct, yeah. Someone leaves another in the show. Yeah, it's a bit well, I don't know how it works if you're in a guild and you've got the achievement and then you leave. I don't know how that works, actually, or what would happen. I'm fully broken. There's 0 cope. I'm coping rated, man. Like, we had a rough session yesterday, dude. It happens, right? Like, we got to bounce back from that. I do think we need to encourage people to actually sharpen up on rotations a little bit. I do actually believe our damage is a little bit low. We need to sharpen up on that. I don't know how we're going to do that, but we're going to have to do that next week. We're not... I don't think our DPS is quite good enough. I do believe we are getting slightly output checked by the fight because of our skill, right? I do admit that. But I'm still coping. I'm fucking coping, dude. Like, I believe. Look, I'm an optimist. I like the roster. I feel like I get along with the players. I like them. I think they're good. They're good players. I think we just have to fucking step up just a little bit in these last couple of weeks. Like, that's where I'm at, guys. That's my take on this. Like, we just have to step up a little bit. I think what we're doing right now is not quite good enough, right? I believe the players can do it. I think there's the will to do it. We just need to give them that little push to go over and do what needs to be done to clear it. Like, that's my opinion. We're not quite on the level to clear this right now. Just not quite. Just barely. Just a hair. We need to lock the fuck in. Maybe fix some rotational mistakes. Look at cooldown usage from players who've cleared the encounter. Figure out how to play all the different mechanics and stuff like that. How to, get more damage here. How to survive that a little bit better. Looking at POVs, reviewing footage, looking at your own logs. We've just got to do a little bit more, right? Like, just a little bit more. That's my take on the situation. Went from 16 to 11, sound like a completely broken man. Well, I mean, I guess you win some, you lose some, right? Struggling with the backlash. Yeah, Darren's got fucked, to be honest. Like, he got screwed over very, very hard. By the whole, like, embed drama thing. The funny thing is that Darren's was so polite in his criticism. Like, he got absolutely fucking destroyed. And by the way, he was right. Okay? He was, all of this bullshit about, oh yeah, the add-on isn't accurate. The add-on was accurate, and Valen confirmed it. Like, Valen fully confirmed that it's anywhere from 100 to 300 viewers from the embed. So all of this, like, bullshit, like, oh, but the add-on isn't quite right. It was a complete obfuscation. It was bullshit. Darren's was correct. I really actually want to, like, this needs to be said. Darren's was correct. He did not spread misinformation. What he said was accurate. And it's important, right? It is important. It is important. Yeah, here's the clip. We can play the clip, guys. We can play the clip.
Probably had here is attempting to figure out how many viewers are coming from the GuildGen website. And we've registered that the only people who would have access to that are the people who own the website, which is you and Jen, right? So
yeah, so it's probably around 100 to 200.
Yeah.
Depending on the time of day. If it Muckluck does his streams sometimes in the
and there you have it. 100 to 200. People saying otherwise. Yeah, there was a big counter narrative about how basically it was like 10 viewers, like 10 to 15 viewers, like a very low number, basically. Right? Like that was essentially the counter narrative. Oh, he says up to 300. Let's continue. Yeah, because I heard he said like 300.
200 to 300 there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They're in any prime, so it could be like 200 to 300
Yeah,
there.
200, 300. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, like, there was this idea, there was this big counter narrative that it was like a handful of viewers, like 10 to 10, 15, even 50, right? A couple of numbers were given out. As, of course, it was obviously not true. The embedding was much more significant than that, right? Like, much more significant than that. Yeah. It's funny, actually. It really is funny, guys, because you've got to bear in mind that the end result of this is that people did actually find... I don't know how they did this, by the way. People did report it to Twitch. They probably... People... I think people opened... People opened support tickets with Twitch and reported guild gen. And, yeah, the embeds, I believe... Well, I am very confident in this. I have my reasons. I am aware of this. Multiple other people in the community are also aware of this. This is a confirmed source. But yeah, the embeds were actually shut down. They were disabled. Twitch agreed that it was in violation of TOS, and the embeds do not work. Guildgen.com is blacklisted. Autoplay on embeds will not work on that domain anymore. So Twitch actually agreed. Twitch agreed, guys. That's the thing, right? Like, this is the thing. Twitch agreed with Darren's that this was not good, and they shut it down. Yeah. Yeah. Yup. And that's how it goes. I do feel bad for Darren's, though, because he got absolutely fucked. Like, he basically tried to take an ethical stance on embedding, and he got punished for it, right? He tried to uphold the standard, and he got punished. Which is very unfortunate. Especially because his criticism was very fucking mild. I'm not gonna lie. It was, like, very mild. But that's just how it goes sometimes. That is just how it goes. You know, one day I will fix the !SC command. One day. But that today is not that day. Dude! Wait, Jester's logged into New World. Holy shit.
Oh, Amanda.
Wait, he's level 50! Wait, what? Wait, he's out-leveled me! Fuck this guy. I'm level 57. I haven't played for a while, though, actually. Fuck Jester, dude. Holy shit. He's ahead of me. He actually is ahead of me, dude. He is. He actually is, though. Wait, he's listening to the stream! Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit.
Okay, well... Yeah, well, I will destroy you again, T. But
wait, he actually went in. He's fucking destroying me. He's owning me. He's actually... Wait. How is he so far ahead in the story? He must be... Dude, he's fucking... I'm gonna snitch on Jesse. He's probably skipping the quest, bro. Because I did every quest. He's way further ahead than me. I'm like...
Okay.
I'm like fucking level 2 in the story, bro. Okay, this is unacceptable. Well... Oh, shit. Whoa. Dude, look at these NPCs. Wait, what? Wait, nice graphics set. Look at the hair texture. What are these settings, bro? What is this character? Do you guys see? Wait, what is this?
I knew he ranged this far north, but I did not know he
like what? What are these settings on?
This is quite a revelation.
Dude, I love the arm posture. Look at the way this character is holding her arms. It's so scuffed. Oh man.
What do you mean? What settings, T? But like this is literally as high as it will go.
Oh, it's. I guess. Okay, I'm watching his stream in dog shit quality. Maybe that's why.
Like, look.
Oh, he is actually maxed out. Wait, why did it look so scuffed? It might because I think I was watching the stream in like 480p. That's why. It was like a 480p stream, dude. Okay, no, it looks fine. Yeah.
I mean, it does look a bit scuffed.
Well, I mean, yeah, the hair is not... The hair in this game is pretty bad, actually. The hair physics is not good. And, like, some of the character... Look at that... What is this character animation, bro? Like, that is a bit scuffed.
That's good.
Notice how Jess is trying to make a Kuma character, but he's failed. Like, it's not Coom. He wishes it was, though.
I'll discover this as well.
Okay, let's see what Jess is going to go fight. Go fight a skeleton or something.
No, I would never make a Kuma character T-Pon.
Oh, shit. Wait. Oh, he has to go to Oh, dude, he has to go to Eden Grove now. That's fucking beautiful. Oh, shit, he's going to Eden Grove, man. This is hype, actually. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, that is the best looking zone, I think, still.
Yeah. Eden Grove is fucking nice.
If I go across this ledge, will I see?
Here we go.
Oh, look at this shit. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I mean, the tree spriting is not great in this game. Like, it tries to, like, sprite everything into the background. It looks a little bit scuffed sometimes. Like, the trees look a little bit luminous. But it still looks pretty cool, though.
Yeah, like the shadows don't render.
Yeah, the shadows don't work. Yeah, Jess is right. Yeah, the shadows don't work properly, which is a bit questionable, to be honest. Dude, I haven't done like any mining, man. I've done like 0 mining or harvesting
reflection,
or anything.
Yeah, but I guess I wouldn't expect at that distance to have reflections.
Yeah.
I'll get this first.
I've got to catch up, man. Jess has destroyed me. He's actually ended my career. The thing is, look, if I wanted to, I'm going to say this now. If I wanted to, guys, I could very easily make Jester stop leveling, because I could threaten to leak information that would end his career. And I've got a lot of that. I've got a lot of information that would completely end his career.
Oh, cutscene. Dude, even the game knows Eden Grove's the best.
The Jewel of Eternum. Dude, look, of course I wanted Mike Tyson to win. We live in the fucking most dog shit timeline, bro. Jake Paul beat up Mike Tyson, dude. Oh my god. What happened?
Did you know the life cycle of the angry earth begins in Eden Grove? I've been studying them for ages, but always from a distance.
He actually beat him. He kind of did, though, to be honest. Like, he kind of did.
They're key to defeating the
Look at this tree man.
There's a druid settlement nearby.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, obviously, like, he's fucking old as fuck for a boxer, right? But still, it's not the good outcome, right? And yeah, he's still massive, right? He's in very good shape at 58, but it is what it is.
I need to get the power points.
Yeah. That seed looks so bad. Look, it's a little bit rough around the edges, okay, Spin? Right, that's the reality. This is New World, bro. But the game does actually look quite nice. The stream is not helping here because it's compressing he's got a 4K ultra wide, I think. It's compressing that down into 1080p. That is not helping, okay? But it does look pretty good in my opinion. Look, he's facing level 50 Dryad Fighter. Honestly, the combat in this game is fucking nice, man. It's very satisfying when you get like a big connection. Oh, there are a lot of visual glitches, Spin, in this game, by the way. There's like a shit ton. Like, stuff, there are problems with it. Like, that it's not perfect. Okay, here we go.
I have to walk the sun further down the path.
Oh, he got hit, noob. He got the loot. I think he's got a greatsword on, right? He's used. I haven't. Wait, can you get a greatsword without the expansion? By the way, because I haven't dropped a single greatsword with a blue super. Well, it's different on different areas, obviously. Like we're kind of in like a magical land right now, so you get like the blue fog.
Further down the path into Eden Grove.
Because I haven't got a single greatsword. I haven't dropped one or anything. I guess I could buy one or something. But maybe they only drop from certain areas, I guess. Great Axe hatchet thing or spear bow? Well, I think Jester likes the bow. He'll probably go with the bow. But yeah, I imagine that would work. I have no idea about the meta builds, though. But yeah. Dude, log in New World, Rated. It's time. If you're mentally broken about WoW, log in New World, dude. It's time. Log in. Told GW2 category, look inside New World React content. I mean, look, that's what I'm doing. I'm just gonna make Jester play the game instead.
This way? Oh, this way.
Man, I do like how this game looks, though. The way this game looks and sound is really cool. The NPC is here.
These pants are so fucking scuffed.
I do like that this game is not a Kuma game. Okay? The expansion is the flail. Okay, I just need to buy a greatsword then, I guess.
That is likely. There may even be glyphs in the stonework that give us hints to the Angry Earth's origins.
Whispery Death Threats of Axe Hatchet release. Bro, I was doing the same thing. I was playing Great Axe and Hatchet, bro, with the like full immunity Berserk. Degen, bro. Okay, here we go. He's got it. Look at this. Look how good this looks. Examine the mural. The mural. Here we go. He did it. He examined it. Yeah.
Like ancient.
Anger is really boring. I mean, I know. That's what I've heard about this game. It's like, it's good, but then it has zero fucking endgame. Hate to see that. Alright. Guys, I'm done. I'm just going to raid Jester. You guys can watch the New World. I'm raiding Jester. Raid Serious Jester.
Well, no,
aka Serious Kuma.
And the other one was lost shit.
I'm done. We're back tomorrow, guys. I'm going to be here early. I'm doing hard reset again. I'm going to be fresh for tomorrow. Big stream into mega Ansrek progression. It's going to be fucking epic. Let me tell you that.
You towers around the trees. Oh,
I will see you then. I'm done. Follow, subscribe, give me your money. Hand it over right now. Go, 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 go. I am doing daily hard reset.
Okay.
Yeah. Tomorrow's kill. Yeah, we kill tomorrow. We kill tomorrow or Monday. It's time. Log the fuck in.